This guy is absolutely covered in cursed runes and jagged scars, yet his own party treats him like absolute garbage. But why, born into a high-ranking noble family, only to be branded a total failure? He breathes for one single purpose: to soak up every single curse and lethal wound for the hero's party. The silver-haired princess barks an order, forcing him to siphon yet another deadly curse from their blonde. Crash complies. His dark magic rips the venom straight out of the hero's veins, flooding his own shattered body with agonizing pain. His entire existence revolves around swallowing their agony, and they don't even spare him a second glance. All of this unfolds while a colossal skeletal boss towers over them, ready to wipe humanity off the map. But hold on, something's off. The hero isn't fighting back. Instead, he just looks bored. He casually declares that this world is doomed and drops the ultimate, his true ability: regression. He tears open a gateway to the past for himself and his 3 golden companions, leaving Crash behind to get slaughtered. When Crash begs for a lifeline, the hero just smirks, cold and merciless, and twists the knife with the brutal truth. Crash was never a teammate. He was nothing but a disposable meat shield meant to be used up until he completely snapped, only to be replaced by a fresh, unscarred version in the very next timeline. And it wasn't just the hero pulling the strings. Every single member of this toxic party owed Crash a massive debt written in blood. Take Abella, the Tower Witch. She practically forced him to absorb her magical backlash just so she could keep spamming spells. But the moment Crash started rotting from the inside out and desperately reached for a painkiller, she viciously lashed out at him. Then there's Marie Diana, the Empire's strongest knight. She made his academy days an absolute living hell. She beat him to a pulp, spat on his Valheim bloodline, and publicly labeled him a liar, knowing damn well he couldn't fight back. And Sigrun, the bossy princess, turned her back on him at the final hour, defending the backstabbing hero without a second thought. Crash literally gouged out his own eye for these scumbags, and all he got in return was dead silence and pure disgust. Pure, unadulterated rage boiled his brutal sacrifices, meaningless. His excruciating pain, worthless. Refusing to be tossed aside like garbage, he drags his shattered body forward and unleashes his dark drain ability. But he's not sucking up a curse this time. He's aiming straight for Arthur's regression power. The dark magic surges forward, manifesting as a shadowy hand that violently grips the hero from behind. Crash braces for resistance, but there is none. Arthur never actually wanted this ability. Repeating the apocalypse over and over was his own personal hell, and right then it hits him. Arthur didn't just abandon him to die. He dumped the very burden he desperately wanted to escape onto Crash's shoulders, using him as a convenient scapegoat. It was just one last dirty job. But Crash isn't backing down. He violently tears the time travel magic away right as the Grim Reaper completely obliterates reality. Then, dead silence. Chirping birds. A warm breeze. Crash's eyes snap wide open. No bloody battlefield. He scrambles to a mirror and stares at his 10-year-old reflection. Wide-eyed. Unscarred. Completely clueless about the apocalypse. The regression actually worked. The power belongs to him now. But this time around, the disposable meat shield remembers absolutely everything, and he swears to never be someone's pathetic tool ever again. World erosion is a catastrophic phenomenon that slowly drastic environmental mutations trigger, and they only get deadlier with every single monster wave. Right in the middle of these chaotic breaks, terrifying humanoid creatures spawn from the shadows. They call them the World Invaders. The second they touch the ground, their suffocating evil aura sends people spiraling into pure panic. Civilians run for their lives as these invaders completely bulldoze their villages. However, a select few humans stand their ground against the creeping erosion, waging a bloody war against these alien monsters. Elite knights and powerful mages form the front line of this desperate defense. Banding together, this unified strike force calls themselves the Blue Generation. Our protagonist, hiding a body, bursting with deadly curses, joined this very guild. But ultimately, he was treated like a walking garbage can for dark magic and ruthlessly backstabbed by his own squad. Crash Valheim dragged himself through a miserable, hellish life until his eyes snapped open in the past as a 13-year-old kid. He wakes up gasping for air, struck by the mind-blowing reality that he's sitting right in his old childhood bedroom. Just seconds ago, he was freezing to death in the jaws of the apocalypse, but now he's sweating under the blazing summer heat. It suddenly clicks. His desperate gamble using his Dark Drain ability on Arthur has successfully dragged him all the way back to the Green Pine Manor. The magic didn't just work. It completely hijacked the time-warping power, right out of Lord Arthur's greedy hand. A heavy fog of confusion clouded his mind. He couldn't fathom how he managed to snatch his former comrade's power. The Black Hood's skill operated flawlessly, completely free from any visible limitations. However, to actually swipe something, the user had to pick a magical lock that materialized upon activation. The tougher the owner's emotional bond to the item, the harder the lock became to crack, drastically cranking up the difficulty of the heist. A god-tier skill capable of funneling 99% of global wealth straight into its users' pockets. It was truly one of a kind. Tied to an absurdly complex stealing condition, it was an immensely priceless asset. Crash knew the golden rule. The higher the target's value, the more twisted the thieving conditions became. This jarring realization made him question exactly what was running through Lord Arthur's head, because when he fired up the skill, absolutely no lock appeared. That glaring absence pointed to just one chilling truth. Arthur desperately wanted to throw this ability away. The legendary man hailed as the King of Heroes actually wanted to abandon. Flashes of memory hit him. He had definitely noticed something off about Arthur lately. He vividly recalled that permanent, soul-crushing exhaustion etched into his face. The looming annihilation of the world and those never-ending nightmares had finally driven. To the King of Heroes, his power was nothing but a sickening curse. That was exactly why he desperately tried to let the others keep their memories. His endgame was for them to travel back together, completely leaving the hero stranded behind. However, successfully stealing the skill carried a much darker meaning. It meant the Arthur that Crash knew was now stripped of his power, left completely stranded in that doomed timeline right where the Blue Death Knight's meteor pulverized him. The raw truth was crystal clear. Arthur willingly died to break free from his living nightmare. The young hero chuckled genuinely, hoping Lord Arthur had finally found peace and happiness. He wished him well, fully aware that Arthur had always looked down on him like absolute dirt. After all, hijacking curses wasn't exactly a job just anyone could or would do. Those elites never spared a single, the ones always rotting in the shadows of the party. Back then, brutal exhaustion and crushing sorrow ate him alive, leaving him drowning in endless tears. Now it all made sense. Arthur simply got exactly what he deserved for being such absolute garbage. Meanwhile, deep inside the Green Pines estate, the hero suddenly realized his body felt incredibly tiny. Catching a glimpse of his reflection, he noticed he was only 10 years old again. His frame was small yet surprisingly ripped. It was the brutal result of swinging a sword daily just to survive within the Valheim family, the absolute strongest clan in the Starlamp Kingdom. Finding himself trapped inside the Green Pines estate proved one crucial thing. The brutal testing ceremony had already. This ruthless Valheim family ritual was the exact moment where everyone's hidden potential was forcefully dragged into the light by a contracted deity. The sheer rank of that god completely depended on the host's innate quality, but he ended up being the single glaring failure among. Devoid of any martial talent and violently rejected by every single god, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the main house. That was exactly why he got banished to the Green Pines estate, the ultimate dumping ground for all the royal family's rejects. Now he alone, the most pathetic outcast of the Valheim clan, held on to a terrifyingly crucial secret. He knew exactly how the world would end. A devastating apocalypse that not even the legendary Blue Generation could manage to stop. He seriously questioned if he actually had what it took to derail this looming doomsday and somehow prevent the absolute annihilation of the world he knew. Crash Valheim, trapped in a child's body, threw a fierce punch into the empty air. He firmly ordered himself to snap out of the gloom. He still had no clue if he could actually stop the apocalypse, but his blood was pumping. He swore to himself that he absolutely had to crush it, because if the world burned, he was burning right along with it. So backing down simply wasn't an option. His brain immediately shifted into overdrive, plotting the very first move to dodge doomsday. Right on cue, Ariad, his loyal butler, stepped in to serve the young master. A massive wave of relief washed over the young hero, utterly thrilled to see Ariad alive and acting as his one and only servant. The older man gently asked. Ariad dutifully looked after the massive disappointment known as Crash Valheim. However, the lethal poison that his own brother had handed him was destined to be used straight on the butler, marking his very first brutal betrayal. Cut to a 14-year-old girl utterly decimating a swarm of enemies in one massive strike. A terrifyingly dense aura exploded from her slender frame as she effortlessly slaughtered her opponents. The knights stand absolutely paralyzed. A mere 15-year-old girl just wiped the floor with the entire squad. Meet the Sword Saint, Charlotte, Valheim Crash's older sister. Her jaw-dropping talent. People call it a once-in-a-millennium miracle. Everyone knows she is an absolute prodigy, born from a completely different league. As long as the guy spitting these facts is Bellicane Crash's half-brother, but deep down he is scheming to wipe that exact bloodline off the map. Even so, he views Charlotte as a massive ticking time bomb. He throws in a backhanded compliment about her mother being decent, but the chat quickly spirals into trashing the absolute disappointment of the Valheim family. Bellicane finally drops his twisted scheme to assassinate Crash, feeding his deadly orders straight to the veteran butler Eliad. He gaslights the old man, blaming the half-brother's sinister pitch. Eliad needs to slip a lethal dose of poison to Crash. The payoff is huge. The old man will never sweat over his sick daughter's medical bills or cash flow ever again. But the butler freezes. He practically raised Crash like his very own. Catching that flicker of doubt, the wicked stepbrother cuts him off with a brutal reality check. He hits him where it hurts. Are you seriously picking some other guy's kid over the life of your own daughter? That agonizing ultimatum crushes the old butler, dragging Eliad backed into a corner. His heart shatters as he makes the call. He just cannot let his little girl die to save Crash. But rewind the clock, and this exact timeline played out way differently. A younger, terrified Crash is shaking like a leaf. Tears stream down his face as he stares at Eliad collapsed on the floor, coughing up massive pools of blood from face. The dying butler chokes out a painful apology to his young master, spilling the dark truth. His actual mission today was a straight-up assassination. He drops this heartbreaking bombshell, admitting he loved the kid like a true son. In a split-second flash of redemption, he chose to take the Grim Reaper's scythe instead of the boy. Suffocating guilt completely wrecks Crash. In that original timeline, Eliad forced down the spiked stake meant for the young lord, swallowing the very toxin his brother provided. But snap back to the present. Crash casually swaggers up to the old man and straight up asks when he plans on chugging that poison. Eliad's blood runs ice cold. His mind short-circuits. How on earth does Crash know about the twisted plot to trade his life for the daughters? The boy coldly states that dark secrets always bubble up eventually. Not wanting to watch the old man sweat over an impossible choice, Crash violently commands him to drop the young lord knows the brutal truth. A hit like this would never have been ordered if the family did not already label him a pathetic failure. Eliad braces himself for a meltdown. He fully expects the kid to scream bloody murder or break down sobbing, but the young lord flips the script completely. Instead of snapping, he marches straight into the grand library. Confused Eliad figures the boy just wants to bury his nose in some books. Wrong. The young master points at solid stone and orders his servant to slice right through the wall, casually claiming it is going to be a walk in the park. You do not become a Valheim butler by being weak. Eliad steps up, squares his shoulders, and unsheathes a gleaming blade. Raw, magical energy violently surges around his body, instantly locking him into full battle mode. With a roaring battle cry, he unleashes a savage slash that summons a ferocious hurricane-force gale. The strike obliterates the stone, leaving a surgically clean gash in the masonry. Eliad's jaw drops as the rubble clears, exposing a hidden pit. As the boy confidently this is not the whiny kid he knew. Crash has morphed into a totally different beast, radiating the heavy, suffocating aura of a true king. The teenager scans the gloomy underground vault, and fragmented memories flood his mind like a tidal wave. In his past life, infernal flames had swallowed this entire room whole. But this time, he beat the catastrophic blaze to the punch. The butler steps up, offering to slice through the heavy chains sealing a mysterious door. Crash shoots him down deadpan, telling him he lacks the horsepower, and decides to take his shiny new toy for a spin, the Black Hood. Unholy shadows slither toward the iron padlock, violently eating away at the metal. With a deafening crack, the massive chains shatter into dust. Watching this ungodly display of dark magic, the old man is absolutely paralyzed with fear. Crash rips off the broken lock. Trembling Iliad stammers, asking if the kid literally sold his soul to a deity. But, plot twist, at this point in the timeline, he is not shrugging it off. The boy arrogantly lies, claiming he just made a quick deal with some absolute nobody of a god. The veteran servant's brain breaks even further when Crash hands down his next crazy order. Go straight to the father and snitch. Just 24 hours ago, this kid's eyes were dull, pathetic, and totally lifeless. Now, it is like flipping a switch, making that god-tier contract completely rewired. The old man gulps, realizing the absolute monster his young master has become after unlocking some terrifyingly broken abilities. It suddenly hits him like a freight train. The boy shares the exact... He might not be on Charlotte Valheim's level yet, but the butler senses his massive, untapped potential burning inside him. Driven by this realization, he vows to uncover the truth behind the young master's sudden shift. He swears absolute silence. This incident stays strictly between them. Right then, it hits Crash. The timeline is fracturing, a massive ripple effect from his leak back in time. By flipping the script on his past mistakes, he completely altered the loyal servant he once threw under the bus. Dead and gone, living only as a ghost in his mind. The weight of Arthur's agonizing pain flashes. Could he have finally shaken off that cursed ability? No time to dwell. He pivots to his master plan, curing the butler's dying daughter to lock in his absolute loyalty, securing another crucial pawn for his second chance at life. All that arrogant, trashy behavior, just smoke and mirrors. A brilliant, calculated performance leading up to the perfect moment. The moment he drags that girl back from the brink of death. But right now, the hidden library demands his undivided attention. He shoves the heavy doors open, and a blinding, pulsating violet aura violently floods the room. It hits him like a freight train, his eyes blowing wide at the sheer spectacle. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp beam of concentrated magical energy pierces straight through the entryway. It catches him completely off guard. A bone-deep chill violently shakes his core. A massive shock for a veteran who swallowed countless brutal curses in his past life. Any lingering doubts instantly vanish. The ultimate prize he desperately needs is definitely high. His gaze violently snaps toward a blinding glow pulsing from a shadowy, forgotten bookshelf. And there it is. The legendary grimoire he's been hunting down this entire time rests. These aren't just pages. The ancient bloodline buried their darkest family failures here, locking away their deadliest combat arts and lifetime memories. It's an insane monument to human greed, a dark vault engineered to hoard the forbidden secrets necessary to seize absolute power. Centuries ago, these archives were wide open to the family, but then one single monster forced them to lock it all away in the shadows. That absolute monster was Damaris Valheim, historically known as the most pathetic, disgraceful failure to ever taint the mighty Valheim bloodline. Yet when the world's rotting corruption completely swallowed his soul, he mutated into an unstoppable god. Just look at that twisted, maniacal grin plastered on his corrupted face. Right now, the forbidden diary of his disgraced ancestor rests heavily in his palms. The bloody, forgotten legacy of Damaris Valheim. The ultimate dark sheep of the family steps into the light. A pathetic loser who somehow clawed his way to the apex of power. This is the true, bloody history of the Valheims. At the terrifying peak of his reign, the absolute strongest warlords of that era foolishly banded together to take him down. Sporting grotesque mutated claws and a savage fanged jaw, he casually conjured explosives. Not a single soul could put a scratch on the horrific beast Damaris had become. Every last warrior who stepped up was brutally slaughtered. His signature weapon, the lethal, extreme blood immersion venom. He literally ripped the world's deadly corruption and injected it straight into his own veins, wielding a downright terrifying hidden trump card. But there's a huge catch. Half of these pages are completely scorched to ash. He pieces it together instantly. The aggressive spreading corruption completely shattered Damaris's sanity, driving him utterly insane. A violent flashback hits him. He instantly recalls the agonizing curse that once tore through his own body. If he can hack the system, if that exact same logic applies to this catastrophic venom, he could theoretically hijack. By doing that, he'd safely absorb the devastating power of the erosion. Meaning, he's about to skyrocket to the exact same god-tier level as Damaris. A dark, confident smirk spreads across his face. Taming this deadly venom isn't just... Crash immediately summons Iliad and lays down an ironclad rule. Absolute lockdown. Nobody sets a single foot inside the Green Pine estate. The loyal butler bows out of the shadows. Deeply committed to serving his young lord, Iliad coldly rejects a highly tempting offer from Belican. Belican absolutely loses his mind over the rejection. The disrespect cuts deep, especially when Iliad bluntly declares that Crash Valheim is his one and only master. The sheer humiliation makes his blood boil. Losing a servant to the family's biggest running joke is driving him in. If that worthless trash didn't exist, he and Elish would still be sitting pretty in the main succession line. The bitter memory eats away at him, fueling a blinding, fiery rage. He lets out a violent, frustrated roar. His own servant scrambles over, nervously asking if his master requires assistance. Snapping insult, Belican barks a direct, furious order. March straight down to the Green Pine estate. He aggressively demands answers. He needs to know exactly why Iliad suddenly flipped the script and betrayed him. But the servant returns with devastating news. It's a total fortress. Iliad has barricaded the gates, shutting out literally everyone. Even the Grand Patriarch of the family is banned. Belican is deeply insulted by the sheer unbelievable audacity. Blocked from his own damn territory. The older brother absolutely erupts in a fit of violent fury. He screams brutally at his... Cut back to our hero. He's deep in intense meditation, radiating a massive, suffocating shockwave of pure energy. His eyes snap open. He just smashed through his limits, officially hitting the veteran beginner stage. And in this, he is stuck at the absolute bottom, the beginner tier. He is barely... The second stage demands pure, hardened experience, and his journey has only just begun. Meanwhile, Charlotte, just 2 years older, has already mastered the flow of aura. Yet in the end, even his older sister's overwhelming might was not enough to turn the tide. She crumbled too. Her devastating abilities proved completely useless against the creeping rot of the erosion. Standing in the shadow of Charlotte Valheim, he looks like an absolute amateur. This crushing reality sparks a dark doubt. Can he actually save the world at this pathetic pace? But his battle-worn... He snaps himself out of the pity party. Let us be real. Before turning back the clock, he could not even summon a spark of aura. Now the game has changed. Sure, he cannot go toe-to-toe with his sister's monstrous strength yet, but he can forge his own raw power using the secret art. A forbidden legacy built on the bloody failures of his ancestors. A fresh wave of fierce confidence washes over Crash. He knows he can push his limits, and this time it will be enough. His loyal butler steps in, praising his leap into the veteran beginner ranks. Crash waves it off with a humble smirk, claiming it was nothing special. But he tilts his head, wondering why the old man hovered silently until his meditation. Iliad drops the bomb. His fiancée, Bianca Ardenart, has just pulled up to the Green Pines estate. The news hits Crash like a truck. In his past life, Bianca caught the White Demon. She was the ruthless vanguard, the ultimate pawn for the apocalyptic world devourers. She tried to burn reality to ashes, earning her terrifying title by slaughtering the most untouchable Celestials. But right now, she is just the youngest daughter of the Ardenart bloodline. Their looming wedding is nothing more than a cold, calculated political chess move. The Ardenarts hold an iron grip over the freezing north, and the Valheim clan is using this marriage to sink their claws into a heavyweight martial powerhouse. Ultimately, both kids are just disposable tools for their greedy elders. Crash definitely needs to settle some business with her, but her showing up unannounced throws a wrench in his plans. As the youngest child of the Northern Overlords, she was born right after the deadly erosion curse struck her mother. Now she bears the chilling mark of the Snow Doll. It is a twisted affliction that froze her heart, leaving her completely hollow and emotionless from day one. The curse scarred her unbreakable soul and ravaged her body permanently, blocking her from forging a divine pact with any god. She is branded as a cursed omen, a monster born at the steep price of her own mother's life. That tragedy is exactly why her own flesh and blood treat her like Crash racks his brain, wondering if the Ice Princess actually hates his guts. But he figures as long as he does not try to siphon away her dark curse, she has zero reason to despise him. Besides, that frozen Snow Doll energy is absolutely critical to suppress the boiling fury of the extreme immersion poison raging through his veins. Shaking off his thoughts, he decides to suit up and present himself properly. He shoots his butler a quick order to escort her in so they can hash things out face to face. Flashback to 5 months ago. Crash and the Icy Girl. She was only chasing the military might of the Valheim crest. Back then he snapped, demanding the dead-eyed girl to drop the sickening fake wife act. That agonizing memory is exactly why Bianca dreaded stepping foot, warning her that their family's entire survival hinged on winning over the young Valheim heir. Even though her whole being rejected this twisted scheme, she forced herself to play along. They practically brainwashed her, drilling it into her head. She quietly fumes, knowing damn well that if her greedy clan was not shoving with a pathetic loser like him. On the surface, she is unreadable ice, but underneath, her stomach is tied in suffocating, anxious knots as she arrives at the manor. She firmly believes that, in a perfect, sane world, she would throw a guy like him to the curb. Then Crash steps into the grand hall to greet her, and the atmosphere instantly thickens with dread. But plotting a wild twist, he flashes a warm smile. He politely apologizes, promising to scold the clumsy maid for serving steaming hot tea to his beloved. The snow-haired girl just stares blankly, completely paralyzed by this sudden alien kindness. From keeping up the charm offensive, he casually brings up the gorgeous weather and smoothly invites her out for a floral stroll through the courtyard. To top it off, he snaps his fingers, ordering a servant to rush out a fresh batch. He softly tells Bianca that her grueling journey must have been exhausting, but asserts they absolutely need this face-to-face time, since they are tying the knot soon. But as they talk, his eyes narrow. He realizes she is answering him in stiff, robotic, not the man she was supposed to marry. The girl instantly catches on to his shifting vibe, deeply unsettled by this bizarre transformation. He used to carry this razor-sharp, terrifying glare, but now he feels like an absolute stranger. He quietly takes in the surrounding scenery, casually murmuring about how incredibly peaceful the area feels. Totally freaked out by this weird behavior, Bianca straight up asks if he's actually Crash Valheim. They lock eyes, the heavy tension hanging in the air the second the question. He violently wrestles down his own shock, desperate not to blow his cover. He nervously scratches his head, scrambling to come up with a solid excuse. The young master then fires back, asking if he really looks that different from before. In that split second, a suffocating, murderous bloodlust leaks out. Bianca instantly feels it as a wicked, pitch-black aura swallows him whole. She quickly stammers out an apology, making him realize he completely terrified her. His memories from this past timeline are incredibly blurry, and he honestly can't even remember how badly he treated her, especially when looking at her hauntingly numb expression. But that look. He recognizes it. It's the exact same dead-eyed stare she gave him back at the freezing Northern Sea manor. Desperate to pivot the conversation, he blurts out that he forged a divine contract with God. Hearing this, the young woman instantly connects the dots, assuming this holy pact completely rewired his entire personality. Right then, he drops a massive bomb, claiming he has a proposal for her. She immediately fires back, asking if he wants to officially call off the wedding now that he's bound by a divine contract. Crash takes that as a hard rejection. He figures her eagerness to shatter their engagement just proves her painfully low self-esteem. But as she listens to his wild theory, she doesn't bother correcting him. She doesn't even flinch. Instead, she proudly declares herself as his loyal wife, boldly stating that absolutely nothing will ever change that fact. Hearing her say this with zero hesitation completely blows his mind. Shaking off the shock, Crash steers things back on track, bringing up his newly awakened ability. He flat out reveals his crazy plan to steal her deadly curse and take it all for himself. She thinks he's completely lost his mind. Why would he willingly absorb a hex that even top-tier grandmasters couldn't shatter? She asks if he seriously plans to shoulder this torment alone, and he nods, claiming he'll weaponize it to grant his own wishes. But she knows the truth. She knows the entire world treats Crash like absolute garbage, isolated by a massive invisible wall blocking him from the main family. In her mind, she pieces it together. He's finally snapped. And he wants to use her curse to entirely wipe away his own feelings. She starts wondering if this is that legendary fatal disease of the heart. After all, an old mage once warned her that when a person pushes their mental limits past the breaking point, their heart literally rots from the inside out. Surrendering to this illness drives victims to take their own lives, or, bizarrely, transforms them into exceptionally kind souls, acting like completely different people. It's a terrifyingly fragile phase where these massive personality shifts are blazing red flags signaling an imminent tragic death. That same wizard told her that if she ever crossed paths with someone suffering like this, she absolutely had to stay by their side. Driven by pity, she reaches out, tightly gripping his hand, softly promising him that they will get through this together. She begs him to learn how to manage his pain without relying on some suicidal curse. She vows to visit him every single day, maybe even move in right next door. He's completely dumbfounded. This whole time, he was dead sure she despised his guts and hated the arranged marriage. Bianca shoots back, saying that even if she did hate him, she'd never abandon someone standing right on the edge of the abyss. He finally grasps her true nature. Bianca is the type of girl who dives in head first the second she makes up her mind. But damn, she is spectacularly misreading this entire... Terrified she'll refuse to hand over the curse out of pity, he doesn't wait another second. He instantly triggers his hidden skill. The legendary Black Hood power erupts, swirling into reality and wrapping entirely around the girl. His hand phases right through her chest, desperately ripping the demonic curse straight from her core. The system unlock condition triggers, but a massive error completely blindsides him. It turns out the #1 requirement to absorb the power is becoming genuine friends with her. Crash breaks into a cold sweat, realizing how incredibly screwed he is. This curse is fused into her DNA. It holds immense value because she was literally born with it. To crack this system requirement, he actually has to build a bond with the terrifying white demon. A mission that's honestly 1,000,000 times harder than just tying the knot. If he pushes her away now, she's guaranteed to speedrun her villain arc and turn into the unstoppable white demon. So, for his own survival, he has no choice but to keep her dangerously close. Bianca's proposal is absolutely brilliant, and the thought of seeing his future wife on a regular basis fills him with genuine joy. The young girl mentions she needs her father's blessing before moving closer to our hero. With a quick farewell, she takes off, leaving Crash to run the numbers. He figures he has a solid month before her return, the perfect window to devour every single tome on the secret arts. But the very next day, back at the sprawling Green Pine Manor, things take a wild turn. She boldly declares that as of today, she is moving into the estate with him. and fully expects the royal treatment. Crash is absolutely floored by the news that they are now roommates. Fast forward a bit, and our hero slowly stirs awake. Blinking through the morning haze, he realizes the young girl is fast asleep right beside him. He cannot help but wonder if Bianca just casually decided to share his bed yet again. He sweat drops, knowing that if any guests walked in right now, they would definitely get the wrong idea. Yawning, she finally opens her eyes, mutters a sleepy "good morning," and blankly asks what he is doing there. The protagonist just stares, firing the exact same question at Bianca. After that awkward exchange, he dives straight into his grueling, everyday meditation routine, but eventually pauses to gather his thoughts. It suddenly hits him. Months have already slipped by since Bianca first moved in. His mind drifts back to the day she barged in and claimed her spot inside the Green Pine Manor. Dropping her into his care had left him utterly speechless. She packed her bags and moved in, solely because her family signed off on it without even bothering to consult him first. He had considered asking if she would be okay living so far away from her relatives, especially since she was only 12 years old. But here is the tragic truth when you are completely stripped of emotions. Family bonds mean absolutely nothing. She could not care less. Still, this bizarre setup was the perfect chance to build a genuine friendship with her and to meet the necessary conditions. That all went down in the scorching heat of summer. Now a bitter chill fills the air. Nearly 6 months have vanished. The grand opening of Rayon Academy, a prestigious institution forged by the 4 great kingdoms and the empire, is looming closer. Their mission is to train warriors capable of fighting back against the world's creeping decay, accepting only elite students between 15 and 20 years old. Before he traveled back in time, this very academy gave rise to the countless monsters of the Blue Generation. Those absolute scumbags were the reason he died in his past life. Just thinking about them makes his blood boil with pure, unfiltered rage. But this time, he knows their fatal flaws better than anyone alive. He is going to rip their skills right out from under them. He turns 14 next year, meaning the clock is ticking. He has exactly 365 days before enrollment begins. That is why he needs to skyrocket his power levels right now, snatching up every crucial skill he can get his hands on. Unfortunately, he is slamming into the hard limits of his own talent, keeping him trapped at the novice tier. Just the very first stepping stone on the path to true mastery. He urgently needs to swipe Bianca's doll spell, and he has to master the deadly blood immersion poison before time runs out. Stepping into the room, he spots Bianca quietly flipping through a book, waiting for him. She casually mentions that she just cannot bring herself to leave Crash Valheim all alone. She trails behind him everywhere he goes, like a helpless little duckling. He sighs, wondering what it will take for her to finally see him as a real friend, which is the absolute key to stealing her spell. Crash debates asking her out on a date, hoping to spark some genuine connection between them. Right on cue, his loyal butler steps in with breaking news. A shiny new invitation from the Sanctuary of Stars has just been delivered. The Sanctuary of Stars is an elite annual gala for the young nobles of the Starlone Kingdom, a prime battlefield for networking and forging political alliances. The name rings a faint bell in his head, and he nods, thanking Iliad for breaking it down for him. Back before he reversed time, he was basically locked away inside the Green Pine Manor, so his memories of this massive gathering are pretty hazy at best. Even so, he confidently accepts the invite. He has a sneaking suspicion that a certain someone will be showing up. And besides, he needs to make good on a sacred promise he made to his butler. He boldly declares that he will be crashing the Sanctuary of Stars, with Bianca by his side, ordering Iliad to send out the necessary replies. Bianca immediately pipes up, warning him that the snobby nobles at the gala are definitely going to rip him to shreds. He knows she is dead right about that, but honestly, he is way more terrified of the nasty rumors they might spit at Bianca. But the girl does not back down for a second. She firmly insists that she is walking into that sanctuary right alongside him. He pushes back, arguing that as her fiancé, it is his sworn duty to shield her from that kind of Then his voice softens. He admits he is not saying this just because of their engagement. He desperately wants to know how she actually feels. She catches that soft, pitying look in his eyes. It completely throws her off balance, the exact same way it has been bothering her for months, ever since this boy started showing her such strange, unearned kindness. He actually brings her along to the Grand Library, even going out of his way to ask what she's craving for breakfast. While he handles his daily business, he lets her drift into a peaceful slumber beneath the shade of a massive tree. A profound sense of joy washes over her. It's a stark contrast to the cold, ruthless household she grew up in. This gentle treatment almost makes her forget the terrifying first impression he made. Realizing she's actually falling for Crash, she boldly declares her desire to stand by his side, not out of obligation as his fiancé, but entirely by her own choice. Moved by her resolve, he finally agrees to escort her to the legendary Star Sanctuary. Their luxurious carriage rolls out, taking in the sight of the region's most famous monument. Rented out entirely for him, the sheer staggering scale of his family's wealth finally dawns on her. And yet these party-crazed socialites are somehow hailed as the shining future of Star. Cutting through the noise, our protagonist and his fiancée Bianca finally arrive, stepping into the massive hall. Looking around, they seriously doubt many of these shallow elites actually venture deep into the Star Sanctuary. The moment they step inside, the whispers erupt. Everyone's gossiping about the infamous, supposedly useless son of the family, and right beside him, the cursed bride of the Northern Conqueror. Mingling with these two-faced nobles is going to be a massive waste of time. That is, until a massive figure lights up at Valheim's arrival. Sensing a completely different, intriguing vibe from our boy Tigris of Barak Hogma steps up. Flanking him are the stunning elf Emilia, and rounding out the trio, the legendary forest archer Anax Glazer. Together, this squad is destined to go down in history as the heroes of Starlone. But their sudden interest in Crash isn't random. Crash knows exactly why they're staring. It's all thanks to his chaotic older sister, Charlotte. She was just bragging about how everyone worshipped her dress, all while boldly claiming that absolutely no one in the sanctuary could ever beat her in a fight. Finding the whole event dead boring, reading the tense energy in the room, Crash realizes his sister. He immediately decides to bounce from the sanctuary before things escalate. Bianca whispers to just ignore the harsh crowd, but he casually brushes it off, admitting he's actually just stressed about his sister's mess. Suddenly, they catch snippets. The crowd sneers, pointing fingers without daring to say their names aloud. But the second the young master and Bianca step closer, the entire room goes dead silent. A booming voice shatters the quiet, announcing the grand arrival of Lord Darling of Infurlian to the Star Sanctuary gathering. Even among these bizarre aristocrats, he's known as an absolute freak. Meanwhile, Crash's body is still completely riddled with dark, creeping curse marks. Suddenly, someone reaches out, trying to run their fingers over his corrupted skin curiously, asking what happened. The mysterious figure casually mentions that this specific brand of hex actually has a cure. Smirking, they claim they can fix him right up, boldly asking if he'd like to be their little guinea pig. When Crash just stares blankly, the eccentric noble takes his silence as a hard yes. Clapping their hands, they announce that the treatment starts right now. And then they pull a move that makes Crash's eyes practically pop out of his skull. The figure leans in uncomfortably close, puckering up for a kiss. Crash instantly shoves them back. The wild character standing before him is none other than the Lord of the Alchemy Castle, Darling of Infurlian. This marks his very first encounter with the mad genius, fated to become the undisputed Alchemy King. Back in the present, Darling is effortlessly charming the entire ballroom. Crash just watches in pure disbelief. How is this absolute attention-starved creep drawing such a massive crowd? Desperate for a lifeline, Crash shoots a panicked look at Bianca, but she just keeps munching on her snacks, tossing him a completely deadpan look. She bluntly states she's staying exactly where she is. Left with no choice, our boy marches right up to Darling to finally break the ice. The eccentric alchemist doesn't even recognize him at first, but the second the young man drops his name, Crash Valheim, a spark of recognition flashes in Darling's eyes, quickly locking into place. Charlotte's little brother. Looking closely, the family resemblance is downright undeniable. Putting the pieces together completely fascinates the weird noble. Now knowing he's dealing with Charlotte's sibling, Darling asks what kind of business a kid like him could possibly have here, arrogantly assuming his own flashy outfit must have caught the boy's eye. Crash effortlessly dodges the bait and pivots the conversation, casually dropping a massive bomb he knows Darling has been secretly researching: the world's erosion. That single sentence instantly hooks the mad scientist. Darling flashes a wicked, admitting his curiosity is completely piqued. Darling leads the young master away into a secluded private room. As the heavy door clicks shut, Darling casually grabs a pair of swords from the wall as our hero calmly answers that he's 13. The chemist chuckles. Sure, the kid looks young, but the suffocating, intense aura rolling off him, it doesn't match his age at all. Deep down, looking at this boy feels like staring straight into the eyes of a hardened, cold-blooded combat veteran. He skips the pleasantries, deciding to cut straight to the chase. The Alchemy King demands he spill every last detail. Gripping his blade, our hero starts shaking. His eyes blow wide at the baffling scene unfolding before him. The Alchemy King lunges, swinging his blade. The boy deflects the lethal blow at the absolute last microsecond, then swiftly sidesteps and barks at Darling, demanding to know what the hell that sudden ambush was about. Darling just smirks, explaining that since he's Charlotte's brother, he just had to test out those combat skills first. This completely pisses off our hero. He just wanted to get down to business. Darling leans in, asking what they need to discuss, and claiming he's all ears for this little proposal. Our boy shifts into a fighting stance as a pitch-black aura erupts around his body. The sheer intensity catches Darling off guard, since he originally wrote the kid off as a talentless loser. The hero growls that he grinds through hellish training every single day, warning Darling to never pull those moves on a student again. He brings up curse enhancement, casually dropping that he could actually help the Alchemy King out with it. Darling narrows his eyes, asking what he could possibly know about alchemy, to even suggest a partnership. Instead of answering right away, the protagonist just locks eyes with the future king in dead silence. Suddenly, he launches himself into the air, twisting his body into a blur. In a flash, he presses his blade right against Darling's throat, instantly ending the fight. He then states that they need to talk about the research to neutralize the world-eroding curse. He points out that current dispersants have completely failed to shatter it using other curses. But if he wants to become a top-tier alchemist, Darling absolutely has to crack this research. Knowing this little secret, our hero offers to pave his way to greatness. He swears to help out by using his unique power to siphon curses. This insane offer leaves the eccentric noble absolutely stunned, finally grasping that the kid possesses a real aura and isn't some hopeless dud. Darling's mind races if the boy is actually telling the truth. This is the ultimate chance to test the market for curse neutralization. He slyly asks if he can be his boyfriend in exchange, but Crouch ruthlessly ignores it. All he wants is a customized remedy to suppress curses. Brewing up crazy concoctions is Darling's absolute specialty, so he eagerly agrees to the deal. The Blue Generation possessed mind-blowing abilities, but they still failed miserably at stopping the world's total annihilation. That's exactly why an underdog like him has to exploit every dirty trick in the book, including performance-boosting elixirs. Darling always heard rumors that the kid lost his drive after constantly being compared to Charlotte. But looking at him now, he realizes that was pure garbage. While she might be an overwhelmingly gifted prodigy, he is deeply, fascinatingly twisted. This massive contrast between the eccentric siblings sends a massive thrill right through Darling. In response, he shoots the young man a very direct question. He wants to know if the kid actually plans on enrolling at the prestigious Rarn Academy. Oozing with absolute confidence, the young man firmly confirms that he will. Darling announces he'll gladly mix the remedies, totally hyped to start collaborating with Crouch. The conversation shifts to the incurable fading disease, a brutal condition that completely blackens the victim's skin right up until The alchemist insists that this plague is completely untreatable, making it physically impossible to synthesize a cure. Darling clenches his fists tight, deeply weighing his next words. He finally bites back, saying that Crouch's constant pushiness is actually starting to bruise his ego. Crouch orders him to ship the cure straight to Green Pine Manor, and Darling swears he'll make the drop. Then Darling cheekily admits that the spot right by his side is totally wide open, and he'd absolutely love to be his new boyfriend. Hearing the creepy alchemist shoot his shot, the young man physically shudders in disgust. Crouch vividly recalls that darling was the exact same kind of total freak in his past life. With a deadly serious glare, he dashes off to investigate a sudden commotion. Meanwhile, even with her arm trapped in a painful grip, her thoughts are entirely consumed by Crouch. Right at that exact second, Crouch flies in, brutally drop-kicking the scumbag holding Bianca hostage. The bastard was actually trying to drag his fiancée away by brute force. Crash furiously demands to know why this creep dared to snatch his fiancée against her will. He coldly points out the sickening fact that the guard was putting his hands on a 12-year-old kid. His pure rage practically suffocates, prompting the terrified guard to frantically shake his head. Sweating bullets, the guy desperately scrambles to defend himself, handed down by Princess Claudia herself. Hearing the name Claudia Stalin completely blindsides Crash, freezing him in his track. The second princess explicitly commanded him to drag Lady Bianca away, and the second the young girl fought back, he had no choice but to get physical. Bianca silently watches the whole confrontation play out, leaving Crash to reluctantly buy into the guard's pathetic excuse. After all, she is the youngest daughter of the Hardened Hearts, the absolute, undisputed rulers of the North, and that lingering curse has completely dragged her family's reputation through the mud among the high nobles. Crash narrows his eyes deeply, wondering why on earth the royal princess would ever bother summoning a disgraced. He is absolutely convinced that something smells incredibly fishy here, desperately trying to uncover the real hidden motive behind the royal order. Suddenly a dark connection clicks in his brain. Someone closely tied to the princess is pulling strings. The memory of a spiteful, arrogant face flashes before his eyes. It has to be Anax, the total creep who used to stalk his sister like an obsessed freak, even after suffering a humiliating defeat at the Sanctuary of Stars. Anax's toxic cocktail of pure hatred and sick for Charlotte simply refuses to die. Fully aware he can never actually take Charlotte down, Anax has now painted a massive target on Crash's back instead. Crash finally pieces the stalker's twisted little scheme together. His entire demeanor shifts in an instant, surprisingly allowing the terrified man to finish his job. However, he lays down one non-negotiable condition. He demands a face-to-face meeting with Lord Anax, completely bypassing the second princess. He coldly points out that the guard is nothing but a blind pawn serving the princess, completely clueless about who's actually pulling the strings. With that settled, he heads straight into the lion's den to confront the princess and Lord Anax. The two of them march silently down the long, echoing hallway toward their ominous destination. As they walk, Crash's mind is totally racing, wondering why Bianca boldly refused. He can easily see through the messy conspiracy because he's literally lived through this exact timeline before. But Bianca is still just a 12-year-old kid. There is absolutely no way she should possess the instincts to sense the trap waiting for them. But why she dared to disobey a direct summons from royalty. She innocently blinks, replying that she was merely following Crash's own strict instruction to wait for him in that exact spot. Crash Valheim breaks into a warm, gentle smile, deeply touched by the girl's absolute, unwavering innocence. He affectionately pats her head warmly, telling her she did a perfect job. Suddenly, a smug, arrogant laugh echoes through the room. It's Anax. The stalker looks genuinely shocked to see our main character actually brave enough. Crash boldly declares he came specifically for him, bringing a twisted, satisfied grin to Anax's face. After all, his strict order was to let Crash waltz right in the second he arrived. Our sharp protagonist quickly realizes that this grand welcome was originally meant for Tigresso Barak Ogma. He highly questions who on earth considers that brute a master of dual-wielding swords. Still, Crash breathes a heavy sigh of relief upon learning that Anax practically rolled out the red carpet to speed things along. The creepy noble is itching with twisted curiosity about Crash Valheim, absolutely desperate to cross swords with him. Crash actually went toe-to-toe with Charlotte in the past, even though brawling is strictly banned inside the sanctuary. That's exactly why Anax arrogantly assumes crushing him will be an absolute cakewalk, despite both guys being highly lethal experts. Anax boasts vastly superior raw strength, and his wild combat instincts are entirely unpredictable, making it a total nightmare to read his next move. But before even thinking about throwing hands with Anax, however, one simple look into Tigresso's bloodthirsty lock. Tigresso tightly clenches his massive fists, furiously channeling an intense surge of mana for a single devastating blow. The explosive, bone-breaking punch rockets toward Crash, who smoothly dodges and instantly gears up for a vicious counterattack. He flawlessly slides right under Tigresso's heavy strike. Shockingly nimble, Tigresso pulls off a wild, acrobatic flip to narrowly dodge our hero's counter. Totally unfazed, Crash bounces right back onto his feet. Perfectly poised, he violently launches a full-power heavy kick straight at Tigresso, and the brutal strike lands flawlessly. His dark eyes burn with absolute unchecked fury and laser-focused precision, locking entirely onto his massive enemy. Then, in a blinding blur of motion, he violently the bone-crushing impact instantly blasts his. Our protagonist lets out a heavy, tired sigh, easily ending the chaotic brawl in absolute seconds. A few painful moments later, the bruised fighter groggily wakes up from the dirt, immediately whining and accusing. Crash shoots back, instantly, coldly reminding the guy that he was the idiot who picked the fight in the first place, and this entire brutal beatdown was 100% avoidable. Stubborn to the core, Tigresso wildly snarls that he's grabbing his massive weapon for round 2. Completely unamused, the young master dryly asks if Tigresso actually believes he can keep swinging with his body this completely trashed. The brute flashes a cocky, arrogant grin, totally hyped for a rematch, only to suddenly running on fumes and unable to push into round 2. He breaks it down for Bianca, revealing a hidden family technique. The 1-inch strike was actually born from a massive failure within the Valheim bloodline. It is a forbidden art, designed to unleash maximum destructive force at point-blank range, shredding the target's insides before snapping back. This was the only move he managed to salvage from his burning estate, and it is the exact reason he has walked away from countless near-death encounters. Having dropped his ultimate trump card, he knows Tigresso will not be waking up anytime soon. With their obstacle out cold, he gives the green light to enter the room. They kick open the doors, totally locked in, and ready to face their target. Inside, a man and a woman are casually leaning against the sanctuary balcony. A figure steps out of the shadows, calling out to Baal. The guy actually finds it hysterical that they managed to take down Barak Ogma. Crash instantly connects the dots. Anax used the second princess as bait. He realizes Anax could not care less about her. He was gunning for Crash from the very start. Smirking, Anax decides the rumors must be total garbage, since Crash actually figured it out all on his own. Refusing to back down, Crash challenges him to a duel, laying down brutal stakes if he loses. He swears the narrative is about to flip after this brawl because he fully intends to rip away Anax's power. If everyone calls him a total failure, crushing this guy today will rewrite history. Anax Glazer just stares at Crash as he vents. These two go way back from their academy days, all the way to the Blue Generation. In his past life, they were practically brothers. They had waded through hell and back together, but that bond was completely fake. It only existed because Crash was a useful pawn for Glazer, and that so-called usefulness came to light in the most twisted way possible. The flashback hits. Everyone in their squad had been wiped out, leaving Crash drowning in absolute despair. Begging for his life, he pleaded with Anax Glazer for backup. But Anax knew that if word got out that this deadly trap was his fault, he would be kicked right out of the Blue Generation. Crash frantically argued that since he was the lone survivor, nobody else had to know the bloody truth. He reasoned that internal politics were a nightmare, and Anax would be instantly exiled over this single disaster. Hearing that Anax made his cold-blooded choice, desperate to protect his own skin, he decided to pin the whole massacre on Crash, since everyone already hated the guy anyway, ensuring the real story would stay buried forever. Anax mockingly thanked Crash for being such a great friend to the bitter end. Clinging to the edge of a cliff, Crash was utterly blinded by pure, unadulterated. He screamed that he only ever stuck around Anax for Charlotte's sake, and that this entire bloodbath happened because Anax wanted to marry her. Glazer shot back that this was exactly why. He absolutely despised Crash Valheim. He spat that Crash was completely talentless, yet possessed this annoyingly sharp intuition that always got in his way. And with Charlotte walking down the aisle soon, their little partnership was officially over. Anax coldly stated that it was probably for the best, because after all, Charlotte would not want a funeral crashing her wedding day. His strength finally giving out, Crash's fingers slipped from the jagged rock. Plummeting down the gorge, he wondered if this was really how his story ended, until a hand suddenly grabbed his. It was Arthur, and the two ended up teaming up together. But honestly, that was just the spark for an even more massive disaster. In the aftermath, Arthur's damning testimony got Anax booted from the Blue Generation, and in his frantic desperation, the traitor tried to marry the princess. Snapping back to the present, Anax casually remarks that Crash's face and annoying tone are exactly like Charlotte's. Hearing her name makes our hero's blood boil. The traumatic memories flood back, proving this bastard has not changed one bit. Crash fiercely demands that Anax keep his sister's name out of his filthy mouth. Surging with raw energy into his fists, he charges straight at his nemesis. He roars that just like his sister, he never runs from a fight, launching himself forward into a full-on offensive. Anax does not even flinch. A massive tree erupts from the ground to parry the strike, forcing our hero to grab the thick branch. Gearing up for an acrobatic counter, he leaps off the wood to chain another devastating blow. But the bark beneath his boots splinters violently. Like a living snake, the branch violently coils around his ankle. Suddenly, a massive root snags his ankle, launching him through the air. He slams hard into the dirt, as a dozen more branches erupt from the earth, pinning him down. Thrashing wildly, he finally rips himself free and drops back into a fighting stance. But just as he predicted, fatigue is already tearing at his muscles. This is turning into a brutal slugfest. Smirking Anax taunts him, asking if that's seriously all he's got, and practically begs him to pull out a real weapon before facing the Glazer family's ultimate secret art, the Heavenly Timber style, by fusing his insane recovery rate with plant manipulation. Anax infuses the vines with pure aura. Unfazed, our boy casually scoops up a random stick from the dirt and asks if this is the weapon he was crying about. He boldly declares he's going to beat Anax at his own game, using nothing but a literal twig. Young Master Valheim's sheer seething Anax dares him to try and block a barrage of killer roots. Without missing a beat, our hero explodes forward, weaving through the deadly strikes like they're moving in slow motion. Glazer's eyes widen in absolute shock as every single attack hits empty air. It would make perfect sense if this kid was a once-in-a-generation prodigy like Charlotte, but he's supposed to be the family's biggest disappointment. Sweating Glazer wonders if the trash somehow awakened his mind's eye. But to our hero, Anax is just another predictable mob. That's his ultimate cheat code. Back in his past life, he fought against these exact same moves so many times it practically made him sick. Plus, he knows Anax has a fatal flaw. He zones out whenever he starts obsessing over Charlotte. Capitalizing on a split-second lull, our boy realizes his opponent's mind is completely wandering again. Pushed to the brink, Anax desperately channels his mana, ripping a colossal tree trunk straight out of the ground for a devastating strike. Shielding his eyes from the blinding dust storm, our hero braces himself. Anax unleashes the fifth form of the Heavenly Timber style, manifesting a towering, monstrous wooden giant. Panting, Anax warns him that playtime is officially over, and tells him to watch his back. Watching from the sidelines, the princess gasps, realizing Anax just crossed a dangerous line. After all, if young Master Crash takes a direct hit from that monster, he's as good as dead. As panic sets in over the potentially fatal outcome, the Titan winds up a crushing punch aimed right at our boy's skull. But our hero, he doesn't even flinch. A confident smirk creeps onto his face. He already has the perfect counter. Buried deep within the dusty shelves of the mansion's library lay a forgotten secret martial arts manual, penned by one of his ancestors. The author was a completely talentless hack who stubbornly swung his blade until he was 80 years old, grinding out the exact same brutal routine. Written on his deathbed, the ultra-short guidebook detailed his relentless swinging drills, climaxing in one ultimate technique that demanded absolute perfect harmony between the swordsman and his blade. And since our hero had survived endless hellish scenarios thanks to his curse, he completely mastered that ancestor's hidden art. Becoming one with his makeshift weapon, he slashes forward in a single fluid blur. Channeling a completely different dimension of power, he unleashes a blindingly clean arc that instantly obliterates the towering wooden behemoth. He didn't even need a real sword. He annihilated the giant with a literal stick. The princess's jaw drops to the floor, completely paralyzed by the spectacle. Anax Glazer looks like he's seen a ghost, unable to process the absolute slaughter. Stepping calmly out of the thick smoke, our boy locks eyes with his utterly defeated rival, tossing the splintered twig into the dirt. He coldly tells Anax to check his ego next time. Drained of every ounce of willpower, the cocky noble crumples to the ground, out cold. But the victory took its toll. After nuking the giant, our hero is running on absolute fumes. His original plan was to pull his punches just enough so he could smoothly steal the guy's skill, but he accidentally burned through his entire stamina bar. He can't even twitch a muscle or spit out a single word. Suddenly, Bianca sprints over. Scooping him into her arms, she screams that she's going to save Crash. But then she starts mashing down on his chest so aggressively, it looks like she's trying to crush his ribs. At this rate, her first aid is actually going to send him to the afterlife. The surrounding crowd frantically begs her to stop before she kills him. Luckily, a random guy hoists his limp body onto his back and hauls him. The entire arena absolutely erupts into absolute chaos as reality sets in. The undisputed loser just utterly humiliated Anax. Word is already spreading like wildfire that the notoriously lazy trash of the family somehow curb-stomped a high-ranking noble. Nobody saw a massive upset like this coming. The second that kid wakes up, he's going to be an absolute superstar. But amidst the hype, something else highly intriguing went down during the showdown. The sheer look of despair on Anax's face left a lingering shadow, giving our hero a seriously bad gut feeling about. The Alchemy King firmly declares he absolutely refuses to die before seeing this crucial research through to the end. Our hero snaps awake. Just moments later, he dives right back into his grueling. 1 full week has passed since he dragged himself back from the Star Sanctuary. He's still nursing the brutal backlash from wielding that blade, painfully aware that if he'd pushed it any further, he'd be in way worse shape than Anax. Honestly, if he hadn't blacked out, he could have wrapped up the setup to steal his opponent's skill entirely. Right now, Crash is weighing 2 different methods to pull this off. Method 1. Crack the lock on that ominous black hood. Method 2. Totally mess with his enemy's head. He's banking on method number 2. It's actually a total breeze, assuming you can absolutely crush your opponent into the dirt. Since that massive Anax is drowning in waves of pure doubt, getting utterly humiliated by the worthless trash he always looked down on has completely shattered his ego. It might take a little time, but that sweet regeneration skill will eventually be safely in Crash's pocket. He plans to grind his training every single day for an entire year before hitting the academy, just to shake off this awkwardness. Right on cue, his butler steps up to address the young master. He drops the news Belican, his arrogant older brother, just rolled up to the Green Pine Manor. Knowing he can't just dodge the guy forever, he finally waves him inside. Meanwhile, Bianca hands him a cool glass of water after his brutal workout. She also doesn't hold back on roasting him about his intense body odor. He knows expanding his aura flushes out deep impurities, so he hadn't even noticed the stench. Pinching her nose, she suggests he might want to scrub down before meeting his brother. When he stubbornly brushes it off, she immediately tells him to back up because he stinks. He smirks, asking if she's really bossing around her own fiancé. Watching her, he realizes just how much Bianca has matured after all the recent chaos. And then she suddenly bolts, catching him totally off guard. Honestly, he just views her as a cute little sister and can't resist messing with her. His old comrades from before the regression would probably give him a deadpan stare for this. Unprompted, his mind drifts straight to how Lord Arthur would react, which would be absolute icy indifference. He can practically hear Arthur calling him soft, warning him that at this pathetic pace, he'll never be able to stop the world from ending. Just thinking about Arthur sends his mind drifting away for a second. He absolutely hates to admit it, but right up until the bitter end, Arthur was the ultimate frontline hero, a guy who never, ever let his guard down. His playful mood snaps the second his older brother finally steps into view. Belican Valheim notices the relaxed vibe and immediately accuses his little brother of slacking off to flirt with his fiancée. Our guy just shrugs, shooting back that everybody needs to let loose sometimes. He mentally notes how this very same guy who used to be terrified, who wouldn't even dare make eye contact before, is now staring him down with zero hesitation. Belican confirms that the wild rumors about Anax getting thrashed are spreading like wildfire, then demands to know why he actually showed up at Green Pine Manor. Belican sneers, mentioning he heard the academy is now admitting students strictly based on exam scores instead of noble status. Not missing a beat, our hero casually suggests his older brother better start hitting the books. Highly offended, Belican realizes the punk is deliberately baiting him. After all, even the most terrifying empire on the planet quakes at the name Valheim and wouldn't dare lay a finger on the Styrian kingdom. His bloodline is operating on a whole different level compared to these basic noble houses, and he's a direct heir to that power. He finds it absolutely laughable that his little brother is lecturing him about exams, completely unfazed by that lucky win over Anax. He fires back that it makes total sense for a filthy commoner to stress over academic scraps. But seeing that his brother doesn't even flinch at the insult, he angrily demands to know what's up with that cocky attitude. He finally spits it out. He only came down to Green Pine to bark an order at his little brother. The mission: halt the deadly erosion creeping across Mount Gariak. Our hero dryly points out he's literally only 15 years old, but Belican just smirks, saying he'll officially recognize him as a guardian, mocking him to stop shaking in his boots. He instantly sees right through the setup. His brother is trying to test his combat limits and keep him on a tight leash, so he accepts the lethal job anyway. Honestly, he's way more comfortable fighting back dark corruption than living some cushy, peaceful life. Even if it's an obvious trap he's already scheming. He casually lets Bianca know he'll be heading out to deal with the corruption, and firmly orders her to stay behind. She coolly agrees to stay put, obeying without a fuss. Still, she thinks it's completely insane to send a 13-year-old kid into a literal death trap like this. As the cursed princess's chilling words echoed through the room, her older brother scoffed. Leaping to his fiancée's defense, he snapped that no one should take a 12-year-old kid seriously anyway. That careless remark was a direct slap in the face to his brother's intellect, sparking an instant fiery rage. Storming off in a huff, he couldn't handle his younger brother's sharp provocation. Turning to Bianca, he praised her actions, even if he had absolutely no clue what she actually pulled off. Gently patting his fiancée's head, he reassured her that the lady would be thrilled with the outcome, regardless of the details. She simply begged him not to pass out again. Grabbing his weapon, he loudly announced he was heading out on a mission with his brother. World corrosion, a catastrophic phenomenon where an alien dimension bleeds into reality, spawning horrifying new species. As time ticks by, the environment violently twists and mutates, letting the rotting corruption spread like a plague. Entire regions morph into nightmarish, otherworldly landscapes, just like the now decaying Mount Garica. Classified as a lethal 3-star hazard zone, the Purification Squad confirmed that cleanup could only kick off once the boss was slaughtered. Despite how it might look, a 3-star threat is an absolute nightmare, pushing even the most battle-hardened Night Orders to their breaking point. But Belican was a top-tier powerhouse, entirely capable of crushing a corrupted zone's boss without breaking a sweat. Yet right in the heat of it all, he threw a sudden curveball at his younger brother Crash. He claimed he dragged the low-level rookie along just to spoon-feed him some much-needed field experience. Crash played along, faking a nod, but he saw right through his brother's dirty little scheme. The only real reason he tagged along, fully aware of the suffocating pressure waiting for him, was to test out a desperate, temporary fix for his own unstable power surges. Suddenly, they slashed through a grotesque, twisted insect born from the corrupted dimension. Panting heavily, the knights muttered that at this brutal pace, the end crash zeroed in on a headless, nightmarish monstrosity covered in jagged teeth, barking in order to cloak their bodies in aura immediately. One bite from that thing would cause severe, agonizing swelling. Stunned, the knights asked if Crash had survived a corrupted world before. One veteran pointed out how insanely unnatural it was for a 13-year-old kid to casually stroll into a hellscape as dangerous as this one. His older brother scoffed, amazed that such a useless kid was keeping perfectly cool in his very first corrupted zone. After all, when Belican first faced a rotting dimension, at 15 years old, it completely shattered his ego. He couldn't fathom how his baby brother was already out here barking tactical orders at seasoned knights, a wildly different reaction from his own terrified first run. Catching a glimpse of the fearless smirk plastered across Crash's face, he fought back the urge to compare himself to the kid. Honestly, his pride was already taking a massive hit from watching his little brother show off. His hands actually trembled as he gripped his hilt, watching Crash command the squad like a born leader. Gritting his teeth, he ignited a blinding aura that wrapped completely around his blade. A chilling realization clawed at his mind. A deep, dark fear that Crash, just like Charlotte, would eventually leave him in the dust. If that nightmare actually came true, Belican would be branded the pathetic loser of Valheim, a humiliating fate he outright refused to accept. Driven by sheer panic, he violently charged forward, hacking away at the surrounding like a madman. He screamed a warning that the boss room was dead ahead right before plunging them into a thick, blood-red mist. Belican smirked, boasting about their insane luck, claiming this run felt like a total breeze compared to his first time. After all, they hadn't seen a single piece of corrupted trash, besides the main boss. But the young hero instantly fired back, warning them to stay on extremely high alert, sensing something deeply wrong with this creepy silence. He figured they were walking into a trap set by a 3-star nightmare, a beast powerful enough to sustain this entire rotting domain by itself. But his arrogant older brother ordered the knights to stop shaking in their boots and ignore the kid's paranoid rambling. He puffed out his chest, bragging that it was just another 3-star target, and promised they would butcher the thing and head home in record time. The young hero desperately tried to lock back into the mission, until a horrifying vision froze the blood in his veins. Fueled by the extreme immersion poison coursing through him, the corrupted world's raw, pulsing energy became crystal clear, far more terrifying than any. Clutching his mask, he gritted his teeth, knowing he had to face this grim reality head-on. The suffocating tension cranked up to a boiling point as the ultimate life-or-death showdown loomed closer. Hidden deep within the suffocating crimson, his body violently convulses as a sickening wave of nausea hits him. He violently coughs up a massive amount of blood, the brutal backlash leaving him severely battered. Someone shouts out asking if Lord Crash is okay, but his brother quickly steps in, covering for him by saying he just lost his footing from exhaustion. Our protagonist waves them off, insisting he is perfectly fine, though he admits he definitely did not expect to throw up like that. But this corrupted energy courses through his veins like sheer poison, making this brutal reaction completely inevitable. He has absolutely no other choice. He channels the extreme immersion poison exactly as the secret manual instructed, now desperately trying to fuse his own aura with this dark energy. His aura surges forward like a raging river, devouring the corrupted energy and twisting it into an entirely new, unforgettable shade. This is the horrifying side effect of the surge, a consequence that chills him right to the bone. He knows damn well that under normal circumstances, his body never would have survived such a brutal ordeal. Gripping onto consciousness, he channels his aura to unleash a hidden technique from the Seishukan, a legendary place he honestly thought was wiped from history. The legend goes that a blind ancestor once stumbled upon a hidden archive, but since he lacked his sight, He could not actually decipher a single word written on those pages. Left with absolutely zero options, he was forced to seal the entire, leaving behind just one solitary manual to guarantee that no one else would ever suffer his same cursed fate. The name of this forbidden technique: the sixth sense. Our hero fiercely circulates his surging aura, fully activating the blind ancestors' forgotten art. It awakens an extrasensory perception, allowing him to literally feel his surroundings through his... Right now, his vision is still too blurry to make out the finer details, but it gives him just enough clarity to pinpoint his exact location. He immediately senses that the surrounding area is finally completely wiped clean of the surge's toxic influence. Watching the surge violently recede, it clicks in his mind. With the sixth sense active, he can actually overcome this nightmare. He firmly wipes the last remaining traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as a grim realization suddenly hits him, he knows damn well this is merely a temporary fix, because a massive eruption could blast off at any second by absorbing energy from this corrupted wasteland. When that inevitably happens, he is desperately going to need the power of Bianca's cursed doll. Even though it acts as a mere containment measure, it gives him a fighting chance to hold out. This is literally his first time successfully breaking through to a higher realm. But then, a chilling sensation washes over him. He snaps his head around, his instincts screaming that an enemy just breached his perimeter. Right at that exact split second, a grotesque monstrosity spawns directly behind his back. The sinister beast keeps its eyes tightly shut until they suddenly snap open, blasting a menacing blood-red glow. Our guy is now standing face to face with the actual zone boss. Towering above him is a massive crimson abomination, looking like some twisted hybrid of a giant worm and a hulking lion. He immediately barks out a warning to the squad. This mutant chimera is a terrifying... The twisted monster unleashes an earth-shattering roar, trying to freeze them dead in their tracks. Belikin, our protagonist's older brother, just stares at it, his eyes blown wide open, and our hero mirrors his brother's sheer panic, completely paralyzed by the sight of this horrific abomination. This absolute nightmare is Sangonki, the legendary demon of 1,000 faces. Snapping out of it, he instantly shifts into combat mode. He screams at everyone to brace themselves for an absolute bloodbath. The older brother quickly coats his massive blade in a thick layer of frost before immediately sparking it up with roaring flames. Suddenly, the broadsword violently expands, completely engulfed in a blazing inferno. Belikin's sheer raw power never fails to drop jaws. Our boy instantly recognizes this technique as Ignis, Sermon's signature ability, the exact same devastating skill that completely incinerated his arm back in his past life. He stares wide-eyed as Belikin supercharges his fiery blade to take down the beast. See, before, he regressed back in time. His older brother had completely lost his damn mind. But right now, he is acting incredibly focused, leaving our hero wondering if his sanity is actually intact this time around. He silently prays his brother has truly changed for the better. But suddenly, a terrifying skill activates, literally ripping the face right off one of the men. One of the terrified knights yells out that they have been hit by a deadly curse. He frantically adds that even top-tier veterans get completely shredded by this demon's 8 massive arms. With the situation spiraling out of control this fast, there is only one viable option left on the table. But Big Brother totally shuts that down, barking at them to stand their ground and fight. Without hesitating, he launches a devastating fiery slash straight at the monstrosity. The demon instantly catches fire, and all of its stolen, twisted faces contort in pure, agonizing pain. The brutal impact drops the massive beast hard onto the dirt. Belikin screams at the squad to push forward, letting them know he just carved out the perfect opening to strike. The knights fighting alongside him are absolutely blown away by his commanding presence. Just as everyone thought, not even the zone boss stands a chance against his overwhelming power. Our main guy scans the battlefield, a creeping dread washing over him. As he wonders, he frantically searches the blood-soaked ground. Then it hits him. His older brother isn't even looking his way. Those intense eyes are locked dead onto the 1,000-faced demon. His brother's focus is dialed in entirely on the area boss. Right at that tense second, A sickening dark fluid begins pouring from the monster's eyes like twisted tears. Every single one of its grotesque. Our hero instantly knows something is horribly wrong with this abomination. He can feel it in his gut. If this keeps up, things are going to go from bad to absolutely catastrophic. Without missing a beat, his older brother launches himself straight at the beast, charging up another devastating strike. Pelican can literally feel the crushing, suffocating aura radiating off the monster. He knows they have to obliterate this demon right now, before it mutates into something worse. Screaming at the knights to launch a full-scale synchronized assault, he dives headfirst back into the bloodbath. But the nightmarish creature just swallows his aura blast whole. It doesn't even leave a scratch. Frantic, he barks orders at his squad to unleash their next barrage before the monstrosity can evolve any further. After all, the elite knights of Valheim shouldn't be shaking in their boots over this. But when he looks back, he yells out, asking what the hell they're doing. Every single one of them is frozen completely stiff. That's when the older brother realizes the horrifying truth. He's been trapped by the thousand-faced demon's curse, and the monster didn't even have to lay a finger on. A sickening, crawling sensation washes over him as his own face literally begins to melt away. The realization hits hard. He is fully snared in the curse. His features completely blur into nothingness as he stands paralyzed right in the danger zone. Out of nowhere, thick, heavy raindrops start crashing down as a violent storm rolls in. Our hero instantly knows the tides of this battle have drastically turned against them. Trapped in this hopeless nightmare, both brothers can feel the icy grip of death closing in on them. He is absolutely convinced. If the fight keeps dragging, with the thousand-faced demon looming right over them, they frantically try to retrace their steps, wondering just how far they have actually run. They have been sprinting forever, without catching even a glimpse of the exit. The grim reality sets in. This world corrosion is completely sealed off. A massive, inescapable death trap. It dawns on them. The only ticket out of this hell is to slaughter the demon. The terrifying thought that he might actually die here starts to slowly. Suddenly, flashes of Charlotte flood his mind. Her voice rings in his ears, feeding Pelican crucial advice on how to scrape through this alive. He desperately scrambles away, trying to outrun the sheer colossal size of the beast, and its overwhelming deadly presence leave him absolutely paralyzed with fear. Gritting his teeth, he rips out his broadsword and ignites the blade with a blazing fiery aura. He violently swings his weapon right into the creature's massive mutated hand, sparking a massive bone-rattling shockwave of pure. Right at that explosive moment, the storm kicks into overdrive. The endless torrential downpour viciously pounds the battlefield, turning the whole area into a muddy, soaked wasteland. He violently crashes to the mud, utterly swallowed by despair. His brutal battle wounds are making it impossible to stand up. But his brother grabs him by the legs and desperately drags him out of the kill zone. Through the heavy rain, he spots Nargu and the remaining knights off in the distance, still fiercely clashing with the thousand-faced demon. Pelican is dying to charge right back into the fray and help them out. But right now, neither of the brothers is in any shape to throw a single punch. He painfully reflects on the brutal clash, terrified by the absolutely godlike, monstrous power of their enemy. Recovering from the brutal beatdown, his brother firmly grips his sword once again. Pelican just violently grinds his teeth together, drowning in pure hopelessness, as the foul, creeping corrosion staring down the horde of nightmarish freaks, a dark thought. He is entirely convinced. With the thousand frantic, they ask each other, just how much longer until they finally hit the damn exit? His brother grimly replies that they have been pushing forward forever, without seeing even a sliver of light. He puts the pieces together. Unless they butcher this boss demon right here, right now, they are never going home. But right in that darkest, most hopeless second, Crash Valheim drops a massive bombshell. He actually has His brother reveals that he is sitting on an insanely powerful secret technique, one directly passed down to him by Charlotte herself. And get this very same hidden move was the exact reason he was able to go toe-to-toe with the legendary Anax from the Star Sanctuary. It turns out, Charlotte might have had a soft spot for the brothers all along, maybe right from the very start. Stunned, Pelican looks up at his older brother, asking if that crazy technique is actually... Instead of running away like cowards, he decides to bet it all and dive headfirst into the danger. He completely gets why his younger brother is so terrified, but he reaches out his hand anyway, ready to pull him out of the mud. Looking him dead in the eye, he asks if he truly believes in their sister's insane skills. Belican doesn't even hesitate. Charlotte. She is an absolute genius. He puts his absolute faith in him. But if this backfires, both brothers are as good as dead. Crash flashes a confident smirk, swearing he absolutely will not let that happen. They stand in a desolate wasteland, completely chewed up by the world's corruption. The two siblings brace themselves as the demon closes in. He checks to see if the Ignis ability is locked and loaded. His brother gives the green light, kicking their desperate strategy into high gear. Crash rises to his feet, planting his stance like a rock. A massive shockwave of energy erupts from his core. He shuts his eyes, channeling his absolute focus to trigger the skill. Belican just stares in pure shock, completely blown away by his brother's incredibly refined aura. Crash Valheim's blade stretches out, bleeding a relentless stream of raw power. His brother can hardly wrap his head around this insane level of... He has never witnessed such a crystal-clear force before. He actually second-guessed himself, back when Charlotte demanded they fuse the Ignis flames with his ultimate hidden technique. Despite years of grinding, he could never tame that power, yet his brother just nailed it flawlessly. Crash calls for a spark of Ignis, and he instantly complies. He funnels his blazing magic over to him, pooling every ounce of heat right into the sword's tip. Crash gets completely devoured by his brother's raging Ignis magic. His entire figure becomes a walking... The great sword scales up massively, the steel drenched in scorching embers. But then he flags a critical drawback to his brother. He admits he can't keep this hyperstate active for long, begging his brother to buy him some precious time. His brother stares deep into the roaring blaze, flaring with a vicious heat he could never dream of producing himself. Wielding that apocalyptic blade, the dark memory flashes back, how his entire squad was wiped out in a split second, forcing him to run for his life. If Crash can take down this hellspawn, it proves one undeniable truth. That beast is even weaker than the Valheim family's biggest disappointment. Crash only needs a single strike to obliterate the fiend. He winds up for the lethal blow, his blade blazing with his brother's stolen Ignis flames. He unleashes a flawless strike right before Belican's stunned eyes. One clean slash is all it takes to execute the beast. As Belican witnesses the carnage, his jaw drops in sheer disbelief, and the young outcast instantly puts it in the dirt. With the vile monster dead, the raging storm breaks, and basking in the glow, Crash calls out to his older brother, announcing their nightmarish ordeal is finally over. Utterly mind-blown by how effortlessly the kid pulled it off, Belican snaps. He bursts into a manic laugh and draws his weapon. Screaming in pure rage, he charges forward to slaughter his own flesh and blood. He swings his heavy blade, but Crash effortlessly blocks the deadly strike, using Ignis magic, forged onto his own sword. Belican freezes in sheer panic. Why the hell is his own fire magic suddenly blocked? Crash just smirks, thanking his brother. He mocks his older brother for being so pathetically predictable. The exact conditions to steal Belican's power were locked in. First step, he had to willingly hand over a spark of his Ignis to an enemy. Second step, he had to realize that his opponent mastered the flame far better than he ever could. And for the final nail in the coffin, his massive ego had to completely shatter. Seizing the opening, Crash brutally slashes his brother, leaving Belican bleeding out on the dirt. As scorching fire finally burns the monstrous corpse to ash, Crash carves off a chunk of tainted flesh with his blade. All he desperately craved was his family's acceptance. Yet, no matter how hard he bled and fought, that innocent dream was crushed, and his brothers offered him nothing but pure hatred. The real monster behind this toxic nightmare was the ruthless patriarch, Belican Valheim. Even now, a foolish spark of hope lingers inside him. Maybe, just his twisted family might finally see his worth. But knowing the harsh reality, he does what he must. He violently shoves the rotting monster flesh right down Belican's throat, Watching, Crash flashes back to the excruciating torture he endured when his own flesh and face were mercilessly burned away. So with dead eyes, he just stands there, watching his tormentor choke and convulse. He silently stares down until Belican's legs finally go limp, twitching into a dead stop. Leaving the pathetic corpse behind, Crash tilts his head toward the bright sky. The cruel irony of such a gorgeous sunny day hits him, and a dark, hollow chuckle escapes his lips. Shockwaves ripple through the Valheim main estate as the grim news drops. Lord Belican's elite Knight Order has been entirely wiped out. The deadly corrosion hazard is officially bumped up to a staggering 5-star threat, proving it took an absolute master to slay the beast. The official, fabricated narrative paints a noble picture. If Lord Belican hadn't valiantly sacrificed himself, poor little Crash would be dead meat. Belican's fiercely loyal butler sobs hysterically, completely shattered that his glorious master threw away his life. Cutting through the grief, Valheim's head butler announces that the sole survivor of this so-called tragic sacrifice has arrived. Crash quietly listens to their delusional rambling, hearing them vow that Belican's heroic demise will not go to waste. A smirk dances in his mind. The gullible fools swallowed his fake story hook, line, and sinker. Now he's totally in the clear. And honestly, his dead brother gave him an incredible power during that bloody raid. First, he proved he can completely master the explosive surges locked deep within his sixth sense. Second, his lethal control over the ultra-toxic blood rot technique has leveled up immensely. And the ultimate prize, merging his dark aura with the stolen Ignis, has birthed the devastating. Ignis is a ruthless force that burns through literally anything. But when you fuse it with his chaotic world corrosion aura, it mutates into an unstoppable, hellish black. The only real headache he has left at this wretched estate is dodging the ongoing investigation into the corrupted hazard zones. Knocking heavily on the massive wooden doors, he is sharply ordered to step inside. Inside, the grim reality hits him. The true trigger behind the war, even if this apocalyptic mess was sparked by a rogue dimension rift. The mastermind behind it all is still locked away in an eternal, coma-like slumber. But with the monsters finally waking up, he dreads running into a heavy hitter. Waiting for him is Saphira, a sharp-eyed, fourth-class investigator, and instantly his eyes lock onto a deadly detail. A chilling the sight of the black star sends a violent shockwave through his He never expected to hunt it down this early in the game. Staring down the undead monstrosity, he flat-out demands to forge a dark pact. Pointing a finger dead at her, he vows to shatter her eternal curse. A wicked smirk spreads across her face. She knows exactly who he is. The regressor. Caught off guard, she shreds her pathetic disguise, unleashing her true, terrifyingly sinister form. Flashback to the previous timeline. The Crimson Immortal Garden. Auguste rots in eternal Their desperate gamble to siphon her immortality ends in total failure. Coldly, Arthur condemns her to an agonizing, endless loop of regeneration. The only reason this eternal beast commands such a massive army of thralls. A vicious curse. The immortal witch scoffs, wondering what exactly they find so damn pitiful about her fate. Lady Sigrun sharply warns her to drop the innocent act, even if she wasn't purposefully playing dumb. But Arthur abruptly cuts the conversation short. He coldly declares that this grim punishment will permanently handle their immortal problem. Yet deep down, he considers this entire his biggest regret. That crash tragically failed to rip away that curse of immortality. Even if the boy reincarnates 1,000 times, pulling off that heist remains mathematically impossible. The ultimate requirement is absolute. He would literally have to eclipse the immortal's own godlike strength. Snapping back to the present, the sinister woman flashes a razor-sharp grin and asks if he really is the lead. Peeling back her human mask, she mocks him, claiming she just stumbled upon a worthless piece of trash. Unfazed, he challenges her what exactly gave away his identity. She sneers. A mere brat offering a deal of this magnitude. That screams regressor. Still, she coldly accuses him of bluffing because a pathetic time traveler could never slaughter an apex predator who completely transcends time itself. Without flinching, the boy thrusts his hand forward. dark energy violently swearing on his life that he is not playing games. He absolutely possesses the power to steal her eternal life. Channeling the abyssal magic of the Black Hood, a massive spectral purple claw surges out and totally engulfs the witch. She fiercely detonating her own terrifying aura. For centuries, she has hunted for a champion strong enough to finally grant her death. She purposely drowned the world in rotting corruption just to force someone's hand. And now, a kid capable of devouring her cursed immortality stands right in front of her. Cutting to the chase, he lays out his one non-negotiable term. He desperately needs her brutal training to skyrocket his power level. His lethal extraction ability will only trigger once the deal is simple. He becomes her ultimate disciple. In exchange, thrilled by the sheer madness of it, Crimson Garden, Auguste swears to forge this boy into the most unstoppable force on the planet, and eagerly seals the demonic bargain. Honestly, it is mind-blowing how heavily her suffocating aura crushes him, especially since her physical body isn't even in the room. Make no mistake, Crimson Garden wields enough apocalyptic magic to stand toe-to-toe against Arthur and his deadliest commanders. Even if he has to siphon the dark arts of a world corrupter, he must halt the catastrophic decay. The stakes have never been higher. In this life, Arthur brutally hijacked the power of time manipulation, meaning Crash can never turn back the clock on his own again. If this world crumbles to ash one more time, his very soul will be wiped from existence. That is exactly why, moving forward, he and the immortal monster are officially teaming up. The second he casually calls her Crimson, the witch genuinely flinches in surprise. Tasting his name, Crash, on her lips, she suddenly reaches out, pats his head, and strictly commands him to call her master. With the hellish contract officially inked, he finally heads back to his roots. Walking the familiar grounds, he admits he visited this place years ago, but hasn't called it home in ages. Suddenly, Valkyrie, the fierce lady of Valheim from the direct knightly order, steps into his path. Honestly, the boy is struggling hard to even remember his own parents' faces. His mother softly admits she kept her distance at the Pine Estate, but the wild rumors swirling around his dramatic transformation finally piqued her curiosity. Looking him dead in the eye, she officially introduces herself as his flesh and blood. She quickly drops a massive bombshell the lord of the house demanded an immediate audience. His father had ventured deep into a demigod's realm. Staring into the cosmos, the man felt a cosmic shift, directly tied to his son's awakening. Because of this cosmic warning, Arya heavily pressures him to lock down at the main estate until his father arrives. But Crash instantly shoots down the idea. He refuses to waste a single second lingering at the mansion while his gorgeous fiancée Bianca is eagerly waiting for him. He coldly brushes her off, stating he will only bother showing up when his old man actually arrives and summons him. Staring through the glass, she watches her changed son walk away, quietly praying that his father will finally be able to. So he hops into a horse-drawn carriage and rolls into a sleepy village, with the journey pressing on down a dusty dirt road. A massive wave of pure freedom washes over him. He's absolutely convinced he won't have to drag himself back to Wilhelm anytime soon. The mysterious woman snaps at him, calling him a completely ill-mannered brat, demanding he open the door right this second. Catching sight of her morphed into a bizarre, he casually shoots back that the color is way too flashy. Without missing a beat, she shapeshifts into a pitch-black as many times as it takes. She ruthlessly taunts him, bragging that her sleek raven feathers now perfectly match the pitch black of his own eyes. She drops a bombshell. Her actual physical body is completely paralyzed. Then she sharply mocks him as nothing but a fool. The truth is, he's only a flawed, incomplete regressor, hijacking the immense power of the real Arthur. But he's keeping that deadly secret locked tight in his chest. Finally, the imposing gates of the Green Pines mansion loom into view. He gives Grim a strict warning to play nice with a certain White residing at the estate. Grim scoffs, finding it incredibly bizarre that a White would be lounging around, and right on cue, Bianca swoops down, magically disguised as a pristine white bird, to welcome him home. It suddenly clicks for Grim. This mysterious White her master mentioned is actually his own wife. Ariad steps into the scene as well. and our hero immediately asks if anything crazy went down while he was gone. The butler reports that an urgent letter from Darland of Enphelion just dropped. Ripping it open, he reads that the special color-altering potion is fully brewed. Darland whipped it up in record time. Thrilled, he orders Ariad to roll out the red carpet for Darland if she ever visits, declaring her an absolute lifesaver. The loyal butler spills the beans Bianca had been pacing the floors, worried sick the entire time he was away. Her anxiety absolutely skyrocketed when rumors reached her that he was tangled up in that deadly corrosion incident. She was literally about to storm out, demanding a carriage be prepped so she could go after him herself. A heavy wave of guilt hits him. But then, boom, a system alert chimes. The very first condition to earn Bianca's true friendship has finally been met and officially unlocked. This unexpected notification catches our hero completely off. Catching him staring, she nervously asks if there's something weird on her face. He quickly brushes it off, smoothly covering up by saying he just wanted to introduce a brand new buddy. He presents the little creature as Grim, and without a second thought, the pale girl snatches the bird up. But she doesn't just hold her. She squeezes the absolute life out of Grim, like a favorite stuffed animal. Panicking, the hero frantically tries to warn her that the ancient being is definitely not going to like that. Meanwhile, his brain is racing. He desperately wants to max out Bianca's affection meter the normal way. In this world, a best friend or lover. And honestly, that last option is looking like the most obvious route. Suddenly, Bianca releases her death grip on Grim, who frantically flutters away, completely dizzy and traumatized. But there's a catch. Our guy absolutely refuses to romance a totally emotionless doll version of Bianca. Things were never this complicated before he turned back time. Plus, mentally, he's a full-grown adult. Meanwhile, the pale girl is absolutely obsessed with her new fluffy toy and refuses to let Grim out of her sight. Realizing he needs to get stronger, fast, he pulls Grim aside for a heavy, serious talk. He's itching to test the true limits of his and immediately storms the training grounds. But Grim Shi mercilessly roasts him, calling his current stats absolutely pathetic for a time traveler. She coldly states that the kid has nothing but painfully mediocre talent. Even when he abuses all his past life memories and busted secret techniques, he's barely scraping by with average results. Every single ounce of his blood, sweat, and tears could easily be crushed by a natural in less than 5 years. But don't count him out just yet, because Grim drops a massive proposition. Sure, his raw talent is garbage, but natural talent means absolutely nothing. Why? Because our protagonist possesses a ridiculously overpowered unique skill, the absolute ability to steal anyone's talent. Without it, he would have rotted at the bottom of... But now this vessel is going to skyrocket him to the very top, letting him conquer the entire world from an untouchable throne. Before they wrap up, Grim has one final jaw-dropping detail to share. Shifting back into her stunning human form, she flashes a wicked grin and reveals that he can even steal her literal immortality. Hearing this, the ultimate cheat code, an intense fire of motivation smirking right back, he arrogantly tells her it's a done deal and that he fully intends to rob her of that eternal life when the time is right. Fast forward a few days, and the gorgeous Darland finally arrives at the Green Pines mansion. Strutting up to our hero, she playfully calls him darling and teases if she kept him waiting too long. Cutting right to the chase, he asks if she brought the goods. With a dramatic flair, Darland pulls out the ultra-rare darkening potion, specifically brewed to save the butler's daughter. Impressed, the protagonist praises Darland, saying she has always been an absolute genius when it comes to alchemy, offering his deepest thanks. But wait. Something is completely off. A heavy, anxious vibe hangs over the alchemist. She throws her arms around the hero in a tight embrace, which instantly makes Grim glare with pure jealousy. He awkwardly tries to peel her off, but a frantic Darland insists she has to tell. Her voice trembling, she reveals that Annex has completely changed. After getting brutally crushed by Charlotte, the guy had basically given up on life, but now he's suddenly back on the absolute grind. In the aftermath of the Star Sanctuary showdown, our protagonist realizes his rival actually caught a spark of inspiration from that crushing defeat. He cuts Darling off, telling him that if he's done running his mouth, he can hit the road. He's got massive ambitions stretching way past the borders of Valheim. The Raven chimes in, revealing he was already scheming to use the alchemist to beef up the kid's seriously underwhelming physique. He barks an order at Darling to whip up some supplies, specifically a brew designed to instantly supercharge a person's physical stats and aura. Now, these kinds of elixirs cost a massive fortune, and their brewing secrets are locked down tighter than a vault. They're top-tier items meant strictly for the elite, but luckily, the Raven already holds the recipe in his head and just needs to pass the knowledge down to Darling. The Raven then asks if they need anything else to prep for the upcoming tournament. At the mention of Annex, our hero requests a highly specialized concoction tailored right for him. Darling immediately questions if he actually has the cash to bankroll those rare ingredients. The boy smirks, fully confident he can hustle up the funds using secrets from his past life. The Raven tells him to rattle off the ingredients so Darling can jot them down. Without missing a beat, the protagonist starts dropping a heavy list of materials. Even as an alchemy mastermind, Darling looks completely baffled by some of the bizarre components on that list. He scrambles to scribble down every single word the kid says so he doesn't miss a detail. Stunned, the alchemist demands to know where he dug up this kind of intel, but the hero smoothly brushes it off as an ancient family secret. Darling sighs, admitting the real nightmare is actually going to be tracking down. He points out that getting their hands on a sun snow heart, or golden dragon grass, is flat out impossible. The sun snow heart only spawns deep within the tainted northern mountains, right in the middle of hardened heart territory. As for the golden dragon grass, that's practically a myth, only sprouting near golden dragon nests, hidden away in the most remote corners of the Empire. Sure, he could try to score it on the black market, but if the Empire caught wind of it, the fallout would be absolute destruction. Weighing his options, the hero decides that if there's no alternative, he's going to have to track down an underworld smuggler. That's when Darling pitches a wild idea, the Epiphany Empire's martial arts tournament. It's strictly for fighters under 15, and the grand prize, a stalk of golden dragon grass. The protagonist hesitates. He's representing Valheim, and the Empire loves to use this exact tournament to flex political dominance over the Academy, which is a massive complication. Still, he cracks a confident smile, claiming he's already brewing up a master plan, and will rely on his pure genius to pull it off. Later, the hero spots Darling holding up a mysterious vial and asks if he's supposed to chug it. The second that liquid hits his throat, his hair violently sprouts out of control, making him scream in pure shock. He looks down and realizes the unthinkable. It's the ultimate disguise to keep his true identity totally hidden during the brutal tournament. Darling aggressively pulls him into a tight hug, teasingly saying that all he needs to do now is dominate the arena as a cute girl. The Raven just watches the whole chaotic scene unfold, utterly speechless at what he's witnessing. Furious, the hero instantly flares up his flying aura. Terrified for his life, the alchemist drops back and frantically begs for forgiveness. A few days fly by, and the protagonist dives into a brutal training camp under the Raven. A fierce red energy engulfs his master's body as he violently flaps his wings. He blasts lethal bolts of magic straight at the kid. The hero can feel the shockwaves ripping through the air, yet he keeps his eyes completely shut. At the absolute last second, his eyes snap open as he braces for impact. He whips out his blade to guard himself, slashing right through the incoming energy blasts with blinding speed. He brilliantly parries the relentless barrage, but one stray blast slips past his defense, slamming into him and knocking him straight to the dirt. The Raven immediately calls off the session. The pure blade technique they've been drilling is designed to perfectly read an enemy's assault to counter their every move. If he starts stacking those body-enhancing elixirs on top of this, his raw power will skyrocket. Looking at the horizon, the Raven announces it's finally time to move out. The protagonist throws on his gear, asking if they're really heading out right this second. The Raven counters, asking if he swallowed the special item they discussed a few days back. Turns out that specific drug acts as the ultimate cloaking mechanism, The hero instantly regrets not popping it way earlier. They warned him the gender-bending transformation lasts a full 24 hours, meaning he's completely stuck looking like a girl for now. Even though he knows Darling has his back, this whole chaotic ordeal has severely drained him. Meanwhile, Elliot, the head butler, is already on standby. He reveals he struck a deal with Fluka, a notorious merchant from the lawless zone, who'll provide the necessary cover to get him officially registered. He's finally clear to step out of the Sanssouci estate. The head butler insists he can leave everything in his hands, swearing up and down that not a single soul is crossing the threshold. Not even the head of the Valheim clan himself. Overwhelmed with gratitude for curing his daughter, the loyal servant admits he could now depart this world with zero regrets. But our hero shuts that down immediately, telling him that real gratitude means sticking around and breathing, never checking out early without his strict. Honestly, that's a tiny price to pay when weighed against his daughter's life. Hearing those words, tears flood the butler's eyes. He breaks down, sobbing openly, crying out that he'll survive no matter what gets thrown his way. Seeing this, Crash Valheim realizes he can finally breathe easy and drop his paranoia over Iliad's betrayal, a bitter nightmare that went down in his previous life. After that, our guy checks in with Bianca, giving her sincere thanks for backing up his request. She brushes it off, mentioning it's been ages since she visited her homeland, and that she's heading off to catch some serious rest, promising to track down the Snow Sun mushroom before making her return. She lets him know she'll be waiting over at the Green Pines estate. Once his current objective is wrapped up, our hero promises to hustle right back to his fiancée's side as fast as humanly possible. Suddenly, the racket from the previous evening makes total sense, especially when he spots the neatly packed sandwiches she prepped just for his journey. When he mentions he'll save them for the road, she stays cool as a cucumber, simply wishing Crash safe travels ahead, and he returns the warmth right back at her. With that settled, he and his companion Crow set out toward the Empire, him relaxing in the carriage, while the black bird glides effortlessly, right. Cut to intense action. Our protagonist swings his blazing blade right through the chaos of combat, using his bare hand to rip out and absorb a dark curse straight from his target. Tapping into his heightened sixth sense, he picks up that the foul corruption hanging over the area is sitting completely flat and stable. Since the carriage is deliberately rolling along paths that bypass the ruined wasteland, he's totally cut off from harvesting any fresh curses along the way. That is until Krim spots a rotting apple dropping off a nearby branch. That subtle detail immediately trips his alarm bells right after he'd just finished remarking on how clever the butler was for charting out such a rock-solid security. He instantly realizes an ambush was set up to halt their carriage. Up ahead, a rugged crew of highway raiders has a defenseless girl cornered. Their twisted intentions are crystal clear and totally unspeakable. His traveling partner is completely stunned, shocked. She didn't sense their aggressive aura at all. The terrified girl braces for her absolute end, but just as the lead thug lunges in, something stops him cold in his tracks, right before things take a grim turn. Out of nowhere, a mysterious shadow strikes down the attacker in a flash, rescuing the girl from a monstrous fate. Purple arcane energy flares directly from our hero's palms as he systematically purges the criminals from the field. One surviving raider stammers in pure disbelief, asking who on earth this kid is. The bandit boss snarls an order to wipe him out, prompting the whole gang to swarm forward. They encircle our boy with brandished weapons, howling that he's got nowhere left to run. Unfazed, the hero summons his massive greatsword, pulling it straight out of a shimmering magic portal, catching the entire gang completely off guard. He instantly goes to work, carving through his attackers, dispatching the rugged raiders with frightening, effortless precision. He drops another threat in seconds, slamming his heavy blade right through his attacker's skull before locking eyes with the bandit chief, giving him a glare dripping with pure malice. The boss instantly senses this is no ordinary brat, and a cold wave of dread starts creeping up his spine. Desperate to survive, he puts everything into a devastating heavy swing. He brings down his massive battle axe with crush, only for our boy to cleanly parry the strike right on his blade. Flashing into overdrive, our protagonist triggers his heightened sixth sense, reading every single trajectory and stuffing every consecutive strike. The desperate outlaw screams that cheap parlor tricks won't save him, but our guy coolly snaps back that he can handle small fry like him, even with his sensory powers, roaring that he's unleashing his ultimate secret technique. The thug aims to completely crush the boy's skull. Yet our hero is already locked into his defensive stance, eyeing the incoming assault with absolute disdain. With a twisted glare, the brute hoists his axe high to deliver the final judgment. He unleashes the phantom axe, a devastating strike overflowing with intense cursed energy. The boy watches the incoming blast with wide, attentive eyes. The incoming slash erupts with a deafening roar. In that exact fraction of a second, the boy's greatsword gets completely swallowed up by roaring hellfire. That terrifying blaze instantly paralyzes his enemy, who starts breaking out in a cold sweat before such unimaginable power. Without missing a beat, our protagonist points out that the bandit's signature attack is dead proof that he's a direct disciple of the lethal hound. He calls him out for claiming to follow in the footsteps of the mad dog himself, Belican. An assassin pledged his absolute loyalty to the world corruptor standing right beside the white demon Bianca. His deadly mission breach stardom and wipe out countless targets. But Charlotte Valem completely crushed him before he even had a chance. Wielding a blazing greatsword, she cleanly severed the bandit's arms. Because of this brutal display, Charlotte's reputation skyrocketed across the entire empire, heavily delaying the Stardom invasion. This makes our hero seriously question why Belican's vicious underlings are already lurking inside the lawless zone. Recognizing they showed up way too early, he easily overpowers one of Mad Dog's disciples, instantly incinerating the guy's body without a second thought. A deep, unsettling dread washes over him about what's coming next. He grabs the golden dragon herb and decides to get the hell out of there as fast as humanly possible. They finally step foot in the imperial capital Selin. A weathered wooden sign points straight to the registration grounds for the massive martial arts tournament. A huge crowd swarms the area, eager to compete. The sheer scale of the gathering completely thrills the Empire's fourth princess, Epiphany. She wants to drag every single person back to Rarn Academy, but her frantic attendant warns her that His Majesty would be absolutely furious. The princess sharply orders him to keep her father and her wild hallucinations out of this. Cicely's aide desperately tries to relay crucial information, but Cicely Ephania, the Emperor's youngest daughter, stubbornly refuses to listen, tightly plugging her ears. At just 7 years old, she possesses a terrifyingly brilliant mind, effortlessly solving the most complex mathematical equations. Her raw genius is so overwhelming that people genuinely believe she is destined to rewrite the Empire's entire history. This incredible feat was reported straight to His Imperial Majesty. And that's exactly how she uncovered her dangerous status as a prime imperial candidate. Getting dragged into the bloody war for the throne with such a fragile upbringing basically meant an instant death sentence. To stay alive, she needed to crush everyone's high expectations. So the brilliant little Cicely used her genius intellect to play the role of an absolute uncontrollable brat. Eventually, even her biggest admirers gave up on her, growing disgusted by her outrageous tantrums, totally writing her off as a viable candidate for the throne. Her attendant completely sees through the act, though he thinks she's been pushing it way too far lately. Suddenly, she finds herself completely captivated by Crane, deeply drawn to his sharp, narrow eyes and intensely dark aura. The raven, perched heavily on his shoulder, only adds to the wicked charm. She instantly pegs him as a villain, highly suspecting he might actually be a Valem, the Empire's most hated mortal enemy. Putting full faith in her gut feeling, she's absolutely convinced he belongs to that cursed bloodline. Even though a Valem roaming freely in the Empire is completely unthinkable, she aggressively leaps straight off the mezzanine balcony, fiercely determined to uncover his true identity with her own 2 eyes. She sprints directly at him, fully prepared to expose his darkest secret. But suddenly, she violently trips. The exact second gravity takes over, her survival instincts kick in, and she triggers her telekinesis. But our hero swiftly snatches her out of the air, stopping her face from smashing into the dirt. With a smooth, quiet tone, he calls her a pretty troublesome little He casually warns her to watch her step and not go tumbling like that again. His chillingly calm voice and relaxed attitude make her wildly suspicious. She's convinced he knows exactly who she really is. After that bizarre encounter, our hero successfully signs up and hits the streets, searching for a cozy inn to crash at. The first spot is booked solid. The second one is absolutely packed to the brim with other rowdy competitors. Even a third inn has every single room completely taken. Left with zero options, he stubbornly decides to just rough it and sleep on the cold streets. Just as a frail old woman gently calls out to him from the shadows. She kindly offers him a warm place to stay, seeing as he has nowhere else to go. She flashes him a warm, comforting smile. The Raven instantly senses something incredibly shady, but our guy carelessly accepts the old lady's generous offer. Crane sarcastically mutters that his mother really should have taught him not to chat up random strangers. The Raven thinks this arrogant regressor is just ridiculously reckless. Annoyed, the bird flaps right after our hero into the creepy old woman's house, while she shuffles off to cook up some dinner. She tells him to go get comfortable in the back room up on the second floor. But the moment he reaches the top of the stairs, he locks eyes with a very familiar girl. It's the exact same wild princess he bumped into back at the tournament grounds. A massive wave of pure exhaustion hits our hero instantly. Realizing he just walked right into a massive trap, he decides to completely ignore her existence. Dodging the drama, he aggressively reaches for the bedroom doorknob, but she abruptly blocks his path. She fiercely accuses him of flat-out ignoring a lady trying to talk to him. You can practically see the veins popping on our hero's forehead from sheer annoyance. He brutally shoots back that she isn't even his type, and there are way better-looking people out there anyway. After dropping that bomb, he shuts his mouth, which honestly just makes the weird little princess find him even more dangerously mysterious. She shadows him down the corridor, chattering non-stop. Our hero's patience snaps, and he barks at her to back off. But the girl pushes harder, demanding they grab dinner together, claiming she needs to dig into his past. He shoots her down instantly, growling that he is in no mood for games. She gasps, asking if he has lost his mind. She flashes her royal title, warning him that you do not brush off a princess like some street peasant. Then she drops the bomb, calling him by his true name. Crash of Stallone, pinning him down. Panic spikes in his chest. He realizes she ripped his dark secret straight out of completely meaningless small talk. She doubles down, hissing that his disrespect is absolutely unacceptable, especially since he knows exactly who she is. She weaponizes his real name again, just to twist the knife. A cold wave of dread washes over him. He scrambles, playing dumb, and completely brushes her off as a bratty toddler who needs to finish her supper and go straight to bed. "Who are you calling a kid?" she snaps back. Her loyal attendant leans in quietly, asking her if this mysterious guy actually hails from the savage lands of Stallone. She smirks, explaining that while they might speak the exact same language, Stallone natives carry a very distinct rhythm and heavy pronunciation, completely missing the polished imperial accent. Catching that tiny flaw is a brilliant flex only Her Royal Highness could pull off. Her brain instantly shreds through tiny clues that normal people completely ignore. And his nervous flinching just proved she hit the bullseye. She wields deductive skills sharp as a razor. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she whispers that things are about to get really fun, ordering her guards to stand down and cancel the interrogation. Shifting gears, she asks if there are any updates on her sister, and the attendant nods. Everything is playing out exactly as the princess predicted. The third princess, Sigreen, has morphed into a completely unrecognizable stranger since last year. Something sick and twisted is hiding inside her. This dark shift terrifies her, screaming that a bloodbath is right around the corner. And her gut feeling is dead on. If this nightmare continues, both the first and second princes are walking straight into a slaughterhouse. Grief chokes her, knowing a massive storm of blood is about to crash down, right on the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, our boy is out here absolutely obliterating bandits with savage combos. A single bone-crushing punch is enough to launch a grown man soaring through the sky. He crushes every single enemy with god-tier power, and with the brutal qualifiers finally wrapping up, the remaining 84 fighters scramble and retreat. Every single eye locks onto the guy with the piercing, narrowed gaze. An absolute monster born from the underworld, rocking a super creepy crow permanently perched on his shoulder. His face looks like pure murder, entirely because that annoying royal has been buzzing around him like he is insanely frustrated that he failed to squeeze a single drop of intel out of their little chat. Still, a wave of relief hits him. That messy encounter did not tank his performance in the qualifiers, where he effortlessly stomped multiple challengers at once. These massive brawls pit squads of 100 against each other, with only the top 4 surviving. He completely steamrolled them with an insane power gap. Suddenly, a shadow creeps up, pointing out the highly suspicious bird on his shoulder, basically confirming the dark rumors. Our hero immediately throws his guard up against this weird, bandaged freak. The mummy-looking dude instantly pegs him as a lethal phantom from the notorious assassin syndicate, the Night Crows. Operating totally off the Imperial grid, the Night Crows are absolutely dreaded as the underworld's most devastating strike force, literally pulling the strings behind the collapse of entire nations. Our guy immediately plays defense, claiming that since he is completely out of the loop. But he has never heard of any legendary assassin enrolling in this academy, telling the creep he has got the wrong guy. But the bandaged freak just chuckles, swearing he does not care who is pulling the strings. He just wanted to network with a fellow creature of the dark. He throws down a super formal introduction to the Night Crow, then instantly vanishes after the quick chat. The stranger sprints away like a coward. Krim, the demonic bird, aggressively mocks the guy's ugly mug and asks if that trash is bothering his boss. Spreading its wings, the crow takes flight, vowing to handle the situation for his master, one way or another. Boomit casts a wicked hypnosis on the weirdo. Seconds later, the bandaged guy stomps back like a brainwashed zombie. The crow smugly tells his master that a basic mind control hex did the trick. Our hero then calls the bird back to get some real answers. Diving straight into the burning question, he demands to know exactly what went down with the notorious Night Crows. The answer: the shadowy syndicate has completely... It turns out this guy's appearance at the martial arts tournament wasn't a coincidence. It was a direct order from his brand new master, the very same mastermind who dragged the guild into the dirt. Under heavy mind control, the helpless pawn spits out the truth. The puppet master is none other than Segreen, the second prince of the Epiphania Empire, and Sicily's own brother. Hearing this royal title drop sends a massive shockwave straight through our protagonist. Because historically the Night Crows were nothing but a massive imperial trap, engineered from the shadows to spy on the nobles, and the royal bloodline has always held the leash, which makes this whole new master title incredibly suspicious. That dirty little secret was supposed to stay buried deep underground until the Empire actually. If a low-level grunt under Baron already knows the boss's true identity, it means some hidden player is pulling the second prince's strings and intentionally leaking the intel. In the original timeline, the second prince was just a pawn, meant to boost the primary royal influence. The grand scheme was to eventually slaughter him, to completely cripple the crown prince's grip on the throne. Looking at the big picture, only one single person benefits from all this bloody chaos: Sergen Epiphania. Sergen is the ruthless mastermind weaving this entire conspiracy. Our boy is absolutely floored by it because it essentially proves that Arthur's memory inheritance actually works. If that checks out, Sergen's next victim, now armed with terrifying visions of the future, will be the heroic guy right after stashing away the ultimate symbol of imperial power, the legendary White Dragon Pearl. The villain's secondary target, the fourth princess, Sicily, Epiphania. She's the brilliant schemer who turned Arthur into a totally powerless puppet emperor, just so she could easily snatch the throne right out from under him down the line. Sergen has already taken a swing at wiping out the troublesome Sicily, because if she actually manages to become empress, the entire empire will face an unimaginably brutal collapse. Its violent downfall would literally unleash a terrifying tidal wave of corruption across the globe. To stop this impending apocalypse, he needs to aggressively hijack Sergen's master plan and steal his insane powers for himself. He turns to his shadowy crow companion, commanding it to jump back into action and capitalize on this crucial intel. Surprisingly, the ancient crow actually agrees to help this time around. But what about the brainwashed guy? The crow asks for his final fate, only to hear that his usefulness has officially expired. Hearing this, the crow smirks and decides to turn him into a personal, mindless servant, flicking a pitch-black feather straight into his face. Instantly, the broken man starts mumbling absolute gibberish. The crow coldly orders him to scurry back to his post, and the mindless drone immediately obeys. Now it's finally time to use their disguises to pull off the ultimate infiltration. Their mission: hunt down the real Crow Knight. We cut to two incredibly weird-looking kids stepping onto the scene. One goes by the rugged alias Crash. This kid literally survived by scavenging literal trash down in the filthy sewers. Suddenly, a hardcore Nightcrow member blocks their path, threatening to beat them to a bloody pulp. This guy is the... Flash forward to the main event. Deep in the round of 32, our absolute beast of a protagonist effortlessly wrecks another poor challenger. The referee screams Crash's name as the ultimate victor. The stadium absolutely erupts with fans wildly chanting for the Nightcrow as he dominates the ring. One hyped-up fan in the stands admits he was getting seriously bored watching little kids throw hands. But thanks to this absolute savage, the fight's just... The clock is ticking down to the real Nightcrow's grand entrance. Right on cue, that mysterious girl shows up to watch the bloodshed, completely ignoring his strict warning, telling her to stay far away tonight. As the brutal preliminaries finally wrap up, she looks at him, asking point-blank if he was the monster who destroyed the others. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief when she realizes this terrifying fight. He raises an eyebrow at her stunned expression, casually shrugging and confirming that, yeah, he's just a boy. She tries to play it cool, though she quickly admits her own life is pretty messed up too. Sensing the heavy tension, he asks if something bad went down and gives her one final, chilling warning. Keep your guard up. As he finally gets ready to crash for the night, the girl replays his words in her head. She has a sinking feeling that something went down while she was gone, and she cannot figure out how he snagged that kind of intel. This makes her seriously doubt the royal spy, the very guy the woman hired just to be safe. Taking no chances, the princess's assistant decides to double-check every single detail. She realizes that if Cicely is still sticking around after that warning, she must have already figured out Surgeon's master plan. That is exactly why the name Night Raven strikes him as so damn intimidating. He and Crine stake out the area, waiting for the real Night Raven to show up, wondering if their enemy has caught on to their little trap. He steps into the damp catacombs when a voice suddenly echoes through the dark. A shadowy figure taunts him, asking if he enjoys playing dress-up as the Night Raven. The whole vibe feels exactly like his last run-in with that mummy kid. He admits he never expected the infamous Night Raven to step out of the shadows this early in the game. Without warning, the stranger whips out twin daggers, twirling them with deadly precision in the blink of an eye. Then the assassin simply vanishes into thin air. He materializes out of nowhere, slashing wildly with those twin blades, but our guy effortlessly ducks out of the way. Fighting back, he lunges forward, bare-handed, pinning the Night Raven down in one lightning-fast move. He locks onto his enemy's wrists with a crushing grip, confidently declaring that taking him down will be a walk in the park. But suddenly the Night Raven shrieks. His face twists into a horrifying, grotesque grin, catching him completely off guard. Metal tears through flesh as two massive blades erupt right out of the Night Raven's shoulders. He bursts into psychotic laughter, immediately after the lunatic launches a devastating strike. But even taking that heavy hit head-on, our hero still manages to shatter those bizarre blades into pieces. He follows up by smashing a brutal punch right into the Night Raven's face. Still, the villain and his crow brush off the damage like it is nothing, bragging that dark, forbidden arts, fueled by demonic corruption, make him practically invincible. The mask finally slips, revealing the Night Raven's true identity, Iboleski. Iboleski confesses that Surgeon is holding her actual heart hostage, demanding to know exactly where the bastard is hiding. He throws out an irresistible deal. If she teams up with him, she can finally get her heart back. But in exchange, she has to spill every dirty detail of Surgeon the Corruptor's grand scheme. That is right. The terrifying Night Raven was actually the infamous necromancer Ebeleski Benapati all along. Being a corruptor herself, the Empire ripped her heart right out of her chest, keeping it locked away for over 1,000 years. Until one day, Arthur dragged her out of the shadows, claiming her dark powers would come in handy. But the Blue Generation absolutely despises corruptors. He only knew her as the last surviving necromancer in the world, completely clueless about her secret moonlighting gig as the Night Raven. Dead men tell no tales, so even if a mission goes south, nobody talks. A dark mage commanding an army of rotting corpses flocking crows, and a ruthless assassin family. Every single bloody breadcrumb pointed straight back to Ebeleski. The true face of the Night Raven had stayed buried because her target got wiped out back at the academy. She completely dropped off the grid, likely snatched up by Arthur. Dealing with a monster like her means going entirely on the offensive, kicking down doors and showing zero mercy. Give her an inch, and her ego will explode. So he aggressively shuts her down to keep her in check. He barks at her to look him in the eye, while she frantically begs him to honor his promise about her heart. He shoots back that he wants to show off exactly what he can do first. The original plan was to hunt down the heart she is holding on to, and right then and there his aura flares up. The dark energy of the Black Hood instantly shreds through the magical locks that kept her so heavily guarded. Busting in blindly would have been suicide. He tells Ebeleski to lay it all on the line and trust him with her life. He swears he can rip her heart back from the enemy right here, right now. Tears stream down her face as he forces his way through the heavy bindings. She snaps that cheap words won't earn her loyalty, demanding he put some serious muscle into it. She is dead serious, and she won't be played. Stepping up his game, he stares her down and asks if she is finally sick and tired of living like a slave. If she gets her heart back, she can kick back in her room all day, letting her undead army do all the heavy lifting. But if they blow this, she will be nothing but a dog for the royal family, grinding away until she drops. The horrible thought of endless overtime literally makes her burst into tears. That is the ultimate motivation for a lazy necromancer. He feels her dark aura explode to life as she screams that she has already been busting her ass for over 1,000 years. She falls to her knees, desperately begging for but he demands a steep price, her literal heart, in exchange for her deepest desire. She shoots back that she has zero options left. With a heavy sigh, she tells him to just take it. A wicked smirk crosses his face. Finally, Ebeleski breaks, and just like that, he steals her powers blind. She practically crawls to him, pleading for her life. After all, her only dream is a peaceful existence, kicking back and never working another day in her life. He just flashes that smirk again, announcing Ebeleski's absolute freedom. She screams for her heart back, but he coldly commands her to hold up her end of the bargain first. He promises to return it once the dust settles. She instantly throws a fit, whining that she is completely done with working. Ignoring her tantrum, he interrogates her about Ebeleski and Sargent's master plan. Cracking under pressure, she spills the beans. Sarah Batera IV, Princess's legendary sword mistress, is marked for death. The horrific mission: hijack Sarah's corpse and use it to butcher Cicely and Fania. And just like that, the esteemed Master Knight meets a brutal, bloody end at the hands of Mary Diana. Standing over the body, Mary Diana mocks her, hissing that she should feel honored for the glorious empire. She is mercilessly slaughtered right in front of the Raven. Spitting the word lunatic at Sarah Batera Mary Diana absolutely destroys her, driving a spear straight through her chest. Immediately, Ebeleski gets summoned to the front line. A direct, undeniable command from Sargent. The dark directive: puppet Sarah's lifeless body and assassinate the fourth Princess Cicely, along with Fania. Flash forward. 1 whole year has vanished since she time-slipped into the past. Gazing up, she wonders if Lord Arthur is watching over her. She clings to the belief that both he and Sargent are fighting tooth and nail for their cause. With a heavy sigh, Arthur's presence. Cut back to exactly 24 hours before absolute annihilation. On the very first Saturday following her time jump, Arthur slipped her a message. Meet him at 1 p.m. sharp, right in front of the Statue of Peace. She practically leaped out of her skin with joy at his promise. Clutching that tiny spark of hope after her time regression, she races to the spot. But the clock ticks, and Lord Arthur never shows. Left standing in the cold, Diana questions if she will ever Bela or Arthur in this current timeline. She has been waiting in the shadows for a staggering 12 months. Where on earth is her lord? Lady Sargent had ordered her to just trust the plan and lay low. Do that, and she'd reclaim her terrifying past strength, forging herself into the most lethal spear this world has ever. That's exactly why she has to push past her absolute limits and crush this mission. Suddenly, Ebelaski's monstrous hulking form hoists Sarah's limp body off the bloody dirt. As Ebelaski takes full, terrifying control, something catches her eye. A shockwave of pure horror hits her, forcing Ebelaski to stumble backward. Realizing this vessel is hiding a boy, just as fiercely captivating as she clicks her tongue, thinking it's an absolute tragedy to waste such potential on a mere meat. And honestly, she never saw this final showdown coming. Standing in the arena is Pirute, a 14-year-old commoner kid who looks completely ridiculously average. But don't let the looks fool you. She knows he's got a heart of pure gold chasing a pipe dream of world peace. In a flash of steel, he draws his blade. Pirute is actually a hidden powerhouse of the Blue Generation, a massive secret he kept buried at the Academy. The entire crowd gasps as the Night Raven finally unsheathes his weapon for the very first time. The verdict is instantly clear. This opponent is no joke. Pirute boldly declares that absolutely no nation has the right to stick its nose into Rarehorn Academy's business. And now that they've clawed their way to the finals, their golden tickets to admission are completely lost. Because of this, he looks Crash dead in the eye and begs him to drop the bloody assassin lifestyle. He genuinely believes Crash could be an amazing brother-in-arms. Crash actually feels the raw sincerity radiating from Pirute. But immediately a dark warning echoes in his mind from before the match. It told him that if he dared to cling too tightly to foolish hope, the suffocating grip of despair would completely destroy him. Pirute instantly senses the icy rejection of his olive branch. With the tension peaking, the referee screams to start the death match. Exploding forward, Pirute unleashes the legendary 10 Steps of Heaven technique. Crash's eyes widen. He recognizes this exact move. In a split second, he casually dodges with both hands tucked behind his back, effortlessly parrying the deadly strike with his blade. Pirute's blood runs cold as he realizes his genius feint was completely red. It's terrifying. Crash literally downloaded his entire sword-fighting style in a single heartbeat. Every single desperate strike Pirute throws, Pirute's face drains of color, staring wide-eyed like he just saw a ghost. But then again, he's trading blows with a guy who has literally already died once before. Crash just stares down Pirute, suddenly flashing back to a memory of growing up in a freezing wasteland where the snow never stops falling. That is where he perfected a footwork technique that mimicked gliding effortlessly across solid ice. He also forged the 10 Heavenly Steps technique there, unlocking potential that rivaled a master skater. In a flash, Crash presses his blade directly against her throat and whispers a chilling piece of advice. She needs. That way, even when her hopes are completely shattered, she can at least leave a legacy behind. With that, Crash unleashes a devastating 1-inch punch. Watching from the shadows, Raven finds this battle analysis absolutely fascinating, as Crash effortlessly claims victory. Pyrea collapses from the crushing impact, weakly looking up to ask if their paths will ever cross again. A memory flashes in Crash's mind, rescuing Pyrea in his past life. Back then, she swore she would train harder than anyone breathing just to protect the world, long after her curse was shattered. He still remembers the sheer shock that washed over him when she made that vow. After breaking her curse, it was the very first time anyone had ever thanked him with such raw, genuine gratitude. He softly promises they will reunite at the academy. Sprawled out on the dirt, completely defeated, a warm smile spreads across Pyria's face. Thrilled, they are actually going to be friends. Meanwhile, the second prince smirks, confirming his grand scheme is falling perfectly into place. He is convinced that by manipulating Night Raven to lure in more high-ranking nobles, the crown will be handed right to him. Balask coldly shoots back that she is simply returning a favor. The prince leans in darkly, reminding her that he literally holds her heart in his grasp, and she better stay completely obedient. Suddenly, the judge senses a heavy shift in the air. A massive squad of armed figures marches forward, completely hijacking the entire event. The judge barks out a harsh warning, reminding the intruders that the second prince himself is watching. But the commanding newcomers declare they are here on official royal business. It is the legendary Black Dragon Knights. Whispers erupt through the crowd, wondering why the Empire's most elite criminal executioners have suddenly showed up. Stepping forward, Lady Diana loudly issues an arrest warrant for the second prince, accusing him of orchestrating the brutal assassination of the fourth princess, Cicely Epiphania. Guards instantly lock him in chains as he wildly demands to know what is going on. Lady Diana stares him down, revealing that a royal kill order targeting the fourth princess signed by his own hand was just uncovered inside Night Raven's hidden base. The prince frantically denies everything, screaming that he never drafted a hit like that. He whips his head toward Balask, demanding to know what the hell she is doing. He snaps, ordering her to slaughter the scumbags framing him. Right on cue, Sarah Batera strides out of the shadows with Cicely dropping jaws everywhere by proving they are both very much alive. Sarah mocks him, telling him to drop the whole murder defense. After all, not a single assassin even touched them, while the whole world was tricked into thinking they were corpses. Diana freezes in sheer panic. Staring blankly, she realizes Cicely Epiphania and Sarah are breathing perfectly fine. Shaken to her core, Diana scrambles to figure out what actually went down on the night Sarah was supposed to be butchered. Turns out Cicely's gut feeling was dead on. She had sternly warned Sarah that they absolutely could not trust the royal informant they had secretly hired. Because of that red flag, Sarah decided to double-check their intel. Taking the warning seriously, she initially thought it was completely impossible for their own inside palace spies to backstab them. Yet a sickening feeling washed over her, forcing her to sprint back and warn Her Highness. Stepping in, Raven offered Sarah Batera a temporary burst of absolute immortality, heavily taxing her life force in exchange. Night Raven's haunting voice echoed straight inside Sarah's head. Instantly, the dark curse of immortality swallowed her whole. Her glowing eyes revealed an intense, brand-new power surging through her veins. A skull-crushing migraine dropped her to her knees, leaving her terrified of what Raven just pumped into her body. Just as she thought the sheer pain would kill her, Lady Diana burst onto the scene. Without a second of hesitation, Diana lunged forward, brutally driving the tip of her heavy spear straight through Sarah's stomach. If Raven had not blessed her with that immortality hack, Cicely and Shirley would have been slaughtered right there. And for that brutal betrayal, Sarah screams for the vice captain of the Black Dragon Knights to be locked up for treason. Lady Diana's blood runs cold as she realizes her master plan just blew up in her face. She only marched the Black Dragon Knights in here because she was completely certain the princesses were already rotting corpses. Fed up, Sarah decides it is time to put Diana in the dirt and whips out her blade. She slowly stalks toward the traitor and her armored guards. Diana watches in pure horror as her vice captain is butchered right in front of her, desperately questioning how everything derailed so fast. She explicitly ordered Balask to wipe Sarah off the map. After that, they were supposed to use her cold body as bait to lure in and massacre Shirley and Cicely. Yet, here they stand, totally unfazed. Exposing the palace moles and the black dragons proves one terrifying truth. The fourth princess was playing them from the very, and that is exactly why Sargon tried to wipe her out in the first place. If she survives this, she'll only grow into an even deadlier threat down the road. Diana isn't playing games. She decides to end it right here, right now. She summons Ebelask's beating heart directly into her palm, making the knight scream in sheer terror. Her fingers dig into the flesh, crushing the heart to force Ebelask into assassinating the fourth princess. But then, poof, the heart vanishes into thin air. Panic flashes across her face. She frantically pats down her waist, searching for it, but the heart is completely gone. This is a total disaster. Not only did she fail to take out the fourth princess, but the second prince slipped right through her fingers too. And to make matters worse, she lost Ebelask's heart in the chaos. Every single move Mary Diana made just blew up in her face. The crushing reality of her failure leaves her completely desperate. Now, there's only one brutal play left, slaughtering the princess with her own 2 hands. With all eyes glued to Ebelask, she spots her golden opening. She lunges. The ground literally shatters beneath her boots as she launches forward. She pushes her absolute speed technique to its absolute limit, turning into a blur. Her spear is aimed dead straight at Sicily's chest. She thrusts the weapon with terrifying raw power, hell-bent on erasing the princess from existence. Bam! A blade clashes against her spear. Out of nowhere, a massive shockwave rips through the air as their auras violently collide. Sarah Batera's eyes widen. She recognizes that swordsman instantly. It's Krausch Valheim. Mary is totally stunned. How in the world did a walking... He just smirks. Your mindset hasn't changed a bit since our past lives. Her blood runs cold, and she angrily demands to know how he knows about that. Meanwhile, the second prince is completely clueless, just staring at the chaos. But it doesn't take a genius to realize this is his lucky break. While they're distracted, he quietly slips away into the shadows. It's game over for Mary. The Black Dragons swarm in and arrest her on the spot for high treason and attempting to murder the imperial family. Her capture is broadcasted to everyone, and you can practically see the pure, unadulterated rage boiling in her eyes. Sure, her master plan was leaked, but letting her desperation push her into such... She screams out, begging Sergen and Arthur to save her. Over on the other side, the princess and Sarah rush to check on Krausch, but he coughs and admits he confesses that he barely managed to deflect that hit. Even with his deadly black flames, his current strength is a mere shadow of his former master-tier glory. The dust hasn't even settled before barked orders ring out, launching a full-scale hunt for any hit. Using the heavy confusion as cover, Krausch decides to vanish. But before fading away, he shoots Sicily a serious warning to watch her back. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her to keep a very close watch on her own brothers. Without even bothering to patch up his bleeding wounds, he disappears into the night with Ebelask. Sarah Batera just stands there, totally confused by his cryptic warning. Sicily doesn't even get the chance to say thank you before he's gone. Later, Krausch casually mentions he's heading to the academy, and Ebelask sighs, agreeing to tag along, just to wipe her debt clean. She reaches out, handing over the rare golden herb he asked, for grumbling about what a nightmare it was to track down. With the fierce battle officially over, Krausch finally tosses Ebelask's heart right back to her. She catches it completely stunned. She honestly believed he was going to use it to She admits he's wired completely differently than the other corruptors. After all, he didn't even tap into the dark energy of corruption when he blocked Mary's lethal strike. His signature black flames actually come from a ridiculously high concentration of lethal poison flowing through his veins. That's exactly why she was fooled, assuming he was just another corruptor. Now she's starting to wonder if she judged him way too fast. Suddenly their little chat is cut off. A dark raven swoops in, delivering an urgent panic. The warning is about his fiancée, Bianca. Something terrible has just gone down. The report confirms his worst fear. The frantic update from his loyal scout over in Ardenharts reveals that a deadly guild of assassins has completely swarmed the mountains. And to make things worse, his fiancée was right in the middle of that zone. And now she's vanished without a trace. Suddenly that nasty gut feeling he got earlier when crossing paths with that assassin disciple makes terrifying sense. He looks at Ebelask, eyes burning with urgency. His fiancée is in grave danger, and they need to sprint to Ardenhart's right this very second. Eblask stares at him, absolutely shocked that a dark, brooding guy like him even has a fiancée. Then it clicks. She remembers that the infamous clan's daughter actually lives in Ardenhart's. She recalls hearing wild rumors that the youngest Valheim's son got engaged to someone from that exact region, and she honestly can't believe anyone would actually marry a girl from such a notorious danger. Sure, it's a total disaster, but the truth is, he isn't some world-ending mastermind. He drops the bombshell right then and there. Claude isn't his real name. He smirks, introducing himself as Crash Valen, the youngest son of that infamous family. The revelation hits her like a freight train. Her heart absolutely shatters, dropping right into the pit of... Hearing the name Valen, it finally clicks. She just can't wrap her head around it. Claude was a Valen this entire time. Meanwhile, deep within the Ardenarts territory, a makeshift camp cuts through the free... Lady Jenica Ardenarts, the family's second daughter, is practically drowning in regret. If only she had just told the truth about that snow. Bianca never would have dragged herself up this cursed mountain. A bystander quietly asks why Lady Bianca even risked the climb in the first place. Jenica swallows hard, explaining that the rare herb was completely wiped out across every single market. So she took matters into her own hands, marching up the freezing peaks, completely alone. Flashback to just a few days ago. Jenica had snapped at Bianca, telling her that the worthless Valen didn't deserve the mushroom, and she should just pack it up and go home. But Bianca just stared right through her, completely brushing off the warning, as she pressed on with her. Stopping in her tracks, Bianca glared back at her sister, firmly declaring that Crash was absolutely not worthless. Highly annoyed, Bianca demanded to know why Jenica was even trailing her, pointing out she should have just left the grunt work to the mercenaries. In response, Jenica reached into her bag and held out the snow mushroom. She sighed, saying that now they could finally both head back to safety. The ugly truth. Jenica had always despised Bianca. But Bianca just lowered her eyes and whispered a soft apology, her whole body trembling as she took all the blame. But right at that very second, the rabid psycho stepped out of the shadows. Jenica froze solid. The pure, suffocating malice rolling off this guy pinned her completely in place. The brute stepped into the light, his massive axe carving through the icy air with one devastating swing. He takes down several guards in the blink of an eye, completely wrecking the front line. Someone screams to retreat, while the grinning madman gloats about his incredible luck today, crushing another guard into the snow. A desperate voice yells for the girls to run for their lives. Bianca doesn't hesitate. She breaks into a sprint, screaming for her sister to keep up. As they dive behind cover, the psycho chuckles, mocking them. He casually mentions how he never expected to stumble upon such top-tier hostages out here. Meanwhile, the brute slowly stalks through the snow, hunting them down. Hiding in the frozen darkness, Bianca frantically reminds her sister about her ultimate promise to crash the snow mushroom. But Jenica snaps, hissing at her to shut up about that stupid fiancé for 5 seconds. She aggressively whispers that she is not going to perish on this frozen mountain. Panic in her eyes. Jenica insists there's still a window to escape, because they packed those movement artifacts to glide safely across the snow. But the rabid hound instantly reads their little strategy, calling them out for trying to bait him toward the icy cliffs. He taunts them with a sick grin, daring the little ladies to run if they really think they can make it. Bianca locks eyes on a jagged rock jutting out below the edge. She points to it, saying they have to make the jump. Gripping her sister's arm, she asks if she's ready. One tiny slip means game over. But then again, right on cue, the psycho crashes through the snow, loudly joking about how dangerous it is for little girls to play so far from home. Bianca yanks her sister forward, bracing for the leap of faith. The brute lunges forward, throwing his hands out to snatch them, but his eyes widen in pure shock as they actually dive off the edge. The maniac stands there blinking, wondering if these rich girls just... But then he spots it. The hidden rock ledge just below the cliff face, the perfect little platform saving them from the abyss. He lets out a roaring laugh, absolutely thrilled by the chase, and starts scaling down to finish the job. Cornered, Bianca grabs Jenica's shoulders, begging her to trust her just this once, promising her that everything is going to be okay. Jenica is too stunned to speak. Without warning, Bianca launches herself right into the mid-air path of the psycho. They slam together with brutal force, and her momentum violently shoves him off the ledge. Back at the camp, absolutely certain that Bianca is gone, Jenica tearfully recaps the whole nightmare to the rescue team. Her voice breaks as she says that was the absolute last time she ever saw Bianca. The search party captain tries to comfort her, explaining that the drop zone is packed with a massive cushion of deep snow, meaning there is still a tiny glimmer of hope she survived. But Jenica just keeps spiraling, completely consumed by guilt. In her head, the math is simple. If she had never pushed them toward those icy cliffs, Bianca would never have thrown her life away to save her. If she had just swallowed her pride and been honest about the herbs back at the mansion, Bianca never would have crossed paths with that total maniac. A guard gently assures Lady Jenica that Bianca is a fighter and has to be holding on out there somewhere. Our main guy listens from the shadows in complete silence as Jenica turns to enough with the delusions. 7 full days have already slipped by. She fiercely argues that even if Bianca somehow slipped through the assassin's fingers, the girl is nothing but a fragile bookworm. Someone that soft couldn't possibly survive a single night alone in the unforgiving mountains. Miles away, Bianca lies collapsed in the freezing snow, desperately whispering Crash's name. Her battered body violently shivers against the biting wind. Yet even drowning in total despair, her only dying wish is to see her fiancé one last time. Her sister's cruel words echo in her mind that she'd never last out here. After all, a sheltered girl buried in pages shouldn't endure. She weakly breathes out her husband's name. Crash! Her heavy eyelids flutter open. She's dangerously weak, suddenly realizing she blacked out again, trapped in this bone-chilling frost for agonizing days. She has barely clung to life, surviving strictly on scattered nuts and the radiant heat pulsing from her shattered body has hit its absolute limit since plunging off that jagged cliff. Yet she forces herself to crawl toward higher ground, desperately hunting for rescue. Miraculously, she drags herself into a heated pocket where glowing sun mushrooms flourish in clusters. She nervously harvests the glowing fungi. Their natural warmth becomes her only shield against the deadly frost inside a crumbling rocky cave. Huddled deep in the shadows, she builds a glowing fortress of fungi to stay hidden and warm. Relying entirely on the knowledge from a survival guide, she somehow manages to bandage her gruesome wounds. But the piercing cold, the agonizing pain, and the gnawing starvation are completely draining her. She fiercely grips onto the faint hope of a rescue party, anchoring her soul to the sacred promise she made to Crash. But then, the hound assassin tracks her down. He coldly smirks, declaring her little camping trip is officially over. Yet the broken girl doesn't even register his deadly presence. Completely dead-eyed, she aimlessly wanders the snow, bending down to scoop up a tiny nut, absent-mindedly thanking a wham! A massive battle axe slices through the freezing air, violently burying itself deep into the tree trunk right behind her head. She slowly turns, just in time to see the colossal timber snapping. The massive trunk crashes down with an earth-shattering boom. The shockwave violently blasts her face first into the powder. Dazed and disoriented, she scrambles to piece together. Even after dodging death, her face remains entirely hollow. This eerie, blank indifference deeply unnerves the towering killer. The hound assassin scowls. He never imagined Crash's fragile little fiancée would be such a massive headache to hunt. He grumbles to himself. If she had just played he viciously snatches her by the throat. But as he lifts her, his greedy eyes lock onto her glowing hairpin. A staggeringly rare treasure that would fetch an absolute. Choking, her only fading thought is dragging herself back home to her husband, back to the safety of the Green Pine Manor. Brilliant flashes of their peaceful days flood her mind, reading quietly while Crash fiercely trained in the yard. Those quiet moments had even she, a girl who always believed her heart was completely hollow, had genuinely tasted true happiness. Hot tears finally streamed down her frozen cheeks. It hits her like a physical blow just how impossibly precious those mundane days truly were. She deeply regrets taking that warm, safe life for granted. With her last ounce of strength, she softly whispers, She just wants to see Crash. And in that exact heartbeat, bam! A blindingly fast strike forces the brute to drop his grip. Crash smoothly catches his falling bride, cradling her tightly against his chest. He gently strokes her hair, whispering that she did an amazing job holding on. "Rest now," he murmured. A weak, beautiful smile breaks across her, but her battered body gives out, too exhausted to even speak. He carefully hands his fragile wife over to Krim's protection, slowly pulling back his dark hood. Just as he had coldly warned Balask earlier he wasn't supposed to get his hands dirty, and his lower servants simply lacked the raw power to but his absolute priority was securing Bianca. Now that she's safely tucked away from the crossfire, his eyes turn murderous. He reassures her one last time. Bianca breathes a faint thank you, utterly melting into the safety of her husband's presence. He gently drapes his heavy cloak over her shivering shoulders, and, in a flash of movement, Xinghe unsheathes his razor-sharp blade, stepping up to butcher the hound. The mysterious raven squawks from above, bluntly stating he has zero obligation to babysit them, ordering Krim to guard the girl. The bird sharply echoes the harsh truth he refuses to intervene directly, and the grunt soldiers are basically useless fodder here. The raven locks its piercing eyes on our hero, who fully grasps the deadly stakes. After all, getting warped straight into this death zone was already a massive. The raven drops a grim warning. Last time, that was pure dumb luck. The hound assassin's raw power is absolutely terrifying. The bird openly mocks him, questioning if our guy seriously believes he can survive this bloodbath. In response, Crash the assassin dog snarls, demanding to know who this stranger is and why he's crashing the party. But our hero just glares, a terrifying purple aura flaring around him as he commands the mutt to hand it over. The wolf blinks, totally confused about what he's supposed to give back. That's when our guy coldly states that the hairpin belongs to his wife. He calls the beast out by name. Assassin dog. Bergman. Recognition flashes in the monster's eyes. It's the Volon kid. The beast lunges forward, swinging a massive axe. Gripping the fiancé's hairpin tight, the hound spits out a deadly threat. The heavy blade crashes down, but our boy deflects it with lightning-fast. He's barely tracking the enemy's movements. Bergman's aura is... If the dog takes both of them hostage, his bounty payout rockets up 10 times over. So the wolf decides to bag him too. Honestly, our hero is totally outmatched here, having only just scraped into the intermediate tier. He's parrying those savage strikes by the skin of his teeth. He desperately jumps back, trying to buy enough time to cast a spell. But Bergman is relentless. The hound unleashes a flurry of blows, forcing our guy into a brutal defensive corner. He pours every ounce of his strength into blocking, but his defense finally... The sheer force knocks his blade right up into the air. He manages to catch the brunt of the strike, but the shockwave is just too explosive. His grip fails. His sword clatters helplessly against the frozen ground. Smirking, Bergman declares it's game over. Wait. The assassin suddenly blinks. The kid is completely gone. There's not even a trace of his scent left. Puzzled, the beast scans the area. In a flash, coursing with raw power and primed to annihilate. He unloads the impulse punch, burying his glowing fist straight into the beast's gut. Crack. The hound's ribs instantly shatter under the devastating force. But since his dulled blade lacks the juice to expand his control zone, our guy decides to wrap this brawl up right here, right now, igniting his sword in blazing flames. Bergman is absolutely stunned. His eyes bulge out of his skull as he watches the fiery transformation of the weapon. In a desperate counter, the hound activates the phantom trap. It's a paralyzing hex that freezes our boy dead in his tracks. A crushing, suffocating pressure wraps around him. For a split, the monster stalks closer, watching his prey slowly sink into the freezing snow. The search squad could bust in at any second, but the wolf plans to slaughter our hero long before they ever show up. Trapped inside the phantom illusion, reality twists and warps around the kid entirely, hijacking his 5 senses. It's a terrifying, secret art, using sonic waves to completely scramble a person's aura perception. The old version of himself would have been wiped out instantly. Good thing he's already shattered this exact illusion before. By tuning his hypersensory perception into the raw flow of mana, he snaps his mind's eye wide open to fight the paralysis. He's tapped into this hidden power before. Meanwhile, the Hound readies a lethal strike, convinced his target is a sitting duck. Seeing the kid frozen stiff, the elite assassin prepares to finish it, but Bergman is feeling the heat, knowing that the rescue squad is closing in fast. Our guy senses a brutal axe swing cutting in from his blind side, but his frozen muscles are reacting way too slowly. Cold dread washes over him as the jagged edge arcs toward his neck. He violently jerks his weapon up just in time to block it, while the beast snarls about the incoming backup. That whole killing him before they arrive bit? A total bluff. The assassin charges in again, leaving our hero rattled as he barely deflects the heavy axe. But then the kid pulls off an impossibly weird maneuver. Bergman hesitates, unsure exactly how long his phantom trap will actually keep this freak contained. Because of that, the Hound holds back his assault. Big mistake. Our boy shatters the bind and rips forward with a blazing, fiery slash. Aiming straight for Bergman's throat, the beast suddenly realizes he needs to tread lightly or he's going to end up dead. The Hound barks out a promise to butcher him like a pig, but our guy doesn't even flinch. Unfortunately, the Phantom Trap's delayed secondary effect kicks in, locking the boy's muscles down all over again. Seeing an opening, the assassin is hoping to bleed the kid's stamina dry. He conjures up the Phantom Battle Axe. An endless, terrifying downpour of glowing phantom axes cascades right toward his skull. Breathing steady, our hero simply closes his eyes. He barely parries the onslaught with his blade, taking nasty slashes in the process. Watching from the sidelines, the crow knows that if this keeps up, the kid is a dead man. Guilt gnaws at the bird for leaving him hanging. Meanwhile, Balak, still trapped in her avian form, hesitates to jump into the fray. She's terrified of drawing the wrath of Bergman's master. That guy isn't just a fighter, he's a rabid hound, the kind of psycho who would hunt them to the very pits of hell. Paralyzed by that thought, they just perch there, watching the bloody spectacle paint the snow. But panic eventually overrides her logic. She might be a total shut-in, but she honors her debts. There's no way she's abandoning the guy who saved her. Suddenly, the crow smacks her with his wing, harshly ordering her to back off. This was the kid's choice to fight solo. He snaps at her to put some faith in the warrior who literally reclaimed his own heart. His mental fortitude is off the charts. But she isn't buying it. She's convinced he's about to be slaughtered, already plotting to resurrect his corpse as a twisted backup plan. Down in the snow, our boy is hitting his breaking point, gasping for every breath. He's been tracking Bergman's vicious strikes by stretching his mind's eye across the battlefield, but his aura is completely tapped out. Scanning the area is now impossible. From here on out, it is pure survival instinct. He grips his blazing sword, preparing to go on the offensive. A barrage of aura-coated phantom axes hurtles right at his face. In a split second, he realizes it's a decoy. The real Bergman is plummeting from the sky like a meteor. He locks eyes with the rabid brute descending upon him, axe raised for a lethal strike. Pure shock freezes him. Violent tremors shake his core as reality sets in. This is it. The end of the line. The harsh truth of his own limits crashes over him. He isn't a prodigy. He's weak, totally devoid of natural talent, a glaring flaw holding him back from true power. But that exact weakness forced him to forge a dangerous workaround. Up until this very second, he kept his fangs hidden. Not anymore. He shatters his own limits, stepping into uncharted territory. His eyes snap open, triggering the forced breach. Instantly, his hair erupts into a crown of living fire. Merging blazing erosion with divine fire, he weaponizes the corruptive energy of the immersion poison, transmuting it into raw power. His mortal shell explodes past human boundaries. He has exactly 3 seconds to sustain this inferno before it destroys him. Blood seeps from his pores, screaming that his body is tearing itself apart. Yet he winds up for a devastating counter, coldly promising the mad dog that this fight ends before his internal clock hits 0. The berserker hound tries to track him, but his eyes simply can't keep up with the blindings. Bergman's gut screams that this next strike is a death. In a panic, the brute unleashes his illusory howl. Our hero lunges for the kill, but the shockwave blasts into him. He was gunning straight for the jugular, but that desperate sonic blast throws him violently off course. The enemy's acoustic aura scrambles his vision, completely ruining the fatal blow. Seizing the opening, Bergman coats his left fist in dense aura for a skull-crushing haymaker. He roars, demanding the kid just lay down and die. Meanwhile, our hero's mind's eye flashes a critical warning: his blazing state is burning out. Those aura claws are mere inches from decapitating him. In a flash of pure defiance, he triggers curse theft. He refuses to bite the dust today. With a brutal twist, he violently rips Bergman's entire arm from its socket. The monster shrieks in agony as his limb flies into the snow. Our boy's eyes snap wide open, radiating a suffocating pressure. Up in the sky, Grimm instantly recognizes this horrifying power, pushed entirely beyond the brink. His focus transcends reality itself, merging with the very fabric of the world as a vortex of energy consumes him. He zigzags with godlike speed, droplets of hot blood splashing across his forearm. His vision shifts. He can literally see straight through his own tearing muscle tissue. He tracks every single drop of sweat and blood, his body appearing as a vivid X-ray. His extrasensory perception hits absolute overdrive. In a blinding flash, a ruthless sword strike obliterates Bergman's dog mask. He cleaves the psycho clean in half. The enemy's wicked presence vanishes into thin air, entirely erased by a single god-tier swing. Watching from above, the girl and the crow finally let out a victory belongs to Crash, who just utterly destroyed his nemesis Crime. The villain is left paralyzed, absolutely terrified by the sheer magnitude of the hero's power. While elite fighters can slaughter their foes without catching a single scratch, a weak man trying to topple a titan requires a brutal sacrifice. And the heavy price he drops to his bruised knees. Beside him, his severed limb hits the dirt, radiating a toxic, flesh-eating aura. The sadistic Crime sneers, asking if this bloodbath finally satisfied him, right before bleeding out and collapsing into a frozen, snowy grave. Drained but triumphant, Crash barks a desperate warning they need to pull out immediately. The Balak squad scrambles to rally, and the grueling trek home begins. If Bianca could actually process human feelings, maybe her reality wouldn't feel like such a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, a vision flashes. The hero, sharp, in a tailored suit, stepping out of what looks like a distant future. She wrestles with a dark question. What's worse, drowning in agony or feeling absolutely nothing? Crash realizes that if she awakens to her true self right now, the sheer trauma would completely shatter her mind. Staring with empty eyes, she asks, "Would you even care if I died? We barely know each other." Crash, that this entire setup was orchestrated by his family, and he wanted no part of it. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Grizen bloodline completely snaps. His heart turns to stone as he unleashes a savage massacre on his own people before violently ending his own life. Bianca, the second daughter, drags her out of the blood-soaked ruins just in time. In the political fallout, House Valheim instantly torches the marriage alliance, shredding Crash and Bianca's engagement to pieces. This quiet reunion is nothing but a bitter final farewell. Our hero already knows their paths will never cross again. He shoots her a grim warning, making it crystal clear he wouldn't even be here if she had just given up on breathing. The girl just stares back, drowning in absolute apathy. Without warning, he unleashes his curse-stealing art. His hand lunges forward, violently absorbing the dark hex devouring the girl's soul, swallowing. A curse this toxic would instantly vaporize any normal vessel. Gasping for air, he forces his eyes open and asks, "How do you feel?" On that fateful day, the icy chains finally shatter. Bianca breaks free from the snow doll's curse, only to realize the world is a brutal, unforgiving nightmare. At that exact second, the floodgates open. Her lost emotions roar back to life, twisting something deep inside her and morphing her into an absolute monster. Fast forward 3 years. The Ardenard territory violently erupts into all-out war. A high-ranking noble, boldly declares that the Starn Kingdom would have been completely wiped off the map if the Athenia Empire hadn't stepped in. All this chaos traces back to the rogue prince, who holds a secret explosive enough to shatter the entire empire. To silence him, the Emperor unleashes the Poison King. But the deadly assassin goes completely rogue, sparking a horrifying bloodbath that ignites a massive war of vengeance. Meanwhile, the White Ghost silently slaughters the regional lord right in the middle of a strategic briefing about locking down the ice pavilion. Suddenly, Starn's forces ambush the area. They were supposed to be guarding the supply depot, and our hero grits his teeth, baffled by their insane incompetence. He charges in, slashing through multiple grunts at once, but they relentlessly hunt him down, all because he carries the cursed blood of the Blue Generation. Crash sprints frantically through the biting blizzard. He's pushed the dark energy so far past its limit that his rotting flesh is totally beyond saving. Backed into a deadly corner, he drags his dying body toward Bianca's fortress, desperate for a miracle. He aggressively pounds his bloody fists against the heavy gates. The heavy doors fly open the exact second our hero unleashes a brutal barrage of ice spikes, desperately trying to hold back the relentless army on his tail. Jagged frost shreds through enemy ranks as he fights tooth and nail just to survive. Standing in the doorway is Bianca, noting it has been way too long since they last crossed paths. Without missing a beat, she unleashes devastating frost magic straight into the charging mob. Lethal icicles rip through the air, dropping every single one of them. Her freezing power impales the attackers instantly. It has been an eternity since he laid eyes on her, but now she stands there transformed into an absolute monster, a massive blade brutally lodged right through her chest. In a heartbeat, her knees buckle, and she collapses as Crash watches in pure, unadulterated horror. That fatal strike was the handiwork of the Poison King's daughter. Struggling to breathe, Bianca begs him to remember a question she had asked him once before. What hurts more, feeling everything or feeling absolutely nothing? Her mind drifts back to the day of the tragedy, to that tearful moment when her sister Jenica confessed that she never actually despised her. Jenica only hated herself for harboring such toxic resentment in her own heart, insisting that sweet little Bianca never deserved any of that pain. Her older sister just wanted the freedom to express her crushing grief, to simply break down and cry. But back then, a young Bianca just stood there, staring blankly, completely numb. Stripped of all feeling, she was trapped inside a suffocating, invisible coffin. Devoid of any empathy at the time, her sister's heartfelt words were just meaningless noise to her. It was a twisted, incredibly frustrating paradox. Even as shattered hearts broke around her, she suffered physically, yet felt completely empty inside. But now, with true emotions finally flooding her soul, the pieces clicked together. Her sister deeply, truly loved her, even through that bitter mask of rage. If only this emotional awakening had sparked sooner, her entire world could have been saved. They could have mourned together as a real family, and this brutal nightmare might have been avoided. Maybe, just maybe, she and Crash could have actually built a future together. But now, bleeding out on her deathbed, the agonizing realization hits that they could have stayed happily married. Crash just stares at her fading body, totally paralyzed by earth-shattering grief. Suddenly snapping back to reality, he jolts awake, violently, gasping for air, as the tragic memories of his past life come rushing back. Beside him, Bianca is clutching tightly at her own fresh wounds. She softly whispers that she is right here with him, while his raven companion caws happily that he is finally conscious. Glancing around, Crash quickly figures out they are holed up in the Ardenhart estate. Bianca gently asks if his injured arm is still burning in pain. Deflecting, Crash wonders aloud if he is supposed to brave the treacherous mountain, realizing that if the Queen had not tipped him off beforehand, he never would have made it in time to save her. Wincing through the agony, he forces himself to his feet, a sudden thought crossing his mind. He reaches down and scoops up a delicate snowflake hairpin meant for Bianca. Gently sliding it into her hair, he flashes a faint smile, apologizing for not gift-wrapping it first. A soft thank you escapes her lips, promising she can finally whip him up a decent meal. But then her tone shifts, She calls out his name, desperately needing to get something off her chest. She admits that even though she is hollow and emotionless, she fought like hell to keep him alive. She confesses she cannot feel genuine happiness, burning rage, or even basic sadness. It is driving her absolutely insane. A suffocating frustration she cannot swallow anymore. And she refuses to just stand there, completely numb during intense moments like this. Her voice cracks. She wants to laugh with him, sob by his side, and be fiercely angry together whenever the world throws them a curveball. But she would be terrified to lose her humanity, just like he did. If he is robbed of his ability to smile, then she doesn't want to fake a smile either. Listening to this incredibly raw confession, a warm grin spreads across Crash's face. He gently tells her to stop worrying so much, revealing a massive loophole. The curse's devastating power is actually slashed in half for anyone who isn't the primary target. Hearing this glimmer of hope, she practically begs Crash to give her feelings back. He chuckles softly, telling her she never even had to ask in the first place, because he would rip the world apart just to give her what she wants. Boom. The second condition unlocks instantly, making him the single most important person in Bianca's entire universe. With a metaphysical snap, another chain of the curse shatters, perfectly paving the way for his master plan, to steal the affliction right out of her. This was his right from the very beginning. Deep inside, the icy girl finally feels a warm, He holds his hand out to Bianca with an incredibly tender smile, taking a step forward and swearing on his life that he will fix this for her. If her true feelings weren't still heavily locked away, she would have tackled him into a passionate kiss right then and there. She would be bawling her eyes out if that damn curse would just let her. But for now, looking into his eyes, the world just doesn't look so. It was a phrase she used to echo endlessly in his past life. Right now, Bianca is shivering, battling a nasty cold. He gently asks if she's feeling any better. Her face, however, snaps back to that blank, emotionless mask, burying her true feelings deep inside. A knock interrupts them. Janica Ardenart asks for permission to enter, and Crashu lets his fiancée's sister step into the room. She immediately questions what happened to Bianca's swollen eyes. Janica quickly explains that their older brother sent her, tasking her to bring some warm food and invite Bianca out for lunch, especially since Crashu is completely bedridden. Crashu narrows his eyes. Playing happy family all of a sudden, it feels completely off. He remembers how in his previous life, Janica wouldn't even spare her little sister a single glance. Her apologies only came when it was far too late. Is history just repeating itself? Bianca forces herself to stand, her body visibly trembling from the fever. He looks her dead in the eye, telling her that even if Janica is trying to turn over a new leaf, Bianca she can just walk away if she wants to. He makes a firm promise once this nightmare is finally over. They are going home together. Bianca struggles to process his gentle words, and then, out of nowhere, panic sets in. She slaps a hand over her own face, stammering, desperate to get something out. Her trembling fingers physically stretch the corners of her mouth upward. She stutters out that she's happy, forcing a broken smile. After that tense moment, Janica bids Crashu farewell, and the sisters agree to meet up later. Once they leave, Crashu turns to Ebelask, demanding the creature lend him its ears for a second. He needs to eavesdrop on exactly what Bianca and her sister are talking about. His voice drops to a deadly whisper. If Janica says even one hurtful thing to her, he will burn this entire place. The raven scoffs, wondering if this battered human seriously thinks he can steal its immortality, looking like a half-dead corpse. It mocks his sheer arrogance for a mere regressor. Crashu fires back, warning the bird not to test him. A devastating injury. Like this. It could be wiped away in a flash by the Saintess of the Holy Land, specifically the Freeman Holy Land one, of the 4 great superpowers of this world. She wields the absolute divine power to literally pull the dead from their graves. But the raven laughs it off, highly doubting that the Valheim house would drain their vast fortune to hire a saintess just to fix up someone as useless as him. The creature slyly suggests they might just replace him with a far better right-hand man. The Crimson Raven tilts its head, trying to piece together what Valheim actually means by replacing his arm. The realization hits. Was this the real reason Valheim dragged Ebelask into this mess? Because Ebelask possesses the dark power to easily stitch a severed limb right back onto a living body. Ebelask knows attaching a dead man's arm to Crashu's shoulder would be child's play. The bird glares, demanding to know if Valheim plans to bleed Ebelask dry, exploiting every ounce of its power. It bitterly concludes that all regressors are just cold-blooded manipulators. Crimson then demands who leaked the secret about the arm, and if Crashu honestly thinks this insane surgery will work. Crashu smirks. It was the Sword Demon. The name drops like a bomb, leaving the Raven utterly. Crimson stammers in pure disbelief. Did this crazy bastard actually hunt down the remains of the Sword Demon? The legendary warrior who once brought the entire world to its knees. The unmatched master of the quick draw, notorious for slaughtering his targets before the blade even caught the light. That man was Crimson's most fiercely protected subordinate, and the Raven furiously forbids Valheim from touching a single bone. But Valheim stands his ground. He needs absolute power, and Crimson is going to forge him into a weapon, exactly like it did with the Sword Demon. The Raven flat out refuses, but Valheim presses hard, revealing a deadly secret. He knows Crimson deeply cherishes its subordinates. He explains that truthfully. Exposing the fatal flaw of the Crimson Garden is terrifyingly simple. The main entity, the garden itself, sees the entire world through the eyes of its underlings, creating a deep subconscious emotional bond with every single one of them. Arthur had the Saintess backing him up. If he just ordered her to endlessly heal those captured subordinates while he brutally tortured them, the agonizing shared pain would inevitably force the Crimson Garden to scream out and expose its hidden core. Crashu remembers hearing that twisted plan. It was complete insanity, yet it played out exactly as that psychopath Arthur had predicted. Now Crashu weaponizes that grim logic to corner Crimson by pointing out that the Sword Demon ultimately died, a natural death from old age. Valheim argues a brutal truth. If he grafts that legendary arm onto his own flesh, he can literally resurrect those god-tier sword techniques back into the world. The Raven goes dead silent, realizing this is exactly what the proud Sword Demon would have wanted. Defeated, Crimson finally caves. It sighs, telling Valheim to give it just 2 days. He throws out a quick thanks, but never to drop his real name when demanding favors. With a swift exit, Grim vanishes. Now the bloody mess of his severed arm is finally nearing a fix. His next move. Sit back and watch how House Valheim swallows the explosive news he just dropped, making sure his cover story about the injury perfectly matches the Ardenhard's narrative. There is a lingering itch of anxiety, though. Head butler Ariad is bound to sniff out his secret trip to Harton, even after being spoon-fed the lie about staying holed up at Green Pine Manor. If the old man pries, he will just politely tell him to back off and mind his own business. Still, a nasty gut feeling claws at him. Cutting away to another scene, Bianca is putting her foot down. Her brother is barking orders, demanding she drop the spoiled brat act and hand over her title as the official fiancé. Straight to Jenica. Mario Khan Ardenhards argues the impossible. The so-called trash actually crushed Bergman. He sees Crash's hidden raw power as a massive weapon for their bloodline, but she isn't budging. That engagement ring is the one thing she is willing to fight tooth and nail to keep. Her brother snaps back, mocking her delusion. He coldly claims she cannot, branding her a cursed liability who will be tossed in the gutter the second Crash gets bored. Hitting her breaking point, Jenica slams her hands down, screaming that her brother is crossing a massive line. He just smirks, dripping with sarcasm. If Jenica is drowning in so much guilt over Bianca, why doesn't she just walk down the aisle with him herself? After all, she is a grown woman who needs to start pulling her weight for the family's sake. Bianca fires back, her voice like ice. She couldn't care less if the whole estate burns to the ground, because she never truly belonged in the suffocating grip of the Ardenhards anyway. Her father, her brother, They never gave a single damn about her existence, so her mind is locked in. Even if the whole world turns its back on her, she is chaining her fate to Crash. Hearing this, Mario-kan absolutely loses his mind, roaring at Bianca in pure rage. But right as the tension hits a boiling point, Mario-kan barks that he is busy, but the hostile family drama is instantly hijacked. Crash strolls in, a deadly calm in his eyes. He casually mentions overhearing a little hallway gossip that he simply couldn't ignore. The eldest brother tries to play it cool, stiffly suggesting the battered guy should be in bed, nursing those gruesome wounds. Crash ignores the fake sympathy and lays out two wild rumors currently flooding the streets. Number 1. Crash played the hero, slaughtered the demonic hellhound to save his girl, and sacrificed the second rumor. It paints a pathetic picture of House Ardenhard's, claiming their security is an absolute joke. A joke so bad they couldn't even stop a rogue beast carelessly letting a direct heir of House Valheim nearly get shredded to pieces while their patriarch was out of town. The threat hangs heavy in the air. He stares down Lord Mario-kan, making it painfully obvious which juicy scandal the public will eat up faster. He offers a way out, clean and simple. Mario-kan needs to back off and let Bianca carve her own path. Because the final call, to ride this out, or torch the engagement, that power rests entirely in Crash's hands. Mario-kan is stunned. He swore Crash was just looking for an excuse to ditch the Ardenhard, but the guy has zero plans of dumping Bianca, and he gives zero flying flips about her so-called curse. The Lord scoffs, totally refusing to buy that they have actually forged a genuine bond. But under Crash's suffocating pressure, Mario-kan finally cracks, throwing his hands up and leaving Bianca's fate up to him. Pivoting like a pro, Crash casually asks if this miracle priest from Hardin can actually stitch his severed arm back together. The truth drops in exactly 2 days, setting the stage for a massive PR boost for the holy man. Mario-kan nods along, swearing to give Crash the golden update the second the healing results go public. Off to the side, Jenica quietly watches. This entirely new version of her sister Bianca, shocked to see a girl who looks genuinely, wildly in love. Meanwhile, miles away, stitched-up arm is silently scanning a letter. Strands of long white hair fall across his face as his piercing gaze locks onto the thought of this terrifying presence. He is none other than the almighty patriarch of the Valheim. 48 hours later, out in the sprawling training fields of the Ardenhard's estate, Crash is pushing his body to the He seamlessly merges the demon swordsman's lightning-fast quick draw with a devastating one-hit kill technique, channeling every ounce of his aura straight into the lethal extreme immersion poison. He throws his weight into the brutal combos, using only one functional arm, but the physical handicap is agonizing. A dark thought creeps in. Maybe the nightmare of being totally useless hasn't faded at all. Yet a massive wave of relief washes over him. The Snowdoll's curse actually did its job, completely hijacking and freezing the deadly flow of the immersion. Now the fiery erosion violently burns away the toxic earthly corruption that the poison originally sucked up by shattering his physical limits. This technique unleashes a devastating inferno, burning earthly corruption as its core fuel. But that kind of raw power comes with a massive price tag. The second the move ends, the user is completely paralyzed as the scorching recoil pushes their internal body temperature right to the absolute breaking point. He realizes he just can't sustain this move for very long without literally frying his own organs. He has to strictly manage the heat if he wants to stay in the fight. His mind suddenly flashes back to a figure standing right in the heart of a blazing fire, wielding a bone-chilling, freezing aura. This guy manipulated the lunar yin energy. As the man turned around, he revealed fiery red hair and a body completely wrapped in heavy bandages. That single memory locks in his very next target, the dark lunar physique of Flame Emperor Aslan Negri. The moment his new arm is fully healed, he is going to steal that bastard's curse. He pulls up to a colossal tree, immediately recognizing it as Ibelask's hideout. He and the crow knock on the massive door. Ibelasque's servant number 8 cracks it open and welcomes Crash inside. He instantly spots the servant's distinct bunny ears, completely baffled as to why the interior layout looks exactly the same as his last visit. He guesses she must have used her spatial magic to link the rooms together. Right on cue, Ibelasque announces that everything is prepped for his arm transplant. He locks eyes with the demon swordsman's severed limb, a cold sweat breaking out at the horrific sight of it. She calmly states the surgery isn't impossible, but warns him the pain will be absolutely agonizing. She even offers to knock him out if he's too scared to handle it. He shoots back that he is no stranger to torture, and she better not dare stop halfway through. Servant number 8 wheels out the surgical bed and carefully lines up the demonic limb for the graft. He straps himself down while the servant tightly binds his body to keep him from thrashing around. Ibelasque flares up her aura, officially kicking off the horrific procedure. Almost instantly, the demon swordsman's arm violently reacts to her energy, a massive wave of mind-shattering agony as the demonic flesh rapidly regenerates and fuses into his shoulder. She dives straight into the final, brutal phase, forcefully wiring the raw nerve endings together. The excruciating torment makes him scream his lungs out, nearly snapping the heavy leather bite guard in half. Ibelasque is genuinely shocked he actually tanked the whole surgery without passing out once. She barks at the servants to stop, gawking, and to unbuckle his heavy restraints. But there is a very specific reason he managed to endure that hellish torture while staying completely awake. He secretly pumped the extreme immersion poison right into the reacting arm, forcing its twisted flesh back to a normal human skin tone. The newly attached limb had threatened to mutate into something grotesquely deformed. If he had been knocked out cold, that vicious poison would have spiraled completely out of control. He needed to stay wide awake to meticulously guide the flow, allowing his own aura to safely build up and take over. By expertly manipulating the toxic venom coursing through his veins, he suppresses the demonic mutation entirely. The intense regeneration wraps up, leaving him with a perfectly normal, fully functioning arm. The crow figures out the insane operation is finally over, watching him flex the new limb, as naturally as if he'd been born with it. The bird hypes him up to test drive the arm by mastering the quick-draw sword technique, telling him to casually borrow Ibelasque's private training arena. After a little light blackmail regarding a forbidden book called Akabune, she reluctantly caves in. She then orders number 8 to escort the duo down to the battlegrounds. Along the way, he grills the servant on everything she knows about the demon swordsman's infamous quick-draw style. Crimson scoffs, mocking that a guy claiming to be some legendary regressor shouldn't be asking total rookie questions about basic swordplay. Crimson goes on to explain that this specific demonic fast draw might look pretty similar to his own standard blade skills on the surface, but the internal mechanics are completely different. Usually, a typical quick draw move just builds up a massive pool of aura inside the scabbard, firing the blade out at absolute top speed. But the demon swordsman's personal style completely flips the script by aggressively shattering that stored aura into microscopic particles for maximum efficiency. Those granular sparks of energy literally detonate, supercharging the acceleration and instantly blasting the blade right past its natural speed limit. Even sealed within its scabbard, the blade erupts. The crow asks if he grasps the concept, and he flat out admits he doesn't. Still, he figures it's worth a shot, putting the technique to the test with his blade and that brand new arm. The crow chimes in, advising him to just surrender to the ancient memories locked inside the limb, promising him the strike will trigger naturally. Thousands of the sword demon's lethal strikes are practically carved into its muscles, and he's ready to put that theory to the test. Brimming with confidence, he drops into a low stance, gripping the hilt to unleash his weapon. God-tier swordsmanship, and the sword demon's limb everything is finally clicking into place inside him. Now it all boils down to pure willpower, as many times as it takes. Fast forward a few days, and he finds with the demonic limb. A massive, suffocating aura, raw energy floods the steel, making the weapon feel insanely heavy in his grip. His eyes spark with excitement at the glowing steel. He unleashes a devastating slash with his new arm entirely wiping out a massive chunk of land right in front of him. Servant number 8 perfectly tracks the blinding trajectory of the strike. He realizes the sword demon's signature move needs to be so impossibly fast that it's completely invisible. A colossal beam of light starts taking shape. He figures the bottleneck is actually his own aura, meaning it's time to head back to the Green Pine Manor. He gives number 8 a quick thanks for sticking around during the grind. She shoots back that he needs to be way more confident, since a number like her packs the punch of a true master. Balask notices the sudden quiet and asks if the session is finally over. He lets Balask know he's heading back to Valheim today, but he drops a heavy warning if she tags along. She'll be captured on the spot, so she absolutely needs to stay put. He totally gets that she's worried about the 5 elders of Valheim. Then he asks if she wouldn't mind hanging back because he needs a huge favor. He tasks her with keeping a close eye on a guy known as her one and only job is to make absolutely sure the Graken family patriarch stays alive and breathing. Balask knows it's going to be a total headache, but she agrees to play bodyguard. She looks completely drained by his endless demands, but she doesn't even want to think about what he might demand in return. Servant number 8 chimes in, asking if her boss is really okay with this setup. Balask admits that normally she would have followed him without a second thought, but honestly, if she sticks around him any longer, she knows the ghosts of her fallen comrades right onto Crash. Plus, the sheer amount of chaos trailing a guy like him is basically a death wish for her. At the end of the day, she'd rather just stay home and catch a break, though she's still low-key worried he'll step into deep trouble. She promises that if things go south, she'll swoop in to return the favor. Back at the estate, the butler warmly welcomes Master Crash home. Crash immediately asks if any crazy drama went down at the manor while he was MIA. Turns out the main branch didn't suspect a single thing. They just pinned the entire failure on her and quietly fired her. Crash smirks, totally satisfied with how smooth the cover-up went. On top of that, the head butler is dropping by very soon for a strict reevaluation. She oversees every single butler in Valheim, and dealing with her is going to be a massive headache, but he absolutely needs the family's backing if he wants to hijack the lunar physique from the Flame King Aslan. That's exactly why he's already scheming to show off his true power. Meanwhile, Lord Darling left a message demanding the materials the second he got back. He thanks Ariad, but she quickly chimes in that there's one last wild detail to report. Ariad drops the bomb that Lady Charlotte is back. Actually, scratch that. She's is leaping out the window as they speak. She touches down gracefully, using pure aura, and teases that it's been ages since she last saw her but the sudden ambush still catches him completely off. Complaining that she nearly died of boredom waiting for him, she officially makes her grand entrance as the fierce 4th daughter of the Valheim family. Charlotte tilts her head, asking if she should have dragged things out. She firmly declares there was absolutely no way she could have taken a single second longer. A suffocating pressure crashes down on him, forcing him to a terrifying realization. Charlotte has likely already shattered the master rank boundary. Her intense aura vanishes into a playful laugh, teasing that she heard he fought like a total badass to rescue his fiancée. She casually strolls over to the fast-asleep Bianca. Catching her brother instinctively stepping back, she rolls her eyes, promising she isn't going to steal his girl. "No need to glare at me like a cornered animal," she huffs. He fires back deadpan that having his home suddenly invaded without a heads up usually triggers that reaction. Charlotte scoffs at his territorial attitude, mocking how he claims the estate like he owns the place. In a flash, her aura flares up, dialing the intimidation up to 11 to put her little brother right back in his place. She fiercely reminds him this mansion bears the Valam crest, which means it's just as much hers. "I just came back to my own house," she snaps, annoyed that he's acting so high and mighty. She sighs, admitting she thought they had a tight bond, which is exactly why she kept her mouth shut about his little secret. His breath hitches. "Are you pissed off?" She drops the bombshell she knows all about the divine contract he forged to smash through to the intermediate tier, and proudly declares that little Crash has finally grown some claws. A chilling realization washes over him. She has fully awakened her sensory perception. She senses a sinister darkness lurking deep within him, a shadow that deeply unnerves her. The pieces finally click. This is exactly why that assassin hound completely failed to take her down. It isn't just some basic mind's eye technique. It is the legendary power to pierce through the stars themselves. The star eye can literally gaze through the world's corruption, which perfectly explains why those pathetic illusions from the assassin hound shattered like glass against her. He mentally replays her battle with the monstrous hound, picturing a one-sided slaughter where the enemy's desperate tricks meant absolutely nothing. This changes everything. It means she clearly saw his true state and that terrifying black flame. A wicked fire that, according to the Queen, remains completely invisible, unless you are the corruptor himself or one of his twisted pawns. Only an elite handful of individuals possess the gift to spot the world's corruption with the naked eye and expose the cursed star mark branded on its slaves. The horrible truth sinks in as he vividly recalls that sickening black star tattooed onto the assassin hound's throat. But he isn't like those monsters. They are the pure embodiment of the world's corruption, while he merely infected his own aura with its power. Any normal person would brush off his dark energy as a run-of-the-mill curse. Outwardly, he looks exactly the same since he came back, but he refuses to drop his guard for even a... He knows the grim reality the absolute second Charlotte figures out he can wield the world's corruption. She won't hesitate to slaughter him on the spot. Her eyes narrow as she bluntly announces she's going to push him to the brink, desperate to see if he shares that same twisted greed. With a sharp nod, she orders him to leave Bianca sleeping in the room and march straight down to the training grounds. "Time for a little pop quiz on your skills," she smirks, as violent tendrils of aura whip around her body. She smoothly draws her blade, instantly suffocating the arena in a crushing wave of raw pressure. Never in a million years did he think he'd be locked in a death match with his own sister, especially now that she's on an entirely different plane of existence. "Don't you dare hold back, or I'll actually get mad," she warns, demanding he come at her with pure, unfiltered, murderous intent. She bets her life he picked up some nasty new tricks while he was off playing hero. His demonic arm twitches before violently ripping his sword from its sheath. He explodes forward, blurring into a high-speed dash. She taunts him, scoffing that 3 whole minutes have already dragged on, and he still hasn't properly wielded his blade, or even flared up his aura. She finds it completely bizarre that he demanded the first strike, only to stand there frozen like a statue. Fed up with his stalling, she finally seizes the initiative and launches herself forward like a raging cannonball as her blinding assault closes in. He calmly shuts his eyes, mere milliseconds before total impact. A searing heat erupts through his veins, violently igniting the world's corruption to obliterate his physical limits. His mind locks onto the precise countdown of this explosive power surge. He knows he has exactly 1 agonizingly short second to make this count. He unleashes the first form of blazing erosion, chaining it instantly into a flaming strike aura burst. His sister's eyes widen in sheer shock at his blistering speed. Boom! The 2 blades violently clash in a shockwave of raw energy. She smirks, realizing Crash went all out right out of the gate, yet she hasn't taken a single scratch. But then Crash hoists his sword high above his head, frantically funneling his chaotic energy. His aura ticks into its second, blistering second of activation, and he viciously unleashes the heavenly sword strike. Smack! The brutal blow connects violently, ripping the wooden practice sword right out of her grip, even while desperately holding back his true murderous power. His own weapon completely shatters into splinters under the sheer... She sculpts a brand new weapon purely from her own aura. The energy compresses, radiating the absolute mastery of a true swordswoman, while a sinister purple magic sparks to life in Crash's hand. He channels his power, and a grotesque mouth tears open right across his palm. He unleashes the Black Hood directly at his own sister, Charlotte Valheim. With his current stats, breaking through her defenses is physically impossible. Her glowing blade slashes into his palm, but he doesn't even flinch. In that split second, the Black Hood's curse latches onto her. The deadly blade hovers mere inches from his throat, yet he smirks, declaring, "Checkmate." he just won the duel. Crash weaponizes the Black Hood's dark magic against his very own flesh and blood. Given his current power level, shattering her protective aura is out of the question. But he only needed a scratch to plant the curse. Shock flashes across the girl's face. She realizes Crash actually managed to disrupt the natural flow of her energy, a divine gift bestowed by the gods themselves. It's a massive swirling current that acts as an absolute impenetrable shield around her body, something no fighter at or below her level had ever bypassed. Crash is the very first. And the craziest part, he was holding back, completely ditching any actual swordplay. If that strike had landed full force, she would have been dead on the spot. An utterly impossible outcome. Later, she chats with Ariane, eyeing Crash's miraculously healed arm with deep concern. Crash casually drops the bomb that he's heading to Rayern Academy. But the second the sparring match ends, his eyes roll back and he hits the floor cold. With only 3 weeks left until enrollment, she insists that's plenty of time, deciding to head out early and wait for him to catch up a few days later. Over at Danfelian's alchemy workshop, the potion is finally brewing. Darling slides the bubbling vial across the table, and Crash nods in deep respect at the master alchemist's skills. As Krim scouts for a spot to train, Crash turns to Darling, asking to borrow his personal training yard. The alchemist agrees without hesitation. Crash then requests a highly specific drug they had discussed earlier. Sitting cross-legged in deep meditation, Crash Valheim stares at the medicine. Popping the pill is the easy part, but he's trying to figure out why Krim is suddenly laughing like a maniac. He swallows it blind. It's a legendary elixir known as the Weeping Dragon Pill. The myth says a baby dragon must scream 9 times to be born. And just like muscles must rip to get stronger, this pill viciously breaks down the host's body. The ultimate goal: pure evolution. Crash smirks, muttering that he and Pain are old friends, and he'll tank whatever it takes to level up. Right on cue, the crow absolutely loses its mind laughing. A searing volcanic heat erupts in Crash's guts. But honestly, it's nothing he can't handle. He flashes back to the agonizing sensation of being roasted alive in an oven. Compared to that hell, this little fever is basically a warm breeze. He scoffs, telling the bird he's survived way worse, mocking it for ever doubting his pain tolerance. Stunned, the crow asks what kind of hellish life he actually lived through. Crash just smiles a bitter smile, replying that he pushes himself to the absolute limit, soaking up the brutal energy. The deeper his focus, the faster the elixir fuses with his blood. Krim watches in sheer awe at his unshakable focus. But then again, this is a man who literally sat through the torture of his own organs melting and his nerves tearing themselves apart to rebuild. Out of every single regressor Krim has ever met, Crash is built entirely different. Enduring agonizing torment is exactly what fuels his terrifying obsession with victory. And if the day comes when he finally hits a wall, Krim knows he'll have to drag him back to his feet. That was their blood pact. Suddenly, a massive wave of power crashes over our protagonist as he finally grasps the true terrifying nature of his aura. What used to be a pathetic little puddle has instantly expanded into a raging, bottomless lake. Before this, he could only polish his energy quality by grinding secret techniques, forever hitting a hard, frustrating cap on his mana pool. But now, after surviving the Weeping Dragon Pill, he instantly skyrockets straight into the ranks of top-tier masters, completely skipping the messy intermediate phase and breaking right into the realm of absolute prodigies. A deeply satisfied smirk spreads across his face. Finally, standing shoulder to shoulder with absolute prodigies, he flawlessly channels his newly expanded aura. The crow commends his raw grit, pointing out that scorching away the pill's toxic impurities using Ignis was a brilliant tactical move. The young warrior fires back that he has to be relentlessly stubborn, otherwise he wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against vastly superior foes. And that absolutely includes crime. The feathered companion himself. Catching Crash's bold declaration, the crow simply nods in agreement and casually asks if he's wrapped up his intense training session. His devoted fiancée appearing right on cue. He softly tells her that from this moment forward, she needs to wait somewhere far more comfortable while he pushes his limits. Darling watches this tender exchange unfold, quietly musing that having a fiancé actually looks pretty sweet. A mischievous smirk crosses his face as he hints at getting hitched to Charlotte. The second crash shoots him a death glare. Darling just shrugs it off with another playful jab. He looks the swordsman up and down with genuine awe, asking if he plans to enroll at Rayern Academy next year. Getting a solid yes from the young warrior, he vows to secure his spot first. Desperate to make Crash call him senior, he casually mentions skipping that specific academy last year because they demand impossibly high academic records. Students only move up to the next grade if they completely ace their brutal exams, wondering aloud if Crash is truly ready for the grind. They both agree this is the golden ticket to stand, right next to Charlotte. Crash questions if she'll actually show up on campus, assuming she's way too busy, purging the world's deadly corruption. Darling shrugs, admitting it's purely a gut feeling and he has absolutely no clue if Charlotte is enrolling this semester. He suddenly yanks Crash into a dramatic bear hug, begging him not to feel lonely, promising that time will fly and they'll reunite at the academy. Disgusted, Crash forcefully shoves him away, barking at Darling with a lethal tone to back off. This instant, she coldly announces that Lord Crash has finally returned to the Green Pine estate. Pivoting toward a nervous subordinate, she barks out a strict command. They must notify the estate that Lord Crash's trial will go down in exactly 1 week. She locks eyes with her own chilling reflection in a polished broadsword, her face twisted into a deeply expectant smirk. The dangerous woman strides away, letting a low, menacing chuckle slip out. She whispers how thrilled she is for the upcoming test, eager to witness the boy's actual growth. The second he steps foot onto the Green Pine property, an unexpected ambush catches Crash completely off guard. He ends up staring dead into the eyes of the matriarch herself. Keeping his cool, he offers a stiff bow and politely asks how she's been. It turns out this intimidating figure is none other than his great-aunt, Catherine Valhern. He casually brings up the ridiculous rumor about retaking the succession test, especially after he already butchered a master-tier hellhound. Downplaying the bloodbath as pure luck, he realizes he can't dodge this heavy confrontation. She sharply assumes that, if he fails to match Charlotte's monstrous level of power, he'll gladly cough up the title of family head. The sheer absurdity of throwing away his birthright momentarily stuns him. But with the looming apocalypse threatening to swallow the world in decay, raw power entirely eclipses noble blood, paving the way for a brutal new era where even lowly commoners can carve their path to the throne. While ordinary minds can't fathom such a chaotic shift, this petty family drama feels so painfully trivial, it's actually hilarious. He bursts into genuine laughter, leaving his stern great-aunt, Catherine, utterly bewildered. Questioning if ruling the Valhern clan is even worth the headache, he confidently agrees to face the trial anyway. His blatant disrespect deeply offends Catherine. Staring at him, she realizes he radiates the aura of a completely different predator than the boy he was just 1 year ago, and that he'll crush this exam by simply forcing a Grand Master to take a single step backward. He highly doubts it'll actually end with just one step, but smirks, telling her that, as a true master, she has absolutely nothing to stress over. The young hero's grip tightens as he slowly slides his gleaming blade. He shifts his weight, dropping into a terrifying combat stance that catches his great-aunt completely. He grips the hilt, settling into a lightning-fast draw stance that perfectly mirrors the legendary sword demon. That man's quick draw was absolute perfection, but he's been dead for years. Her eyes widen in pure shock as our hero mirrors that exact movement. An overwhelming aura explodes from his core, violently rattling the blade inside its scabbard. There's zero doubt left. That is the phantom stance. The spectral shadow of the demon himself materializes right behind the boy, and suddenly it all clicks in her mind. Gritting his teeth, he exhales sharply. Mana erupts in a blinding flash. He rips the blade free, unleashing the very first sword art. The strike tears through the air, Massive waves of energy hurtle straight toward Catherine, forcing her to instantly draw her own weapon and gripping her hilt tight. She has to admit his form was flawless. Where on earth did this kid master something so advanced? She plants her feet and angles her steel forward, bracing for the brutal impact. With a swift parry, she intercepts the assault. A single, clean sweep shatters his energy wave into nothingness. She smirks, realizing he is completely transformed. The ferocious clash of their blades sends a massive shockwave ripping through the courtyard. A confident grin crosses her face. Not a single scratch on her. But a split second later, her eyes go wide. Crack! Her ancient legendary sword completely shatters into pieces. Staring at the broken hilt in absolute disbelief, shaking off the shock, she officially declares that he has passed the grueling test. She shoots him a look of genuine respect, praising his outstanding performance. She turns to leave, but he immediately calls out, looking her dead in the eye. He demands to be stationed with the Seikai Knight Order of Valoon, the exact unit currently deployed at the treacherous Red Magic Tower in Algron. She frowns, questioning why he would settle for a mid-tier faction like the Seikai Order. Without missing a beat, he firmly stands his ground. Her piercing gaze locks onto his, desperately trying to read his hidden agenda. Finally sighing, she tells him she will have to run it by the Knight Commander first. He bows his head in gratitude, thanking his great aunt. Completely drained, his knees buckle the moment he hears Charlotte managed to survive. Just 7 steps. Suddenly, a booming, heavy voice echoes through the courtyard. The man delivering this news? His own father, the intimidating patriarch of the Valheim blood, Emperor Marshal Balrog. Just standing near him feels like being crushed by gravity. The terrifying warlord stares down, immediately noticing that the weak, cowardly hesitation in his son's eyes is acknowledging that Crash has finally matured. He gruffly orders the boy to rest up for the day. The kid is totally confused. Why would his ruthless father show up just to say that? Without another word, Balrog announces he is heading back to their territory. Fast forward 3 weeks. We cut to Algron, the sprawling free city lying in the shadow of the Red Magic Tower. He and Bianca stroll through the bustling streets, checking out the exotic merchant stalls and dodging arrogant magic supremacists. He remembers everything about this place from the lore. The Red Magic Tower, the blazing domain of the Flame King himself. Bianca knows that name all too well, because he is literally one of the top 10 strongest beings alive, ascending to rule the tower with an iron fist. But more importantly, this is the hunting ground of the deadliest of the 3 regressors. The one who absorbed her past memories and hit her peak power faster than anyone else, the Red Witch. Abella is armed with horrifying magical knowledge from the previous timeline, and truthfully, the clock is ticking. It won't be long before she restores her massive mana pool and reclaims her title as an archmage. If she figures out he's a regressor too, he is dead meat. He needs to pack up and get the hell out of here, fast. After wrapping up his errands, he ducks into a hidden gem of a shop, secretly famous in the underground for its daily specialty dishes. He casually slides up to Lilina to low-key discuss the master's elusive potion. She is the loyal servant of Aslan, hailing from the notorious Ygritte bloodline. He smiles inwardly, noticing she hasn't aged a single day. Her only concern right now is making sure Master Aslan is fully satisfied. Meanwhile, his crow familiar locks its sights on the glossy-haired maid, identifying her as Lilina. He immediately orders Crimson to shadow her every move. He needs solid intel. While his pet, later he regroups with Bianca and patiently waits for his scout. Right on cue, Crimson swoops down from the sky. He asks for an update on the stealth mission, and the crow immediately dives into its dark report. Following the chaotic fallout at the estate, the Flame Emperor's own bloodline, Aslan Ygritte, is pronounced dead by Crimson, a suspected suicide. The grim aftermath finally reveals Aslan's pale, lifeless face. Panic erupts as the manor staff a young maid shatters into tears at the horrifying sight of young Lord Aslan. Overwhelmed with grief, her mother hysterically begs to follow him into the afterlife. She screams that her entire world is gone. Meanwhile, the heartbroken girl numbly tosses scraps to a waiting crow. But the dark truth: these assassination attempts just keep piling up. Poison laced his cup just days ago, and now a noose. If this bloodbath doesn't stop, the next strike will definitely finish the job. Right on cue, a mysterious voice slices, casually offering to fix this massive mess. Startled, she demands to know who's lurking in the shadows, suddenly noticing her pet crow, Crime, looking oddly plump. A dead giveaway that a stranger has been slipping him treats. Stepping out of the darkness with his own sleek raven, our badass protagonist drops his name, Crash, the youngest heir of the legendary Valine bloodline. Her eyes, the undisputed powerhouse of the Star-Lord Kingdom. Confusion hits her hard. Why exactly is a top-tier noble creeping around, eavesdropping on a lowly servant's private breakdown? Shrugging it off, he claims he just happened to be passing by and figures he can lend a hand. Then, he drops a massive bombshell about the real reason behind Aslan's crushing depression. The young lord's will to live completely shattered the second Dorothy vanished into thin air. A seemingly average student at the Magic Academy. The maid stands utterly paralyzed by this insane twist, especially since that dark secret was buried deep, known only to a tiny Crash pushes harder, questioning why the higher-ups would desperately cover up a random girl's disappearance, concluding there's something seriously sinister brewing beneath the surface. Shifting gears, he points out the terrifying reality of their decaying, and those twisted, mutated beasts are evolving at lightning speed. And because of this nightmare, lethal no-go zones like the cursed Spirit King's forest are aggressively. The maid just stares blankly, totally clueless as to why he's giving her a terrifying geography lesson right now. He bluntly explains that the rapidly evolving Spirit King's forest is directly connected to all this chaos. He exposes the chilling truth that forest is tied to Dorothy's true hidden. That's exactly why the vice principal scrubbed her very existence from the records. Freaking out, the girl stammers, demanding to know why he's spilling top-secret intel to her when she's literally just a disposable servant. Crash smirks, revealing he's been watching her every single day. He's seen her sneaking off to that abandoned dining hall, desperately praying for Aslan's safety, in total isolation. He knows deep down that an intensely loyal ally like her is the only shot at pulling the young lord back from the brink. Crash then casually drops that even though Aslan is completely clueless, they share a massive history. Back in the day, Aslan literally dragged Crash out of a raging inferno, refusing to let him burn, to pay back that massive blood debt straight out of the hellish Spirit King's forest in just a matter of days. Now these spirits aren't cute fairy tales swarming out from the dense woods bordering Haldrome, standing against, acting as the ultimate frontline barricade to hold back the encroaching nightmare forest. The head of the household is fiercely suspicious about why Crash was. Meanwhile, Safina, a badass fourth-class investigator, has the main family breathing heavily down her neck. Unbothered, our hero announces he's linking up with the elite Sekai Knights over in Elgrin. Naturally, that's just another massive headache to juggle. She shoots him a hardcore warning. His skills might be top tier, but stumbling into restricted quarantine zones will get him instantly killed. She smoothly introduces herself as Mila Six, a high-ranking third-class investigator straight out of Saphira. She also drops that she's backing up Cloud, a heavyweight. As they push forward, the glowing, toxic spirit dust hangs sickeningly as they plunge deep into the cursed woods. Crash immediately senses a chilling vibe, a creeping wrongness he's felt since yesterday, a bizarre, gut-wrenching dread that absolutely makes his skin crawl. Ancient lore claims that centuries ago, a loyal retainer from the mighty Egret clan actually successfully smuggled a pure spirit out of these exact woods. That legendary rogue and the spirit roamed the wild world together, carving out the epic origin story of the very first spiritualist. Our guy instantly recognizes the lore of the legendary chaos spirit and its bound summoner. Right then, a twisted monstrosity drags itself out of the pitch-black shadows behind him, gutturally growling a single name: Annie. The ancient lore states that when the first summoner passed away, her companion simply couldn't process the loss. Feeling utterly betrayed and abandoned, the entity snapped, completely wiping a sprawling city off the map in a single night. The Egret bloodline stepped up to clean up the mess, but ever since that disaster, spirit binding became strictly off-limits. Spirits were instantly downgraded to dangerous pests meant for the slaughterhouse. Our boy declares his ultimate mission is to drag himself back to the woods and reclaim his true physical body. But looking closely, the beast's mind is completely gone. Nothing but raw, unfiltered malice drives this chaotic entity now. Since his sidekick is literally just a kid, he steps up to handle the freak show solo. The huge catch, his boasts 0 actual combat stats, making a tactical retreat look real good right about now. A barrage of deadly strikes rain down on the abomination. Suddenly it clicks. Running. Let's not forget this is the exact same badass who completely dismantled the Chaos Spirit back in his past timeline. Smirking, he actually thanks the beast for acting as his personal GPS to the forest entrance. Tapping into his hyper-awareness, he blitzes the monster, unleashing a relentless flurry of flaming strikes. Before his time slip, this fight was an absolute nightmare, because only raw magic skills even scratched the thing. But this time around, he's packing Ignis, the absolute most savage, violently destructive fire in existence that vaporizes anything it touches. He pushes for the kill before the surrounding environment gets completely poisoned, which would massively buff the monster's stats. The searing slash connects hard, sending the toxic green beast thrashing in agony. It seriously takes just one perfectly executed strike to completely bisect the monster, ending the fight instantly. Honestly, the boss was way squishier than he anticipated. Wandering through the magical woods, wasting literally no time, he starts siphoning the entity's raw, chaotic energy, scoring its insanely overpowered healing factor in the process. The nightmare officially ends the second its glowing spiritual core shatters into total dust. He effortlessly vacuums up the remaining essence. He's evolved now, he can literally consume corrupt energy without needing to obliterate everything in a 5-mile radius. The monster's core is sucked. His signature ability, the shadowy black hood, the dark hex sinks directly into his palm, instantly becoming part of his own arsenal. He casually summons Crimson Garden, his trusted backup for this operation. As the monster fades away, it offers one final, heartbreaking farewell, softly sobbing Annie's name into the wind. It had lingered in the shadows for centuries, stubbornly clinging to the belief that Annie would never actually abandon it. Thinking about the tragically loyal spirit, a crushing wave of total depression washes over the young girl. Flashbacks of Annie's warm, protective embrace flood her mind. Even the usually stoic Crimson Garden feels the heavy, emotional weight of this. Yet he actively chooses to stay on the sidelines, his soul through the eyes of his mortal pawns. He openly admits our hero turns and questions if that lingering trauma is the real reason Crimson dragged himself out here, rather than babysitting the kid whose biological clock is rapidly ticking down. He calls him out, saying Crimson definitely should have prioritized. The majestic being shoots back, explaining that pulling that off would have required begging for outside assistance. Our guy immediately owns up to his blind spot and drops a sincere apology. The entity dissolves into thin air, and his raven familiar swoops back down, looking noticeably relieved. Lelina randomly chimes in, questioning if they're starving the poor bird, before urgently asking for a face-to-face with Lord Aslan. She intensely presses him on whether he's finally cracked the code to track down Dorothy, and he shoots her a confident nod. But to actually pull off the summoning ritual, he's going to need both Lady Lelina and the Lord to heavily chip in. He promises to slide her a high-tier artifact specifically designed to hack straight through the mansion's insane magical security. Once the entire estate goes pitch black for the night, he plans to sneak directly into Aslan's private quarters. Thanks to his super rare dark lunar physiology, the guy's internal clock is completely flipped. He's a total night owl. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the hall. He immediately assumes Dorothy is crashing the party, but our hero quickly connects the dots. Aslan is just severely sleep-deprived and totally spacing out. Cutting to the chase, he straight up asks if Aslan wants to see Dorothy. Without missing a single beat, the Lord drops his answer, that he desperately needs to see her right this second. The hero claims he can make that wish come true, but only if he's willing to sacrifice everything. Aslan swears he will do whatever it takes, and the hero declares their dark pact sealed. First off, he has to strip away his black lunar physique. Second, he must swear to sacrifice his own life in the spirit forest within a matter of days. In return, he promises to drag Dorothy back from the grave. The hero demands he abandon his black lunar physique and swear to offer himself as a blood sacrifice in the spirit forest in just a few days. Only then will he pull Dorothy back from the clutches of death. Hearing this twisted deal, a cornered Aslan realizes that he's practically making a deal with the devil. The hero shoots back that it's a pretty rude accusation since a real demon would have ripped his limbs off by now. Aslan confesses he was already fully prepared to die, so offering up his life doesn't faze him one bit. He considers the brutal terms completely fair, and questions if the mysterious guy even knows what the black lunar physique truly is. The hero demands he forfeit the black lunar physique entirely and vow to sacrifice himself in a spirit forest in just a few days. Only then will he resurrect Dorothy from the dead. Processing this heavy ultimatum, a desperate Aslan feels like he's bargaining with a literal demon. The hero scoffs, calling the comment totally uncalled for, claiming a true demon would have already shredded him limb from limb. Despite the terrifying stakes, Aslan shakes the hero's hand, cementing his blind trust and demanding the full details. Aslan Ygritte violently shivers, alone in his dark bedroom. Born as a direct heir to the prestigious Ygritte bloodline, the undisputed masters of blazing fire. However, Aslan can't spark a single flame due to his cursed black lunar physique. Because of this fatal flaw, he is ruthlessly stripped of his succession rights, completely starved of his own family's love. His grandfather harshly rips into Agatha Aslan's mother for desperately clinging to the fact that the boy is his rightful grandson, begging him not to rip away his inheritance. The old man fiercely snaps back, coldly addressing her as Agatha Ygritte, and demands to know if she's willing to let the entire family and the Crimson Magic Tower burn to the ground just to coddle her pathetic grandson. He spits out that this absolute disaster never would have happened if she hadn't stupidly married a man cursed with yin energy. The ruthless grandfather brings up the swirling rumors about a prodigy named Bella over in the Crimson Magic Tower, a young girl possessing terrifyingly explosive talent for fire magic. He flat out suggests if she refuses to birth another heir, she better adopt that girl and raise her as her own. Right before storming out, he sternly interrogates her, making sure Agatha Ygritte fully understands his absolute orders. Then he shoots a venomous glare at Aslan, branding him a completely worthless piece of trash. He coldly states that if his grandson possessed even half of Bella's raw talent, he might actually stand a chance at leading the family. A desperate young Aslan fiercely promises to train until his bones break, praying his grandfather will finally acknowledge him. But his mother grimly warns that hard work won't mean a damn thing, chillingly reminding him that his grandfather literally wiped Aslan's own father off the face of the earth. From this exact moment, she commands him to fight like his very survival depends on it. And from that chilling day forward, just to make absolutely sure Aslan isn't murdered by his own blood, Agatha started treating her once beloved boy with gut-wrenching cruelty. That pure trauma is exactly why years down the line, Aslan morphed into the broken man the hero crossed paths with. A man who screamed for absolute, his shattered body wrapped tight in bloody bandages, driven to the absolute edge by his own family. The ruthless grandfather is out to slaughter the Flame King, the very man who ripped away his most precious treasure. After completely incinerating the dark entity, along with his own body, Aslan turns his back on his toxic bloodline and ascends as the terrifying Flame Emperor, totally eclipsing his grandfather's power. Aslan's terrified mother makes a frantic run for her life, while the psychotic grandfather launches a lethal attack to wipe out his own flesh and blood. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure leaps right over his warhorse. The shadow brings down a massive broadsword, completely blocking the Flame King's deadly strike and saving Aslan by a hair. This crazy clutch move is the only thing keeping Aslan from being turned to pure ash by the roaring inferno. He rips a massive blade straight from its scabbard, physically dragging Aslan out of the kill zone. In that same chaotic second, Lilina grabs hold of Aslan, pulling him from the jaws of death. Lilina suddenly steps from the shadows, flanked closely by the eerie Raven Queen. She reveals she's carrying a secret letter from Crash, hidden in her pocket right alongside Dorothy's glowing crystal. Aslan Ygritte eagerly snatches the crumpled paper from Lilina's coat. The urgent message tells them to trail the Raven all the way to a fiercely glowing lake and completely submerge the magical crystal into the deep waters, where the Spirit King's egg will literally spark Dorothy back to life. However, Lilina is clearly still shaken up by the whole ordeal. She nervously explains that pulling off the heist for Dorothy's crystal. The plan was simple. Bait the acting patriarch. Aslan Ygritte just prays Crash is surviving this mess. Stepping out of the dust without a single scratch, Crash tightens his grip on his blade. He admits he has no clue why Aslan needs his black lunar body, but he's ready to hand it over. "Take it," he demands, instantly unlocking the dark, suffocating aura of the black lunar body. A sickening crunch echoes as the skeletal bindings shatter, letting our hero siphon the curse. Meanwhile, Crash stands his ground, completely untouched, his sword drawn and ready. Urging Aslan to claim the energy right this second, Crash completely unleashes the black lunar body. Heavy chains snap like twigs, whipping up a violent vortex of raw power. Watching this unfold, the Flame King, the legendary head of the family, is left absolutely speechless. He can literally feel the kid's spiritual pressure skyrocket. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he recognizes the boy. It's the notorious outcast of the Valheim bloodline. The rogue swordsman smirks, confirming he is indeed Crash Valheim. And more importantly, he's Aslan's friend. The Flame King is utterly baffled by this kid's explosive surge in aura. When he demands to know the intruder's identity, Crash proudly states his name, dropping the old man's jaw even further. He remembers this kid as the ultimate failure of the Valheim clan, and to make matters worse, he's rubbing elbows with his own grandson, Aslan Ygritte. The Flame King actually bursts into a mocking laugh at this ridiculous claim. He scoffs, brushing off the boy's sinister aura as nothing more than a tightly coiled curse. The patriarch coldly states that his hands are already tied dealing with his own grandson, and orders Crash to scram, having zero interest in sparking a war with the Valheims today. In a blinding flash, Crash teleports right behind him, taunting the old man about his status as one of the top 10 strongest fighters on Earth. Without hesitating, Crash drives a brutal strike straight into his blind spot, scolding the master for exposing his back to a total rookie. "Some top 10 warrior you are," he mocks. He chuckles, pointing out that both he and Aslan always learn the hard way, taking a brutal beating just to scrape out a victory. Cut to Aslan gently lowering Dorothy's crystal into the glowing lake. Beside him, Lena desperately urges the young master to save her right now, banking on the slim chance that Crash can actually hold off the Flame King. Gripping the crystal tight, Aslan's mind drifts to a painful memory no matter how many spells. He memorized he couldn't ignite a single spark of fire magic. He was the ultimate disgrace to his fiery bloodline. He used to see himself as total garbage. But right now, saving Dorothy feels like the one right thing he's ever done. Yet in her eyes, he was incredible. She was always bugging him, asking if he was some kind of secret genius. A flashback hits. He sees her bright face, asking if he's a prodigy. He noticed that even when they both chanted the exact same magical formula, his mana flow was incredibly smooth and stable. He'd brush it off, telling her that any random kid at the academy could, but she'd stubbornly insist that she was a complete failure. That's exactly why she begged Aslan to tutor her in advanced grimoire spells. Her bribe. Treating him still, he felt like a fraud. A worthless mage who couldn't even cast a basic offensive spell. Stuck in that dark mindset, Dorothy was a total puzzle to him. He just couldn't wrap his head around why she was so insanely obsessed with learning magic. To her, it was pure fun. To him, it was a chore. Whenever she asked why he bothered studying it at all, he'd give a hollow answer. It was just his duty, as the heir to a high-born, prestigious family. She quickly called out his bluff, arguing that magic is brutal to learn and kids are brutally honest. Meaning, they won't stick with something they hate no matter how hard you force them. The truth was, back in the day, Aslan thought magic was an absolute blast, too. His mother used to cheer him on with everything she had. In his deepest memory, he can still hear his mom softly promising that magic would become the most beautiful, vital part. It hits him hard, just like Dorothy. He used to be head over heels in love with magic when he was a little boy. She was the spark. Because of Dorothy, he finally fell back in love with the very craft he had grown to despise. Stepping up to her, he gently taps Dorothy's shoulder. The second she turns around, he pulls her in for a sudden kiss. "I love you," he breathes out, turning her face bright crimson. Flustered, she stammers that he's completely skipping steps, but he doesn't care. She gave his empty life a real purpose. Back in reality, the paper airplane she used to playfully throw around is now bursting into vibrant. She showed him what it meant to truly love. She became the absolute center of his universe, right up until the heart-wrenching day she sacrificed her own life. Even in her final moments, a peaceful smile crossed her face. Just knowing she had managed, he drops to his knees, screaming and sobbing uncontrollably, while Agatha frantically begs to know if her little boy is okay. Trapped inside the glowing crystal, the spirit linked to the brutal terror attack desperately pleads his case. He fiercely insists that Dorothy was never a villain, but that she was actually the one trying to stop the slaughter. He reveals the shocking truth when that underground syndicate ambushed the academy and set the entire campus ablaze. She was the hero, pulling students from the flames and shielding them. But the furious crowd isn't having it. They boil with rage, absolutely refusing to believe such treacherous words could ever spill from the mouth of an egret. His mother glares at him, demanding to know if he even realizes yet the tears just won't stop falling for Dorothy, as he stares blankly at his own shattered reflection, rippling across. Suddenly, strands of her familiar hair drift into view, and like a ghost, Dorothy's delicate figure slowly rises from the freezing depth. He pulls her close and kisses her deeply, pouring out his heart and swearing she is the only woman he will ever trust. A chilling realization hits him. The Walren bloodline has been cursed with some twisted divine blessing, spawning yet another terrifying monster. Meanwhile, the Flame King smirks, noting that the kid's speed is dangerously impressive for a rookie, already moving like a seasoned master. But even so, there is no way in hell he's letting this boy take another step forward. Just as he raises his hand to unleash a devastating spell, a deafening crash shatters the air behind them. The crow swoops in, carrying an urgent message. It squawks out the grim truth the High Spirit has resurrected. That lethal 3-second penalty tearing his body apart, completely wiped out. All thanks to Aslan's shadowy lunar physique. Now, not only does he lock in his monstrous strength, but he forcefully compresses that raw energy to buy himself another 3 agonizing seconds. Channeling Aslan's deadly curse, he is about to unleash a devastating wave of destruction on a scale no one has ever witnessed. Searing, boiling heat starts rushing through his veins, but he bites down on the pain and stands his ground. He isn't going down without a Crash's muscles are screaming, pushed way past their breaking point. Tapping into blazing erosion, he grips his heavy blade and unleashes the heavenly sword of destruction. Pitch-black flames erupt around him as he violently charges forward. Seeing this overwhelming aura, even the Flame King starts to sweat. Their blades violently collide in a brutal test of raw power, sending a massive, blinding shockwave of fire exploding outward. The hero throws everything into his final strike, but his stamina finally cracks. Seizing the opening, the Flame King shatters his defensive barrier and slashes right through his armor, drawing first blood. This kid is a pure-blooded Valen, and Aslan's closest friend. Smirking through the pain, our hero admits he knows the guy a little too well for his own comfort. Watching the crimson blood drip from the boy's wounds, the Flame King realizes instantly this kid is destined for absolute greatness. A prodigy whose name will soon echo across the entire world. If he just stays by his side, the boy could easily rise up as the ultimate pioneer, leading this fierce new generation of warriors. In his desperate hunt for Abella, his grandson somehow stumbled upon a true monster in the making. Suddenly, a colossal wall of solid ice erupts right between them. Aslan yells out a frantic warning. They've completely enraged the high-tier spirit, and staying here means certain death. Glancing down at his splintered blade, the Flame King feels a chill run down his spine. Our hero orders him to fall back immediately, demanding if he even grasps the massive body count they'll face if this castle caves in. A broken, desperate laugh escapes Adolf's lips, and he explodes with absolute rage, watching our protagonist tactically retreat. Without another word, he, the mysterious crow, and the rest of their crew make a... Adolf furiously demands to know what the boy just dared to say, and our hero, calm and collected, snaps back that reality is staring him right in the face. He drops a chilling warning on Adolf Egret, the legendary Flame King. A colossal slaughter is inevitable, and countless innocent lives if this mighty fortress falls. The sheer weight of that truth leaves the seasoned old king completely speechless. While chaos erupts and everyone scrambles for survival, the entire party, horses in tow, dives headfirst into a glowing, magical teleportation circle. Lena crosses her arms coldly, stating that this disaster is exactly what they get for rushing in so blindly, and fiercely reminds him that he never stood a ghost of a chance against one of the top 10 absolute powerhouses in the world. Catching his breath, Aslan admits he owes our hero a massive debt. Looking around at the battered squad, he asks for their next move, dropping the heavy bombshell that his dark lunar physique has completely faded away. He's gearing up to dive back into his family's brutal fire magic training. He's actively choosing the hardest road possible, fully aware that the patriarch will... But he isn't fighting solo anymore. Dorothy has his back. Our hero calls him a stubborn fool, pitching a different idea. Why not enroll at the Rarin Academy next year? It's the perfect escape from his toxic family drama, a place to actually level up his skills. Aslan insists he needs raw power to keep Dorothy safe. Without missing a beat, our guy promises to back him up. That's what bros do. Hearing that hits Aslan and Grig right in the feels. They finally found a real ride or die. After Aslan and Dorothy wave their goodbyes, our hero turns to Lilina, wondering why she's tagging along with his crew. She smoothly replies that she didn't want to crash Aslan's sweet reunion with Dorothy. But her tone shifts. Looking him dead in the eye, she pours her heart out, thanking him for saving Lord Aslan. She swears she will never, ever forget the massive favor he pulled off. Our guy instantly gets flustered, brushing it off as no big deal, before telling Lilina to stay safe out there. They part ways, but he smirks, knowing he just secured a massive lifeline. Flashing back to his past life before the regression, he realizes saving Aslan was the bare minimum. Fast forward. We are back in his messy bedroom, where Bianca is forcefully shoving medicine down Crash's throat. The snarky raven chirps up, pointing out he went so hard in battle that he literally shattered his own blade. Our guy just shrugs. He did what he had to do, but now it's hunt time. He needs a seriously overpowered weapon, something that won't melt into slag from his explosive fire magic. The raven's eyes gleam. He's got the perfect hookup, a legendary spot, renowned for forging god-tier gear. Pack your bags. Next stop, the Mazy Palace. It's a dungeon our hero knows, like the back of his hand. Built by masterminds from a lost ancient civilization, this colossal fortress was designed to forge weapons that could push back the toxic corruption of the Clockwork Palace. A nightmare crafted by a rogue dwarf known as the World Devourer. This crazy facility automatically strips the earth mining and refining resources entirely on its own, churning out a literally endless supply of loot. That infinite gold rush drags in greedy adventurers from every corner of the globe. They scavenge the scraps, and boom, the boom town of Lavara was born. The rule is simple. The deeper you plunge into the abyss, the crazier the drops. Naturally, scavengers group up, risking it all. There's just one massive roadblock. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can survive the 8th floor. Why? A terrifying ghost patrols the dark, clutching a Enter Rakuten, the legendary former boss of the Black Lions, a warrior everyone once worshipped. But here's the twist. Thanks to the creepy magic fueling this cursed palace, he literally cannot die. So he wanders the 8th floor for eternity, swinging his god-tier katana, Amaboshi. In the previous timeline, Loken got ridiculously lucky and looted that exact blade. But karma struck, and he got wiped out the second he breached Charlotte's forbidden zone. But this run, everything changes. Our boy is going to solo Rakuten and snatch that ultimate weapon before anyone else gets the flashback time. Before looping back, he actually spent 12 grueling months grinding in the Mazy Palace with Anax's raiding party. They charged in chasing rumors of Loken's legendary sword. What did they find instead? Just some delusional scumbag parading around claiming he owned the entire dungeon. They threw away an entire year of their lives dealing with that jerk. That psycho was the puppet master controlling the roots and launching full-scale attacks on the ocean. Back in the present, Anax warns that this guy's pathetic body is about to give out, and they need to bounce. Yet her hands don't stop. She just keeps ruthlessly torturing him. Anax casually justifies the bloodshed. Sure, Crash might play nice, but this total scumbag tried to murder them first. So now she's delivering some highly explosive karma. This dungeon is an absolute lawless wasteland. No cops, no rules. These thugs knew exactly whose toes they were stepping on when they tried to jump the Guardian. And this entire mess, it's all thanks to that arrogant punk from the Fendel Road cartel. Yeah, the very same loudmouth who bragged he could solo Rakuten. The punk sneers, telling our hero to dial down his massive ego just because he hails from Valhalla. But our guy shuts him down cold. He snaps back that it's their own toxic attitude keeping everyone away from their trash-tier guild. The boss of this obnoxious cartel is Fendel himself, the self-proclaimed king of the dungeon. Seriously, this guy hasn't matured a single day, still playing the nice guy card while violently demanding apologies. Fendel puffs out his chest, mocking our hero. He gloats that a fresh, expert-level newbie doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against him. Unfazed, the hero fires back. Reaching the near-master tier is an insane flex. Hell, he even dangles a juicy carrot offering to fast-track a recommendation to the legendary despite Fendel being total peasant trash. The raw stats are there, he's practically a master. So our hero hits him with the ultimate bait. Does he want that shiny Valrine Knight badge or not? Hook, line, and sinker. You can see Fendel practically drooling at the thought of finally rocking that prestigious knighthood. If he scores that title, every single snobby noble who ever spat on him will be forced to bow down. After all, he already conquered the dungeon, stacking up both brute force and infinite cash. He demands to know if the offer is a joke, but our boy doubles down, flat out stating he'll take over the entire crew and start barking the orders. He even drops a brutal new name for them, the Mutt Squad, since they're nothing but obedient lapdogs. Hearing this sheer disrespect, Fendel's blood absolutely boils. After all, this guy parades around calling himself a king, yet a single scrap of a pathetic promotion gets him all riled up. Fendel growls a deadly warning, telling the kid he better not make an enemy out of him if he ever wants to survive the 8th floor. Our hero just smirks, firing back that once he completely flattens him, everyone will be begging to join his squad instead. Fendel assumes this privileged little brat has zero clue how to gauge a real threat, having lived a sheltered life completely wrapped in bubble wrap. He mockingly asks if the Golden Boy's rich daddy will come hunting for him when he inevitably wins this fight. The protagonist just laughs it off. Nah. Because Fendel won't even manage to land a single scratch on him. The stage is set. Fendel swears to absolutely butcher the kid charging forward like a raging bull, while our boy calmly draws his blade. Metal clashes as the hero effortlessly parries the lethal strike. Fendel's eyes widen, spotting the pitch-dark iron sword in the kid's grip. Exactly what you would expect from a high-born Valheim swordsman. Shrugging it off as pure dumb luck, Fendel flexes his overwhelmingly superior aura and brute strength, diving in for a second strike. But our guy seamlessly counters, deflecting the heavy blow away. Furious, Fendel aims straight for the jugular, wanting to carve a permanent scar into the boy's neck that he will take to the grave. A devastating flurry of slashes rains down on the hero. Suddenly, our boy unleashes a vicious spinning strike, violently knocking Fendel backward. Reality violently sets in for the tyrant. That was not luck. That counter was deadly precise, forged from raw, battle-hardened experience. The protagonist ignites his blade with roaring fire magic, flexing a top-tier skill worthy of the Valheim bloodline. He swings the blazing weapon, but Fendel sharply dodges out of the way, proving he isn't just all talk and actually has some serious reflexes. Fendel channels crackling green lightning into his own blade, screaming that he's going to show this brat exactly why they call him the king of this place. He blitzes forward at blinding speed, toxic green electricity surging around his entire body. The devastating slash collides, but our boy instantly absorbs the heavy impact using his iron claw. He then fiercely blocks the rest of the assault with a visibly massive broadsword. Wielding a hunk of metal that heavy requires insane mastery, leaving the entire crowd completely dumbfounded at how a kid could swing it like a feather. But here's the secret. Our guy knows and combat pattern this guy has. Why? Because he fought Onyx countless times before his regression. Meanwhile, his clueless opponent keeps barking threats promising to teach the arrogant brat a painful lesson. He roars that he'll slice him clean in half, summoning a massive, crackling lightning dragon from his blade. The girl, watching from the sidelines, gasps, terrified, that this vicious green dragon magic is going to obliterate the Valheim air. But our hero, he just takes a slow, deep breath, perfectly shifting his stance. Activating his flaming erosion skill, he rips out a brutal counter-slash a split second before the tyrant can even connect. The blinding strike slams right into Fendel, leaving him completely paralyzed in shock. Without missing a beat, the protagonist launches into the air, triggering his hidden technique, Corridor. He launches the fake king sky high, absolutely crushing his face with a devastating high-speed kick. Fendel goes flying like a rag doll, screaming in pure agony. The crowd's jaws drop as they finally realize the truth: this young noble is in a completely different league and just humiliated the Dusting himself off, our boy formally introduces himself as Crash Valheim. He loudly declares his ultimate goal. He's marching straight up to the 8th floor and demands to know who has the guts to join his raiding party. He stands tall, doubling down on his insane ambition to crush the boss of the 8th floor, openly hunting for true allies. He throws the invitation wide open. Anyone crazy enough to help him liberate the 8th floor and completely rewrite history is welcome to tag along. The stunned spectators whisper frantically about the monster hiding in the Valheim bloodline, seriously questioning if this kid can actually pull off the impossible and dethrone a Kutan. Hidden in the murmuring crowd, a girl silently debates taking the leap. Staring at his confident smirk, she flashes back to all her grueling blood, sweat, and tears, ever since she was a little kid, and how desperately she's been pushing herself lately. Despite all that insane grinding, she hit a massive brick wall, never able to break through to the master rank. Just as she's drowning in her own, a guy named Derek steps up, nudging her and asking if she's going to sign her life away to this kid. Derek admits that even though his gut is screaming danger, this wild gamble is honestly their absolute last shot, demanding to know what the hell she is still hesitating. See, here is the tragic truth about Fendel. Even though he got completely stomped by Akutan and Ikar in the past, the second he scraped his way to the 8th floor, he got incredibly lazy. He built a total sham of a guild, just calling it the Fendel Road faction to stroke his ego, and basically flushed 5 whole years of his life. But Derek knows Locration is cut from a different cloth. He clearly remembers, while everyone else just stood around watching their crushing defeat at the hands of Hakatan, she was out there grinding, pushing her limits every single day. The girl lets out a heavy breath, silently agreeing with him. Her knuckles turn white as she tightens her grip on her hilt, swearing that absolutely nothing is going to slow her down. She makes a vow right then and there. Even if absolute hell breaks loose in front of her, she is charging straight through. The very next morning rolls around. Crash is on standby, waiting to recruit the ultimate beacon of hope of the Labyrinth Palace. Because if Fendel is the suffocating darkness lurking inside those walls, then Locration is the blinding light. Before his timeline reset, she was a legendary masterclass warrior, a fierce powerhouse who crushed rival challengers. But the absolute last time he ever laid eyes on her she had completely thrown away her sword. reduced to quietly peddling fruit at a local market stall. Crash refuses to let Fendal walk away scot-free this time around, and he is thirsty for some serious payback. His ultimate goal, ripping away Fendal's overpowered lightning skill, Lioner. But to pull off that epic heist, he has got to make that arrogant jerk insanely jealous first. Our hero is dead set on triggering this second condition. Plus, they are bound to cross paths constantly deep inside the Labyrinth Palace. So unlocking that stolen skill is just a waiting game now. His raven companion senses his burning urge to storm the palace, but quickly chimes in with a reality check, reminding him he desperately needs to build a solid squad first. And right on cue, just as he is strategizing his recruitment plan, a lone figure steps out of the shadows. It is none other than Locration herself. The undisputed. She cuts right to the chase, bluntly asking if she can tag along to completely dominate the 8th floor. Crash shoots her an easygoing grin, telling her that is as long as she is totally cool with making a brutal enemy out of Fendal. Locration does not even flinch. She accepts instantly, spitting out that Fendal's crew are nothing but spineless cowards who got absolutely wrecked. Despite tasting bitter defeat before, she is desperate to challenge that brutal 8th floor and reinvent herself completely. Thrilled by her fire, Crash finally securing the palace's brightest light. Squinting in suspicion, she demands to know how he magically knew her name. Without missing a beat, he brushes it off, since they are about to tackle that hellish 8th floor as a unit. With a firm, decisive handshake, their alliance is locked in. Fast forward 2 days. Standing dead center at the Labyrinth Palace entrance, Locration drops some heavy lore. The entire ground floor is nothing but a giant deceptive illusion, and the true bone-crushing nightmare actually waits deep under. Grinding down to the 8th sublevel is going to eat up an entire month. Why? Because every single floor is rigged with lethal traps, just waiting to snap their necks. Thankfully, their hand-picked squad has the skills to navigate this meat grinder safely. Honestly, it is entirely thanks to Crash that Locration even has the guts to face this terrifying palace again. To round out the raid party, Derek, the veteran scout, and Fennec Shelley, a brilliant white mage, step up to join. Shelley practically bounces on her heels, absolutely ecstatic to be riding with this crew. And honestly, if Locration is willing to put her life in there, then Crash has absolutely zero reason to question their combat skills. Both Derek and the bubbly mage are completely caught off guard by just how chill and polite the noble acts. Stepping up to the plate, Derek takes point, confidently, the absolute fastest, leaving the heavy long-range bombardment and crucial healing directly to Shelley. Suddenly Prime chimes in with vital intel. Fendal's entire toxic faction is mobilizing right now, gearing up to blitz the palace. Crash's eyes gleam. Perfect, he mutters, knowing his arrogant rivals are basically serving themselves up on a silver platter. Meanwhile, Fendal is throwing an absolute tantrum, screaming his lungs out at his mindless goons. He viciously roars that they are going to conquer that 8th floor no matter the body count. Watching this pathetic display from the shadows, Crash scoffs. People really never change. Fendal is still the exact same arrogant loudmouth he was in the previous timeline. Wasting no more time, the party begins their dizzying descent down a massive, spiraling stone staircase. Crash glances around, totally creeped out by the eerie fake windows glowing along the walls, even though they are miles underground. Suddenly, warning everyone to brace themselves. Right past that threshold is sublevel 1, and waiting for them in the dark are twisted mechanical freaks known simply as clockwork rabbits. Smirking, Crash steps back and invites Locration to finally show off her raw power. The heavy door groans open, and instantly, a dozen glowing red eyes pierce the pitch-black darkness. Creepy robotic rabbits slither out of the shadows, every single one clutching. The alpha of the pack looks like an absolute nightmare, with a deformed face and blood-red optics. Suddenly, its face literally splits wide open, revealing a horrifying, jagged maw, and it unleashes a deafening, metallic shriek. Boom Locration launches herself at the beast, her great sword drawn. Her explosive dash is so insanely she literally blurs out of existence for a split second. She unleashes a devastating high-speed barrage of slashes, shredding the killer rabbits into scrap metal without even breaking a sweat. You can literally feel her burning resolve to absolutely conquer this dungeon run. Crash watches, genuinely blown away. There is not a single wasted movement in her footwork. Honestly, compared to Fendel's flashy garbage, Locration's combat style is brutal efficient and brutally direct. Bridging that massive gap between an amateur and a true grandmaster is Crash's next major goal, and this is the absolute perfect chance to study a top-tier fighter up close. Up until this very moment, he has only been stacking his power levels by hijacking other people's skills and chugging overpowered elixirs from. Pushing his secret arts to the absolute limit allows him to clash with true masters. But entering a master's domain requires relentless personal dedication. Craving raw power means absolutely nothing if his foundational skills are trash. Mindlessly mimicking prodigies, utterly pointless. The Acrasian, on the other hand, is built completely different. She forged her foundation through pure, agonizing repetition. She's truly ascended to the realm of masters, which is exactly why he needs a massive favor from her. He strikes a deal if they actually manage to breach the 8th floor. He wants daily sparring sessions with her. Just raw blade work, zero aura allowed, keeping their energy reserves strictly intact. The bold request totally catches the girl off guard. Derek immediately calls the idea suicidal, but she agrees anyway. As the crew pushes forward, Derek silently curses her decision to entertain this madness during such a do-or-die situation. The Acrasian simply explains that his eyes did the talking. She saw a fierce, unyielding hunger to conquer even greater heights. Staring down a blazing gaze like that, coming from a warrior desperately seeking true power, she just couldn't bring herself to say no. The squad regroups, locking in their resolve to storm the upper floors. Meanwhile, outside, a shadowy figure screams aggressively, cursing Valhalla's very name. A tailed fighter violently declares that she's hunting down what rightfully belongs to her right this second. The Tigress's explosive rage is locked dead onto our hero. He roars that the Thunderstar is his prize, vowing never to hand it over to Crash. Back inside, the hero and his squad finally hit the 6th floor of the Mace Palace. He and the Acrasian carve through enemies together, displaying terrifying synergy. Well over 1 month has passed since they breached the palace, and the Acrasian has easily proven she has the muscle to solo clear these floors. Thanks to that, Derek and Shelley the Mage have barely had to lift a finger in battle. The stamina on these two frontliners feels absolutely infinite. They breeze straight to the 6th floor, without missing a single beat, completely fired up since kicking off their sparring routine. From the Acrasian's perspective, Crash radiates an insatiable thirst for growth. Knowing his fundamentals are dangerously weak, our boy makes a ruthless choice. He's going to steal every single technique. That brazen declaration leaves the girl completely stunned, since swordsmen almost never dare to blatantly rip off another warrior's martial arts. But staring deep into Crash's eyes, there isn't a single shred of hesitation. To grasp absolute power, he will happily crush his own ego. It suddenly clicks in her head, if she matches Crash's relentless mindset, she can shatter her own limits too. Gripped by curiosity, the Acrasian asks why he's so desperately obsessed with becoming ridiculously strong. Derek cuts in, barking that the 7th floor is right on top of them, and they can't afford to waste time. Ignoring him, our hero drops the truth. His true motive. The impending annihilation of the... He's gambling on whether his own 2 hands can rewrite that apocalyptic fate. Derek scoffs, mocking the kid about this so-called end-of-the-world nonsense. He laughs it off, sneering that making up fairy tales like that just proves our hero is still a naive little kid. But the Acrasian, she knows damn well he wasn't joking. Crash's eyes were dead serious. They burned with the absolute, unshakable conviction that the world really is going straight to hell. Deeply moved by his chilling certainty, she vows to lay everything on the line for her own ultimate goal. Meanwhile, the growing bond between the Acrasian and Crash definitely doesn't slip past Derek's radar. He sharply informs Crash that they've finally breached the 7th mechanical labyrinth, warning him to brace himself. A brutal meat grinder of deadly traps and lethal monsters is waiting for them in the shadows. But our boy just smirks, claiming there's zero reason to sweat it. After all, Derek is an elite guide, who will definitely drag them straight to the 8th floor. But right on cue, the massive walls of the labyrinth violently shift and grind into motion, threatening to ruthlessly split the party apart. As the floor tears apart, the Acrasian shoots Crash a desperate apology. Smelling a setup, she was already bracing herself for an ambush on this level. And losing their guide, that would be an But our guy has the situation completely under control. The girl shoots him a confused look, wondering what on earth he means by that. He drops the bomb he's about to unleash, a special skill to break them out of this maze. The catch: she has to carry him, since this technique demands absolute focus. Without missing a beat, she hoists him onto her back and sprints. He barks an order to take a right in 500 meters while they tear down the hall. Following his lead, she swings a hard left at the next intersection. The pitch-black stone walls suddenly bleed into a deep crimson, a dead giveaway they're closing in on the exit. Plus, his directions are way sharper than Derek's ever were. It really makes her wonder just how many more wild cards this guy is hiding up his sleeve. As she dashes forward, our hero anchors himself on her back. Out of nowhere, the raven squawks a frantic warning about a nearby presence, begging Crash to slam the brakes, making them instantly hold their breath. Catching sight of a shadow, our boy slaps his hand over her mouth to ensure absolute dead silence. He whispers urgently for her to mask her aura as much as humanly possible. A split second later, a massive boom echoes behind them. A dark figure steps out of the dust, casually remarking that absolutely no aura blade should be able to smash through the walls of the labyrinth palace. She patches up the shattered stone, sighing that this is a never-ending chore. We're looking at a world corruptor, the heavily armed princess of the Tiger Clan. Our guy's eyes go wide with absolute shock. The weapon-obsessed maniac is actually right here, roaming the labyrinth palace. These world corruptors are freakishly strong entities spawned straight from the planet's own decay. While you've got your chill ones like Velasquez and Crimson, others are walking natural disasters, just like her easily ranking among the top 10 most lethal beings on the planet. This insane truth absolutely terrifies the Raven, who frantically warns them that from his own brutal experience, this psycho cannot be reasoned or bargained with. His final verdict: stay the hell away from her. But they are in a massive bind, because our boy knows perfectly well that without the Thunderstar, he doesn't hold a single blade sharp enough to take her down. On top of that, if his current weapon snaps under the sheer weight of his own heavy strikes, going all out in a fight is completely off the table. Even so, he absolutely has to block this lunatic from snatching the Thunderstar. That blade has the potential to be the ultimate weapon, or the ultimate apocalypse, purely depending on who grips the hilt. And the Martial God Institute is actively planning to the Sword Sovereign. If that happens, humanity gets completely wiped off the map by the world corruptors. It was only because of the Thunderstar that Charlotte actually managed to crush the Sword Sovereign in the past. Before regressing, Arthur totally sidestepped the blade, just to force a brutal showdown between Charlotte and the Sovereign. But in this timeline, he absolutely refuses to use her as a bloody sacrifice. He needs her, and the rest of his crew, to keep the whole damn world from crumbling to dust. His new game plan is to hunt the corruptors down one by one, but this Tiger Princess beat him to the punch. So he tells Crash to ditch the sword hunt for now. He declares they're making a mad dash for the 8th floor, leaving the Raven completely baffled by this massive pivot. By exploiting the unique layout of level 8, they can still swipe the Thunderstar right from under her nose, without actually throwing down with the armed princess. She wouldn't dare lay a finger on him anyway, purely out of raw fear of Balrog. touching down on the 8th floor's railcart zone. He immediately spots something incredibly sketchy. Even though they are buried deep underground, the window somehow projects a perfectly peaceful view of the surface. The white-haired kid waves it off, telling them to enjoy the scenery later. Once they completely crush Akuton, they'll have free rein to loot every single treasure across the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors. He's dead certain they're clear of any rats. The Fendel faction is entirely tunnel-visioned on Akuton, meaning his scattered crew has a snowball's chance in hell of surviving. Enter Soldier Rick, the vice leader of the Road faction. He smirks, claiming he couldn't care less if people call him a gutless coward. He's doing whatever it takes to ensure his leader's heavy efforts aren't totally wasted. The hard truth, Fendel is an absolute monster, capable of soloing the entire mission. Yet he's packing the heavy-hitting combined firepower of all the challengers. They can actually shatter the massive wall known as a Akuton. His words leave Vice Leader Soldarik completely stunned. On that dark day, Ikar was brutally crushed, and Commander Quillaran was absolutely obliterated by Akuton. He left behind far more than just his blade. His ultimate dream of conquering the Labyrinth Palace still burns bright. Out of all the rookies stepping into the Labyrinth Palace for the very first time, Hugo proves he is dead set on carrying Killaran's legacy and seeing it through to the bitter end. The crowd goes wild, fully convinced that the Frendor faction. While the Acradian girl glares relentlessly at the barricade, Fendel spins around to fire up his crew. The scouts report back to Commander Fendel. They are just moments away from Akuton's location. He warns everyone that the fateful hour has finally arrived. With that, Arthur hoists his blade high, and the entire squad starts cheering, tasting an early victory. But then, the world's most terrifying corruptor, the absolute weapon fanatic, materializes right in front of them. Her predatory gaze locks onto the sword, and the 3 members of the Frendor squad freeze in absolute terror. Every instinct in their bodies screams danger, locking them in place, even as their minds beg them to run for their lives. The ferocious tigress shreds through her enemies in mere seconds. She licks her lips, smirking as she mutters that it honestly was not too bad. Her deadly focus snaps back to the blade, deeply intrigued by what kind of sinister weapon she is looking at. The trio is totally paralyzed, physically incapable of. He desperately tries to warn his squad, but by the time he finally screams the order to fall back, it is way too late, and dozens have already been slaughtered. Somehow he manages to swing his sword up to block the tigress's lethal strike. But his entire body is violently shaking against her monstrous, overwhelming pressure. The beastly woman notices he bought time for his crew to run away, genuinely amused by his sharp survival instincts. Too bad for them, there is absolutely no running from the Shadow Clone, which was summoned for one single purpose: exterminating whatever trash she wants gone. No armor, she casually mocks him, pointing out that his beloved friends are probably already rotting corpses by now. He only gets one shot at this. He braces himself, gripping his weapon tight and keeping his guard. Suddenly, he catches her totally off guard. A blinding, intense aura erupts straight out of Fendel. He launches into the air, unleashing a massive lightning blast that completely blinds the tigress. Crackling green voltage surges wildly down the length of his pitch-black blade. He knows the brutal truth. If he dumps all his mana into this single strike, he will have absolutely nothing left to fight Akuton. But if he doesn't wipe this psycho out right here and now, he unleashes his ultimate move, Thunder Wolf's Pillage. A massive roaring beast of green lightning fiercely charges straight at her, and he actually scores a direct hit. His eyes widen in pure adrenaline, totally convinced he just won the fight. But right at that very second, a horrific, bloody gash violently rips. He gasps, barely processing that he was the one taking the damage. She immediately realizes it's the wicked power of his blade, while the fatal wound on her own neck visibly stitches itself back together. The sinister technique literally drains the life force of every. Her flesh is now completely flawless. She glares down at him, asking if he actually thought she was that weak, believing a flashy parlor trick could ever scratch the legendary queen of global corruption. His throat is completely shredded. The fight is over. He lost. Every single ounce of damage she took was violently reflected right back into him, completely shattering any sense of logic. Now that his aura is entirely drained from that final desperate strike, his tank is totally on zero. In a desperate plea, he offers to surrender his blade in exchange for his friends' lives, but she just cruelly laughs, telling him they are already corpses. She winds up for the killing as he curses his own weakness, heartbroken that he will never get his rematch with Akuten. Watching her charge up her deadly finishing strike, he accepts that this is where he dies. Suddenly, the fierce Acradian girl storms into the fray to save her team. She scolds Fendel for his pathetic face, fiercely reminding him that he is the commander. She yells at him for being so totally pathetic, but without. Just as all hope is fading, Fendel looks up to see Crash Valhane exploding onto the battlefield, launching a brutal surprise attack to save his life. The redhead snaps at Fendel to back off, leveling her blade straight at the rogue. She instantly recognizes him as a direct descendant of the Valheim bloodline, declaring she's here to claim the Thunderstar sword. He realizes she barely took a scratch, even after tanking the blazing force of his flame erosion strike. She scoffs, wondering what kind of idiot would dare face her alone, while our hero checks to make sure Fendel is safely retreating. Glaring at Croshu, she demands to know what he just did, since her damage reflection completely failed. Crashu fires back, making it crystal clear that backing down isn't an option. Fendel is the actual target here, and there is no way he's letting her steal that kind of power. He's desperate to snatch it back before the entire world goes up in flames, which is exactly why he had to step in. Drawing on his memories from before the regression, he tries to de-escalate the showdown, casually telling the armed princess that the Thunderstar belongs to him now, and she should just walk away. Her eyes widen in pure shock hearing her true name, Tweedelphia. The fact that he knows her real identity proves he's a world corruptor too, which explains why. Her reflection ability completely fizzled out. He can manipulate the corruption just like she can. Feeling totally played, she furiously demands his true identity, guessing he must be some loser whose weapon she snatched in the past. He just smirks, mocking her for screeching like an annoying little kitten, and answers with a blazing strike. He unleashes a vicious spinning slash with his fiery blade. In a split second, she hurls a barrage of throwing daggers straight at him. He weaves through every single flying blade, completely engulfing the arena in flames. Absolutely stunned that he dodged her relentless assault, she whips out a massive axe. She swings downward with crushing force, but he catches the heavy blow with his sword. Pushed to the edge, she activates her unique power, and her hair flashes a brilliant crimson. It suddenly hits her. He's dodging every single attack as if he knows exactly what weapons she has hidden away. She furiously wonders why he's pumping out so much corruption power and what dark secrets he's really hiding. Originally, her main goal was to stay far, far away from any deadly drama involving the Emperor, Marshal Balrog. Because of that, she desperately wanted to avoid an all-out deathmatch against some completely unknown enemy. But right now, everything feels terribly wrong, and her killer instincts are screaming at her to wipe him off the map, right this second, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, he realizes that his borrowed time is rapidly ticking down, and there's only one final door left standing. Balokheim literally put his life on the line to secure the Thunderstar, but this guy somehow lucked into it, completely banking on the Mosaic Palace's self-repairing system, obliterating. The inside of the palace is next to impossible, which is exactly why nobody realizes the 8th floor is secretly a brutal war zone. He spots something crucial, unlike the lower levels. The 8th floor train cars, scorched by Ignis, aren't regenerating at all, and the incinerated doors just vanish into thin air. The final exit is sitting right behind him, and once this carriage goes up in flames, she's going to get blasted out into the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, the terrible truth dawns on her. He was just stalling for time, weaponizing his attacks to melt the carriage down while effortlessly dodging her strikes. Razor-sharp claws erupt from her hands as her body twists into a terrifying feral beast. Boiling with rage over being completely outsmarted, she violently lunges forward, unleashing a bone-shattering dropkick. Staring down the lethal strike, he draws in a massive, deep breath, and she instantly detects a terrifying, otherworldly aura exploding from him. Every nerve in her body screams at her to run for her life. She shrieks that she will never, ever forgive him. In that exact heartbeat, he unleashes the second form of the flaming erosion art, the heavenly sword of absolute destruction. The catastrophic impact blasts her straight off the 8th floor. The sheer shockwave sends her hurling through the sky. The feral girl gets violently ejected from the blazing train car at breakneck speed. He knows full well she had the power to totally annihilate him. But despite the insane risk, he was more than willing to gamble his life to claim the Thunderstar. Slamming the final door shut, he mutters to himself, wondering why so much insane bad luck keeps getting thrown in his way. He knows surviving the next encounter is going to be brutal. Out of nowhere, the Raven chimes in, begging to know how on earth he just defeated the Mad-Arm Princess. He completely brushes off the noisy bird, but the Raven squawks, telling him to just look for himself. Spotting a heavily wounded Fendel, he furiously demands to know what the hell went wrong. Barely breathing, Fendel explains he threw himself in the line of fire to save him and got slashed by a shadow clone, which instantly vanished the second the enemy was defeated. He stands there in total disbelief, realizing that Fendel actually saved Lacradion's life, especially since before the regression, the guy was nothing but an absolute coward. Because Fendel was such a massive roadblock in his previous life, he figured absolutely nothing had changed this time around.